The story begins with a young girl lying on a bed and enjoying a certain procedure. The hero continued to perform intense actions to give the girl as much pleasure as possible. In fact, he was giving her a foot massage, and he did it like a professional. Perhaps the girl had been walking too much lately because she had varicose veins in her legs. That's why the guy decided to help her comb through the meridian system, and the girl had to be patient for a little while. The massage session was soon over, and the girl was amazed at how much the hero's skill surpassed other massage therapists. Next time, she also wanted to choose him. While seeing the girl off, the guy said that he would look forward to seeing her next time. An elderly man approached the main character, named Xiaolu, and praised him for his excellent work, because now they had another satisfied customer. Xiaolu thanked Uncle Zhang for allowing him to work part-time at his spa during the summer holidays. At first, Uncle was afraid that a student like him could stoop to washing customers' feet, but who knew that his skill would surpass Uncle himself? Meanwhile, the time has come when the hero's work ends, and he said that he needed to go home to prepare dinner for Ling Ling, while his uncle asked him to take good care of his younger sister at the same time. Another elderly woman remarked that this boy was so good-looking, sweet-spoken, and hard-working that all the female clients loved him, while Uncle Zhang felt sorry for the boy because his parents died too early, and he had a younger sister waiting for him at home, so he had to work hard. When the younger sister and brother arrive home, they start eating. And we learn that the hero's full name is Lu De Quan. He is 19 years old and a freshman. And his sister's name is Lu Ling Ling. She is 16 years old and is in the 10th grade. The little sister remarked that her brother cooked much better than what they cooked in her school cafeteria, while the caring guy said that she could have more because she was still growing at this stage. 3 years ago, their parents died in an accident. Because they were in an accident, all the money in his family was used to pay compensation, to pay for their sister's education. The hero works part-time anywhere. The younger sister loved the boy as much as she had loved her parents before, because he took care of her. Even though the work was hard, as long as he saw his little sister's smile, everything was fine, because his mom and dad saw from the sky how he protected their family. Sometime later, the hero decided to take a shower, and someone behind him said that he had finally found the master of the blooming immortal. Lu Chan immediately turned around to see who was talking to him. What he saw horrified him, because the person began to rapidly approach. The hero screamed out of awe and surprise, because he didn't know how to behave in this situation. A moment later, he moved somewhere, like an unknown world. Opening his eyes, he could not understand where he was and how he ended up there. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him and called Xiaolu Mr. Blooming Immortal. She was glad that she finally found him, because it was incredibly difficult. The guy immediately began to deny that he was a blooming immortal, but the girl insisted that he was Mr. Blooming Immortal who benefits women. The proof existed right in the sunflower bud behind his back. The little girl had to look through the bodies of 98,000 men to find the one. The worried guy still asked her not to joke like that and wanted to know where he was. But she wasn't joking at all. I addressed the guy as a gentleman, a blooming immortal. His heart had started to ache again recently, and more often lately. This statement shocked Xiaolu, and he wanted to know how she guessed it. This is all because the next generation of flower mortals will not learn the charming scripture of fortune until they are 20 years old, meaning they will die of a heart attack when the sunflower blooms behind them. The enchanting scripture of fortune is the highest canonical text, preserved by the God of creation. Within it lies a mysterious power. Through millions of years, the enchanting scripture of fortune will be passed down to every generation of flourishing immortals. It is he who is the descendant in this era. Although he didn't want to be called Mr. Blooming Immortal, but he still wanted to know what would happen to his younger sister if he died. And he wanted to know from the girl what he should do to learn the charming writing of fortune. According to the girl, everything should be incredibly simple. Xiaolu should then allow her to enter his body. A moment later, the girl flashed forward several meters and seemed to enter the main character's body as an invisible entity. After that, she immediately asked Mr. Blooming Immortal not to worry, because she wanted to help him win the hearts of beautiful women, and the guy began to be pierced by a crushing lightning that dressed his body and took possession of him, because he must quickly blossom. A few seconds later, the hero woke up and did not understand why his body was so heavy. Sitting on it was Ling Ling, who was performing CPR because she was worried about her brother and thought that he might die. With tears in her eyes, she watched as her brother gradually awakened, and she was very happy because he had just fainted in the shower, and she was afraid that he would never wake up again. The caring sister asked Xiaolu to lie down and not rest, because she would now bring him some clothes. Meanwhile, the heroes did not understand why he fainted in the shower. Little by little, he recalled moments from his vision, how an unknown girl had entered into him, and that she wanted to help him win the hearts of beautiful women all over the world. But he was skeptical about it, because it seemed to him that he had dreamed all of this while he was unconscious, and he believed that he had lost consciousness because he had been very tired at work lately. Looking at his sister, Xiaolu concluded that it seemed like Ling Ling had grown up. Suddenly his face was filled with horror and he saw something incredible. There was an unknown heart above the girl, and in it was the inscription 100%. A girl appeared behind the hero and said that after the gentleman finished studying the charming scripture of Fortuna, he received a favorable system. She will help Xiaolu see the level of favor women have for him. Gradually turning his head towards the unknown girl, he met her gaze and was horrified. What he saw made him start screaming furiously, as if he had seen a ghost that wanted to steal his life. When his sister asked what happened, the hero simply replied that it was nothing serious and that he was just testing his voice. In a whisper, Lu Dequan wanted to know from the unknown girl who she was and how she dared to enter his body. The unknown girl's name was Chaosun. She was the one who was responsible for the safety of the charming scripture of fortune, and she entered his body to help him learn Fortuna's charming description. Later, he can take advice from Xiao-sun on flirting matters. Due to the vague wording, the hero did not quite understand what she wanted from him, and asked the mysterious girl to simply return to his body and not let his younger sister discover Xiao-sun. Xiao-sun instantly turned into a charming fortune scripture and said that it was no problem for her. But Mr. Blooming Immortal must bear in mind that if he cannot make the sunflower on his back bloom within a year, then even the gods will not be able to save him. Meanwhile, the caring little sister found clean clothes for her brother. She asked her brother to change his clothes, and she was going to go out for now. The guy was surprised to discover that she even brought him underwear. Confused, he now didn't understand how to look his little sister in the eyes. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the city spa. Lu Diquan thought about the fact that Ling Ling left home without even having breakfast. He was sure that yesterday she saw something she shouldn't have seen, so she was angry at him. Suddenly, Xiao-sun appeared and explained to Mr. Blooming Immortal that Ling Ling was not angry with him, as evidenced by the fact that her favor towards him had not diminished. At the same time, the hero wanted to understand why his sister had not had breakfast. Although this was a favorable system, and it was certainly reliable, but this question still worried him. Indignant, Xiao-sun explained that the favorable system was certainly accurate. If he didn't believe her, she would prove it in the future. Pointing her finger at one of the girls, the mysterious girl asked to test the system on a woman. An unknown woman came in and her favorability was only 50%. The kind Uncle Zhang immediately approached the lady and asked her if she wanted to wash her feet. It was true, she had been walking all morning, and now her legs were hurting. In order to relax, she wanted to get an experienced worker who could help her avoid leg pain. A moment later, Uncle Zhang had already started calling Xiaolu to serve the young lady. At the same time, the girl had already begun to wait for him in the room on the chair. The hard-working guy prepared warm water to wash the girl's feet. Upon seeing him, she immediately began to be indignant, because she thought that the boss was making fun of her, because he could not be the most experienced person in this spa salon. The good-natured man said that despite Xiaolu being so young, his skill was unmatched here. No one among the clients he served was left unsatisfied. Of course, if she didn't believe him, then he could understand the girl. Since the boss said so, the girl decided to trust Xiaolu with her legs. However, she asked him not to deceive her because she was a streamer. If his skills are not very good, she will criticize him on live television. Immediately after that, she started broadcasting live and talked about how she had just been walking with everyone all morning, and now she had found a spa and decided to wash her feet to relax. She also said that the boss told her that she would be served by a master, but she was very skeptical about him. After some time, she will test him herself, and then tell everyone if this guy has real talent or not. With a haughty expression on her face, she continued to film the hero on camera, expecting him to do his service poorly. Xiao-sun noticed that the girl dared to look down on the master, and the blooming immortal should definitely make her lose her face. But at the same time, the hero understood that she was a client, and he could not make her lose her face. The mysterious girl gave the hero an idea that he should transfer his innate life force into his hands while he washes her feet. And then, an interesting thing will happen. A few seconds later, the girl had already bared her legs, and she asked when the puzzled guy would finally start washing her feet. Taking one of the legs, he said that he would begin now. He carefully placed her feet in the basin and asked if the water temperature was right for the girl. On the stream, everyone was asking what Xiaolu's skill was like, but the girl thought it was average, and the boss was embellishing it too much. The hero knew that Uncle Zhang treated him very well and could not allow other people to ruin his reputation, so he anxiously began to think about what he should do to satisfy her needs. Just now, Xiao Sun told him to direct his innate life force into his hands, but he didn't quite understand how to direct it. Suddenly, the heart began to beat faster and seemed to arm the hero with a new strength that he had never felt before. Feeling the surge of energy, Xiaolu also noticed that his arm had become much stronger, as if it was wrapped in a large number of small lightning bolts. Touching the girl's feet, there followed the immediate reaction that the hero had been waiting for. The girl came to her senses and began to scream rather quietly. This surprised the hero, and he wanted to know if he had hurt the girl. Blushing, the young lady asked the hero to continue. At the same time, she did not understand why the master had such pleasant hands. She felt something that was very pleasant to her. To make it even more enjoyable, she began to tense her legs to feel the massage as strongly as possible. An unsuspecting guy asked the lady to relax because he was having a hard time giving a massage. Looking at the girl, he noticed something incredible. After the massage had been applied to the girl, her feelings for Xiaolu began to grow rapidly. After a few seconds, they reached their peak, namely 100%. The young girl even dropped her phone from bliss. For the first time in her life, she experienced the feeling that all the tension she had previously had in her body had disappeared. Seeing this, the uncle was stunned. He watched in surprise as Xiaolu massaged the girl's feet. Looking at his uncle, he simply said that he was washing her feet, because he had never done anything that could bring such colossal pleasure. After some time, Xiaosun asked Xiaolu why he didn't give her his number. Because the girl wanted to get it, and then he would have raised his level. It wasn't all that simple, and the hero has his own principles. He won't just pick the first woman he meets, because he has his own standards for choosing a partner. In order to understand the hero's preference, Xiaosun wanted to know the selection standards: age, height, figure, appearance, level of education, property. But Xiaolu did not understand why she wrote all this down if he said it as if she would later want to help him find a girl who meets the conditions. It was indeed like that, and Xiaosun would even be able to show it off. Having written down the parameters, she pressed the magic button and began generating girls who fit the criteria. Thus, several options emerged for girls who met the criteria. Within 100 meters, there were 4 girls with over 80 charm points. Shosun decided to take a look at the profile of a girl named Ye Xiaoying. Her age was 21 years old, and her height was 165 centimeters, and all the indicators were also indicated in the statistics. The mysterious girl was shocked that all the indicators except for charm were poor, in which case the parameters should be re-entered to find a target with the best qualities, where the sum of the 5 parameters exceeds 4 points. As it turned out, within a radius of 100 meters, there was a girl who met all the search requirements. Looking at the girl, the hero was truly amazed by what he saw. After all, the girl who was seen and found was called Xie Er. Her age was 19 years old, and her height was 169 centimeters. Seeing the hero's reaction, Xiaosun immediately asked if he knew her. And it was true, she was the president of the student council and recognized by all the guys as a beauty at his university. But soon, he realized something else and asked the girl to wait a second. After all, Xiaosun just said that Xie Er was 100 meters away from Salu. Literally a moment later, they noticed her in a passing car. As soon as the girl turned her head, she did not see anyone standing on the street. Sholu hid fearfully because he couldn't help but hide, because of what happened before. It all started with the events that took place a month ago. The hero finally had summer vacation, so now he won't worry about finding a job. He ran joyfully down the corridor, and a girl walked next to him. Soon, their gazes met, and they looked at each other with fear. Unfortunately, the guy accidentally bumped into Zia, and she fell. At the same time, when he was trying to help her get up, he accidentally started touching her in the wrong place, which made him feel embarrassed, just like the girl herself, who was lying on the ground and couldn't even say anything. At that time, he was afraid that he would not be able to explain himself clearly, so he ran away. In any case, he cannot face her, otherwise the consequences would be catastrophic. Love depends on fate, not on an empty date, so Xiaolu wanted to handle his own affairs and asked Xiao's son not to interfere. Sometime later, the hero started walking home and went up to his floor. Suddenly he found splashes of red paint on the door of his room. When the boy entered the room, he found his younger sister in a panic, and he immediately realized that someone was bullying her. It was Zhang Hui. He brought people again and demanded that they pay off the debt, and also said that if they did not return the money within a month, he would take the house. What he heard angered the hero, and he shouted that their house belonged only to them, and no one dared to take it away. As it turned out, Xiaolu's father borrowed money from someone when he was still alive. He only borrowed 50,000. But that person charged high interest rates, and in 3 years, The 50,000 grew to over 1 million. While the hero was thinking that even for robbing a bank he could get less money, suddenly a message came on his phone. The message stated that they were celebrating the birthdays of the employees, the personnel responsible for relieving stress at the Heavenly Horses Center. The owner gave 28 gifts, namely an Audi and 280,000 in cash. He realized with sadness that they all worked in the service sector, but for some reason some of them earned too much. Suddenly, Xiaosun told the hero that Mr. Blooming Immortal might also be one of them. After all, he can both earn money and cultivate a charming description of fortune, and that's great. This means that the staff responsible for stress relief must make women happy. Realizing this, he realized that with his abilities, he could do it. As he stepped outside, he looked at his home and realized that no matter the price he had to pay, he still had to protect his family's home. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the nightclub. The main character stood at the bar and watched the people who were in the nightclub. There were a lot of them, and they all sat in pairs and drank. The hero realized with sadness that all the people here seemed very happy. The security guard knocked on the boss's office door and said that someone had come to file a complaint. Seeing that the boss was a girl, Xiaolu was shocked and stunned by what he saw. The lady immediately asked the hero why he wanted to work here, and he, in turn, replied that he needed money. This honesty made the woman happy, because in fact it was very easy to make money in this industry, but he had to have equivalent talent. It is for this reason that he must pass the test. The woman also noted that the hero has good facial features. The confused boy waited for information about what test he would have to take. In turn, the woman whispered in his ear that she was sorry that he had no experience at all and was far from brave, but she also wanted to know how he was able to open the hearts of clients to make them happy. As a stress reliever, the most important talent is that he must have a special charm, making women happy. But the boss did not see this potential in Xiaolu, so she ordered him to leave. Having heard the refusal, the hero thought that he couldn't even take advantage of this chance. After leaving the room, the hero heard someone shouting at Mrs. Li, asking her not to do this, because Leian was not here now. The woman was extremely indignant, because the man who was serving her was busy serving another woman. She took out the money and began to demand that the guy come to her. While throwing money, the woman shouted for Leian to come here and drink alcohol with her. One of the guards approached the boss and said that he had already called Leian, but he did not answer. Mrs. Li was an elite group, a platinum client, but if they couldn't calm her down now, it would greatly affect their reputation. That's why the boss ordered to find someone who would drink with Mrs. Li, and also to try to call Leian again. Meanwhile, Xiaolong sat down next to the woman, wanting to sit with her to ease her melancholy. The woman was outraged to the limit. She shouted that no one dared to drink with her except Leian, and she wanted to hit with all her strength the guy who sat down next to her, out of politeness. But suddenly the woman's hand was grabbed. This was done by Xiaolu, who did not want the woman to hit people. Those watching this were stunned and did not understand why Xiaolu still hadn't left and was sticking his nose into things that weren't his business. Mrs. Li is known for her cruelty, and this time, the boss must deal with this matter personally. Confused, the woman was surprised that she no longer felt angry after the mysterious guy took her hand. Instead, she felt very pleased. At the same time, the hero asked her not to be angry, because everything could be resolved peacefully. And the woman agreed with him. She was no longer angry and was not going to hit people. Seeing this, the boss was stunned. She could not believe that an unknown guy was able to calm Mrs. Li down. The woman admitted her mistake in misjudging this man. The lady asked the handsome man how long he would hold her hand. Thinking that he was a new worker, she said that she had not seen him here before. The hero immediately wanted to answer that this was not so, but his boss interrupted him and noted that the lady really had good intuition, and she also said that Xiaolu was now their new employee, and she wanted to let him serve Madame Li. Meanwhile, the same employee was serving the client. Suddenly he saw that his phone was ringing. After answering the phone, he explained to the director that he had just been serving customers and had not paid attention to the phone. It was very difficult to please Mrs. Li, because she did not allow anyone else near her except him, and he was going to come immediately. The guy was told that this was no longer necessary because the new guy was doing just fine, and Mrs. Li was happy with him. And the guy had better explain to the boss why he hadn't answered the calls. After disconnecting the call, the guy was incredibly angry, because what kind of insignificant person dared to covet his place? He wanted to teach him a lesson. Sometime later, the director remarked that Xiaolu's performance had exceeded all her expectations. By acting so brazenly in front of the client, he not only did not lose his nerve, but was also able to quickly calm him down. So the woman took her words back, and she congratulated the hero, because now he officially became an employee of Pegasus. The embarrassed hero bowed before the boss and thanked her. The woman gave him the money and asked him to go and buy himself some nice clothes. Working in this field, first impressions play a very important role. Without hesitation, the guy immediately took the money and told his boss that he would return the money as soon as he received his first salary. The lady just laughed and asked him not to return anything. This is the same money that he just received from Mrs. Lee for the service. Today he should just go home, and tomorrow he will start work. As Xiaolu left the room, boss thought that this guy was very interesting, because he was able to satisfy Mrs. Lee. Perhaps he was lucky, or he just had a talent that she couldn't see. Arriving home, the hero immediately began to count money. Just by having a drink with a client, he was able to make a ton of money, equivalent to 2 months' worth of money earned at a spa. The hero knew that the boss told him to use the money to buy clothes. He was going to use 1,000 yuan to buy a suit and put the remaining 9,000 aside. Due to fatigue, the guy was going to bed early and recuperate because he needed to earn 1 million this month to save the house. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in Pegasus, the stress relief center. A cool sports car pulled up to the center. From her came that very Leon, who was one of the best masters in Pegasus. The director noted that he had finally come, and if the same thing as yesterday happened again, he didn't know how he would be able to explain everything to the boss. But the guy didn't consider it a problem, because for him it was a trifle, because in front of him every client was obedient, like a kitten. And he wanted to know more about the newcomer who replaced him yesterday, serving Mrs. Lee. Seeing him, Leon didn't understand why the missus was so pleased with him, because he looked completely ordinary. Since he helped Leon and take care of Mrs. Lee yesterday, he, as an elder, should reciprocate when Miss Zhaoying returned, so he asked to recommend Xiaolu. The director immediately realized that Leon wanted to get rid of a competitor, because he asked to recommend Xiaolu to the woman who was a rookie killer. It was clearly similar to the place. Meanwhile, a girl entered the Pegasus establishment. All the guys were in suits and bowed before her, saying, "Welcome." Some of the workers were in the monument because the rookie killer came. This girl, Zhaoying, she likes to put the newcomers on display and give grades to each of them. Then she publicly announces the results. Later, no one will choose the newcomers who received low scores from her, so everyone calls her a newcomer killer. Walking past all the workers, the girl noticed that a new guy had appeared, and she chose him. While spending time with the girl, she hinted that just drinking was not interesting at all, and they should go out and play. But the guy was also against it, because it was not interesting at all outside, and they should play indoors. The impudent girl was outraged by this, because why would a newbie like him not satisfy the client's request and pretend to be a kind person? However, since Mrs. Zhao wanted to play, he naturally decided to fulfill a request. Together they came to the hotel room. The alarmed hero realized that he had come here after all, and he couldn't believe that they would really do this right now. Suddenly, Suo-sun appeared, who forgot to tell the blooming immortal something. Before the sunflower on his back blooms, he must maintain his virginity. And if this doesn't happen, it will explode. Hearing the terrible hero, he did not know what to do in this situation. Because of this, he started yelling at Xiao-sun because she didn't tell him about it earlier. But the girl had an argument that he didn't even ask. At the same time, the door swung open. The client wanted to know why Xiaolu was still wearing clothes. Thinking over the plan, the hero understood that the only way out was to escape. Even if he was complained about and fired from work, it was still better than dying like this. Xiao-sun turned to the master and said that he could raise her favor level so that she would not put him in an awkward position. And this was indeed the case, because the previous girlfriend was also unhappy with him. But after filling out a blog at a prone level, she even actively wanted to get his phone number. Maybe he could use this trick to solve the problem. All this time the girl was watching the hero and asked what he was whispering and why he still hadn't undressed. The friendly guy told the miss that he would like to try his massage skills first because he was sure that she would like it. The girl was amazed that the hero knew how to do a massage. He immediately noted that he learned this in one spa salon, and among the clients who tried it, no one was dissatisfied. The girl decided to have a massage, and the hero understood that success or failure now depended on it. First, he decided to massage the girl's shoulders and used his abilities. Miss immediately felt something unusual. It's like a dying man who lacks water in the desert suddenly takes a sip of water and experiences an indescribable feeling of happiness. Because the lady had been sitting for too long, her shoulders were tense, and Xiaolu wanted to relieve the tension with his masterful movements. After his massage, she felt much more comfortable. With each passing second, the level of favorability increased. The girl had the feeling that his hands had magic. No man had ever caused such a feeling in her. She felt more than 100 times more comfortable. And finally, the favorability level reached 100%. The blushing lady was so happy. She felt like every cell was being activated, as if her life force was returning again. Because Xiaolu pressed on the girl's sleepy acupuncture points, she must have fallen asleep. Since he did everything he could, she should just accept her fate. Sometime later, events continued to take place at Shuangda University. Some guys were talking about how the opening ceremony of the new school year had finally happened, and they wanted to try putting a bottle of water on the roof of a car to see if this trick would work. They had already done it 100 times, and this time they would definitely succeed. And it was indeed so. A girl came up and said that she saw how the two guys put a bottle of water on the car. The guy watched the girl with loving eyes and offered to keep them company. But the girl insisted that leaving a bottle of water on the roof was bad. The guy seemed to blossom and thought that for such a beautiful girl as she, a bottle was certainly not enough. And he asked her to put out as many bottles as she thought necessary, and he would not object. A little embarrassed, the girl smiled sweetly and said that if he thinks so, then that's good. Her words were immediately followed by a blow to the roof of the car. There was a huge number of unknown slabs on the roof, which made it impossible for the car to move. The guys got angry and were ready to take revenge on the girl for what she did to the car. She was not an easy girl, and she thought the guys who hit on her were crazy because they didn't dare contradict her. She ordered her security guards to deal with these two guys and their wrecked car, and then get them out of sight. As long as she is the student council president, she will absolutely not allow anything to happen that will harm the university. Now she has dealt with the guys at the school gates. Next will be the campus. She also realized with annoyance that she had previously been attacked by a guy on the last day of the previous semester. Sometime later, the protagonist came to the doors of the student council. This was truly the last place he wanted to be. Upon entering the door, the teacher announced that the school wanted to hold a sports event to welcome the freshmen, and Xiao Lu should bring a list of people who were on the student council because he had received a scholarship last semester. The heroes were in charge of sports activities in the group, and it looks like he dug this hole for himself. Peering through the door window, he hoped that God would bless him so that that same girl would not be there. Having opened the door, he nevertheless saw that there was no one there, and he was very happy. Approaching the table, he began to look for a list of students who were on the student council. Yawning, the guy also realized that he hadn't slept well last night and needed to take a good nap. Suddenly someone started opening the door and saying that the meeting with the president was over, and a certain girl was about to return to the office to deal with the flow of meetings. Hearing this, the guy immediately realized that the same girl had returned. If he went out, he would immediately run into her. Realizing this, he also understood that he did not want to cross paths with her. Looking around quickly, he knew that if she recognized him, she would remember what happened last time. It was quite obvious that he would not be able to escape. As he ran away, he thought about the need to hide and first go inside. As it turned out, he entered another student council room, and the office he saw was truly luxurious. Because of his curiosity, the hero approached the table and began to examine what was lying on it. There was a notepad on the desk that said the assignments needed to be completed with a freshman welcome, then preparations for freshman sports events, recruiting new members for student council departments, founding a student league, and organizing a mid-fall party. It was that very notebook and those student council tasks that must be carried out in that council. If that is the case, then this room definitely belongs to that very girl. Someone outside the door started talking about the need to notify the department heads that a meeting was coming soon. Meanwhile, Xiaolu heard this and knew that he had to find a place to hide and not let her find him. Literally a moment later, the door swung open and a girl walked in. When she entered the office, she discovered that her diary was lying on the floor. Bending down to pick it up, she couldn't quite understand how it could have ended up on the floor, and she immediately began reading the contents to make sure that nothing in her notes had been changed. Hiding, the hero waited until the girl finished reading the book and then left. The leisurely girl began to move towards the door. Peering through the crack in the closet, the hero thought that it seemed she was already getting ready to leave. As it turned out, she had simply locked the door. And she did it because it was too hot today. She just took a little walk, but she got a cold and needed to change clothes. With horror, Xiaolu realized that it seemed like the end for him, and he couldn't get away with it if she noticed him. The girl opened the closet to get clothes, and the guy was shaking and trying to hide. The girl slowly took her things out of the closet, and soon she closed it. The hero already thought that he was lucky and he was not discovered. Suddenly she said that this outfit was bought last year. It was old-fashioned, and she was going to wear another one. A second later, she opened the door, behind which was the hero himself. The guy was holding a beautiful dress in his hands and thinking that this way he would block the girl, and she wouldn't do anything to him. The stunned lady watched as some guy stood in her closet and spied on her. There was a scream and the hero reacted in time, after which he covered the girl's mouth, saying that it was just a misunderstanding and not at all what she thought. Unfortunately, the girl was unable to maintain her balance and immediately began to fall. She fell to the floor, and Xiaolu fell after her. And outside the door, the president was asked if she was okay. Due to her state of shock, the girl immediately began to push the impudent guy away. In fear and horror, she began to scream, covering herself with her hands so that Xiaolu could not see anything. To save herself, she began to reach for the door handle and tell the guards what had happened. To prevent this from happening, the hero ran up to the girl from behind with lightning speed and covered her mouth with his hand. He wanted to tell her that he was not a thief or a pervert. It was just a misunderstanding, and he wanted to explain everything that happened. Touching the girl's stomach, he used his magical abilities. The confused girl felt this, and the abilities began to act. He fell to his knees. The girl did not understand why. The place where he pressed caused a feeling of numbness and softness. It was incredibly pleasant. Xiaolu, not understanding what was happening, wanted to know what happened to the girl. It was obvious that the lady's mind had become clouded, and she wanted to understand what he had done to her. A moment later, Xiaosun appeared and told the gentleman that he should not let the girl go, because if she screamed, he would be considered a criminal. Someone immediately started knocking on the door, asking what had happened to the president and what was going on inside the room. The hero wanted to know what was needed to solve the problem, and Xiaosun advised him to increase the girl's favor to 100%. Covering the girl's mouth, Xiaolu said that he was very sorry because this happened. With increasing speed, he began to increase favor using his magical abilities. The hero's hands gave the girl a feeling of warmth. She experienced an incredible sensation from his hands. As the president suddenly fell to the floor, the hero realized that his favor had indeed been increased to 100%. They kept knocking on the door, and the guy knew that if they saw him, he would be branded a pervert for the rest of his life. Unexpectedly, the girl answered the man behind the door that he shouldn't worry about what happened because she saw a mouse, and now it had run away, and the security needed to continue their work. The stunned guy didn't understand why the president was helping him. But as it turned out, it wasn't that she was helping him, but that she couldn't let others see her in such an outfit. The president started getting dressed. The hero wanted to explain to her he came here because he wanted to hand over a list of people taking part in sporting events. Not that he wanted to peek while she was changing, it was all just a misunderstanding. The embarrassed girl asked him not to tell anyone about this, because what happened today should remain a secret. Breathing a sigh of relief, the hero began to convince the girl not to worry and that he would not tell anyone anything. At the same time, the president was not so simple. Her mother told her that she should not trust men, so she wanted to do something unusual. 5 minutes later, she began introducing Xiaolu to the students. He would now be a member of the student council and would temporarily take over the position of her assistant. All the colleagues began to clap joyfully, as they were pleased with the new addition to their ranks. The hero understood that now he would have no freedom at night, and no freedom even during the day. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the center of Pegasus. One of the workers wanted to ask the guy how yesterday went with the rookie killer, whether she was satisfied. The modest hero answered that perhaps this really was the case. The colleague was happy for him, because if she was not satisfied with his service, she would come back to complain and give a low rating. Once someone received a rating of 30 points from her, and later that person no longer appeared in this industry, the hero realized with apprehension that last night he had taken advantage of the fact that she was sleeping to leave her house, and he did not understand whether she would come to complain about him. Suddenly, that same lady arrived, and they immediately started asking her if she was happy with the newcomer. The brazen Leon watched everything that was happening and thought about how he dared to take his client away, and today he would force him to leave this industry. The managers wanted Xiaolu to apologize to the girl in advance for the poor service. But as it turned out, the girl actually wanted to rate Xiaolu's service 100 points, because it was very good. Everyone who heard this did not understand how this was possible, because even Leon, as soon as he came here, only received 95 points. This newcomer truly surpassed Leon. From now on, the girl wanted to choose only Xiaolu when she came here. Leon continued to watch everything that was happening. He was overcome with anger. He could not stand it. He crushed the glass with his own hand, and the girl, noticing this, wanted to help him, because his hand was hurt. Smiling, the angry guy told the girl that everything was fine and she shouldn't worry about him. At the same time, he realized that Pegasus's trump card could only be him, Leon, and no one should take this position away from him. Sometime later, events continued to take place in the Night City. The girls who came to Pegasus were discussing the new guy. who provides even better service than Lei An. And they didn't think about how he looked, but rather wanted to evaluate his service. Just a few minutes later, Xiaolu was already serving one of the clients. The girl was lying on the bed and waiting for the moment when the handsome guy would start servicing her. With his hands, he began to reach towards her back in order to use his magical abilities. As soon as the guy touched the girl's shoulders, she experienced incredibly pleasant feelings, which were mentioned in rumors. The guy didn't know how Zhao Ying spread these rumors among the people. But after that day, there was no end of customers. After Xiaolu's magical massage, the girls practically fought to get in on the magical session. At the same time, other workers were indignant that this was not a massage parlor. He was the only one serving clients. But the management turned a blind eye to this. He knew how to make money. And one of the guys heard that his profits exceeded Lei An's. Suddenly it turned out that Lei An was walking right next to the gossips. The boys, seeing him, immediately began to bow because they deeply respected the skilled worker. The girl who was next to the indignant guy asked him not to be angry. Today she would try to do everything possible to help him and not let others get the better of him. He looked the girl straight in the eyes and said that she didn't have to do that, but she could do one favor. The embarrassed girl was ready to do anything to please Lei An. The events continued to unfold the following evening. Lei An approached Xiaolu and told him that he would be serving Miss Mary today. What they heard again shocked the workers, because Mary had never chosen anyone except Lei An. And they thought that this struggle had already ended and Lei An had lost his first place. The detached girl watched the hero, and she had only 20% favorability towards him. The friendly heroes asked the miss if she would allow him to pour some wine. The girl said that she really didn't understand why some women chose a simpleton like him. It was obvious to her that Lei An was 100 times better than Xiaolu. And the hero asked if he didn't suit her. Then why didn't he switch with Lei An? Embarrassed, the girl said that she didn't want to change and only wanted to say a few words, but he seemed completely unwilling, as if he had no professional spirit. This time she chose him because she wanted to see how brilliant his professional massage techniques were and why others had abandoned Lei An to choose him. In anticipation, the woman also knew that before that they had to find a suitable place. The good-natured guy replied that he was very sorry, but now he does not work outside the center, because going out is really too dangerous. Fortunately, his profits have been quite good lately, and now he can give up working on the road. The girl sighed heavily and forgot that he was now a celebrity in this center, and he had every right to be arrogant. But what a pity, because she thought that if his massage satisfied her today, she would give him a fee of 100,000 won. Because of the amount they heard, sometime later, the couple was already at the entrance of the Lantian Hotel. Meanwhile, they were being closely watched by Lei An, who was following and calling someone. At the same time, events took place in a dark alley. A man with a scar beat up another man and said that if he didn't give him the rest of the money tomorrow, he would tear off his hands and feed them to the dogs. Suddenly, the terrifying man's phone rang. Unsuspecting, he answered the call and asked who was calling him. The man who called shouted that he was warning that Mary was now his woman, and if he bothered her again, he would do such a terrible thing to the man that his mother would no longer even recognize him. The angry man started shouting who was calling him, and if he found him, he would beat him up, after which he ordered him to give his address. It turned out that it was Lei An who called and said that he was currently at the Lantian Hotel with Mary, and if the man dared, he should come. This made the sly guy laugh, and now Xiaolu will slowly enjoy what Lei An had painstakingly prepared for him. Meanwhile, the couple had already entered the hotel room, and the hero wanted to know if the girl wanted a massage right now. The girl asked him not to rush, and first she wanted to have a glass of wine with him. At the same time, she remembered that Lei An told her that when the hero fell asleep, she should take off his clothes and then throw him out into the street so that he would be disgraced in front of everyone. He also gave the girl an antidote. If she drank a glass of wine, then nothing would happen. Together they began to drink wine, and the girl thought that since he had offended her lover, she would take revenge on him for it. Sometime later, the girl found herself on the bed and asked the hero to come to her. If he satisfied her, the money would be his. Xiaolu knew that the girl would definitely be satisfied if he used his powers. After literally one touch, the girl began to make unusual sounds. Her body began to tremble and she felt very strange. As it turned out, the hero didn't even touch her and didn't quite understand what had happened. Xiaosun explained that someone had poisoned the wine they had just drunk, after which Xiaosun laughed. Because such wine cannot poison the hero, because he cultivates the charming scripture of fortune. As long as the poison has not dissolved in the body, it will not affect Xiaolu. The energy he takes from the charming scripture of fortune is a kind of vital energy. And the source of life is water. In other words, his energy attribute is water, and his massage is so pleasant because his power allows him to interact with the blood in people's bodies, which helps make them satisfied, and it also means that his body uses life energy to neutralize the poison he drank. Surprisingly, Xiaolu had previously thought that the charming scripture of fortune was an unjust cultivation method, and did not expect that it was so surprising. Xiao Sun was immediately indignant, because she did not understand how the charming scripture of fortune could become an unjust cultivation method. The hero immediately realized that now was not the time to argue, and that he needed to help Miss quickly. First of all, he needed to help her get rid of the poison in her body. But he also didn't understand who poisoned her. There was a loud knock. Someone was knocking on the door and shouting for Mary to open the door, because he wanted to know how she dared to cheat behind his back. The man threatened to cut the guy with whom she cheated into pieces. Looking through the peephole, the hero saw that bandits had visited him, and he immediately realized that someone wanted to set him up. One of the bandits was Zhang Hui. As it turns out, Mary is Zhang Hui's woman, and he still owes him money. If he sees this, the guy doesn't know how his fate will turn out, and the bandits might also knock down the door. It is not safe to remain in the room, and the hero has no choice but to climb out through the balcony. Xiaosun immediately told the hero not to dare jump because it was too dangerous. Since the heroes have the power of water, he should try his skills. The mysterious girl told him that he would not be able to get down even if he used water. And then the guy realized that maybe ice could help him. Using his abilities, he created a block of ice and was able to easily slide down it from the balcony. Suddenly he found Leian's car downstairs and immediately realized that he had organized all of this. Xiaolu was definitely going to return the favor. Ice partially covered Leian's car, and he didn't quite understand what was happening. Looking in the other direction, he was stunned to see Xiaolu descending on the ice. In order to take revenge, the hero kicked the villain in the face with all his might. The bandits from the balcony noticed the hero as he ran away, but he was not going to wait for them, because he was not a fool. The bandits found Leian, and the lead bandit immediately realized that this brat had called him recently. The worried guy started to get worried and said that it wasn't him and that he was misunderstood. But the bandit knew that it was Leian who was playing a joke on him. It was because of this that the bandit was going to take away Leian's pretty face so that he could no longer flirt with girls. Meanwhile, events were taking place in the student council. All the participants worked hard, and today the preparations were finished. The president invited everyone to karaoke. Embarrassed, the girl approached one of the guys to find out where Xiaolu was. The guy told her that he was busy that evening and asked to go home. If that's the case, then the girl said that she should ignore him, and they themselves could have a fun time together, and at the same time, the girl thought that Xiaolu even asked another person to help him say that he was leaving, and she began to think that she was so scary. She recalled that the hero was very bold that time, but for some reason still kept his distance from her. She obviously gave him many chances. It is possible that he has a girlfriend. He's busy going on a date with her tonight. Thinking about this, she thought that Xiaolu did a good job, and even dared to be impudent to her, and then the girl decided to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in Pegasus. The hero brought a certain document for the boss. The woman didn't understand why he wanted to quit, as if they weren't paying him enough. It was all because he came here to earn money and pay off his debt, and now his debt has already been paid off. The boss saw the report. He earned more than $1 million in a month. Frankly speaking, the woman had never seen an employee who could earn money the way he did. The guy far surpassed Leian in earnings. After tearing up the resignation letter, the girl said that Xiaolu was a wonderful employee, and she could not let him leave. Without hesitation, the hero told the lady that even if she tore up his resignation letter, she still would not be able to change his intentions. Immediately after that, she handed over the contract that he signed when he got a job here. It clearly stated that he would work here for a year, and upon termination of the contract, he would be obligated to compensate for 3 months' income. Therefore, if he pays the boss $3 million, then she will let him leave. After this, she asked him what he would choose, to stay here and work peacefully, or to pay $3 million for his freedom. The woman wanted the hero to be submissive and become her money tree for the whole year, because she was not going to let him go. Then the hero said that he would stay here for a little while longer and would leave when he earned enough money to compensate. As she was leaving the office, the woman asked him to wait. Because of him, she felt unwell and asked for a massage. Then the hero asked to let him go get a bottle of wine, but there was no need. The woman had heard that his skills were incredible, so she was very curious if this was really true. At that moment, the hero realized that this was a great opportunity. He did not even hope that the woman would give him such an opportunity, and perhaps, if he increased the level of her favor, she would not demand compensation from him. Touching the boss's back, he immediately began to use his magical abilities. Unfortunately, the level of favor did not increase. The woman did not react in any way. Moreover, her level of favor remains at 50% and nothing happens. The boss closed her eyes and made no sounds, as if she had fallen asleep. Since the woman had fallen asleep, the hero put his jacket on her because he was afraid that she would freeze. And then the woman suggested that he go outside for a while. Meanwhile, the student council president said goodbye to her subordinates, after which she asked the butler if the students threw parties at the Pegasus Club, since it looked unusual. It was then that the butler told her everything. With horror, the girl realized that this place was different from the place she had imagined. Everyone got into the car. The girl asked her uncle to hurry up and get as far away from this place as possible. Meanwhile, the hero and the boss were leaving the club. The girl was stunned by what she saw and did not understand why he was leaving such a place, and who was next to him. Whether it was possible for her to be his girlfriend. But at the same time, she was too old. A moment later, she ordered the butler to stop and began to get out of the car. The car with the boss and Xiaolu had already left the scene. The butler wanted to know what had happened to the young lady, and she ordered the man to immediately find out as much as possible about the girl next to Xiaolu, because she would not allow him to ruin the reputation of the university. At the same time, the hero wanted to understand where they were going, and the boss asked if he wanted to earn money to pay off the fine for breaking the contract. That's why she wanted to introduce him to the client, and then the guy wanted to know why the client didn't come to the club himself, and why they had to pick him up. Moving quickly around the city, boss said that he would find out everything when they arrived. Meanwhile, they arrived at Qingshan Mental Hospital. As it turns out, the client is neither a doctor nor a nurse. She is a patient. The hero immediately hinted to the lady that this was not good. Without the guardian's permission, they could not work here. This patient is the boss's younger sister and she is her guardian. Upon entering the psychiatric hospital, a nurse immediately greeted them and asked Miss if she had come to visit her sister. As before, the woman did not communicate with anyone and is aggressive towards men. As long as she doesn't see men, she behaves quietly. And Miss asked the nurse to continue working, and they were going to stay here for a while and then leave. Xiaolu looked at boss and said that he was not a doctor, and that doctors should be the ones to treat her sister. Unfortunately, her sister had spent 5 years in this place, but her current condition had not improved at all. Xiaolu understood this, and believed that even if the doctors couldn't cure it, the girl had brought him here in vain. Ever since her sister became like this, the girl had trouble sleeping. But as soon as Xiaolu gave her a massage, she immediately felt comfortable and fell asleep. So she hoped that he could help her sister sleep normally. That would be enough. The hero decided that he would try his best, but the nurse said that the girl goes crazy when she sees men. And then the lady said that she would stand in front of him and distract her attention, and the guy just needs to do his job. Miss entered the room and said that her sister, named Tintin, had come to visit her. Approaching the girl, she said that she shouldn't worry because she wasn't going to hurt her, and the doctors would definitely cure her. She just needed to be strong and not give up. The caring sister knelt in front of Ting Ting, and meanwhile Xiaolu came closer and closer. Suddenly the girl seemed to discover something, and there was a clouding in her eyes. The boss immediately hugged her, and told her not to be afraid because she was here and would protect her. The sister, in turn, without thinking twice, began to bite to protect herself. The heroes meanwhile approached and began to use their magical abilities on the crazy girl. After using her abilities, Lady began to scream violently and was consumed by dark energy. Shaosun explained that this was the dark energy of the succubi. Succubi are demonic creatures that feed on the life force of humans, and are also the sworn enemies of the immortal flower family. Meanwhile, events continued to unfold in the nightclub. Leian came to an unknown girl, and she asked him about how her colleague not only robbed his client, but also made him like that. The embittered guy wanted the lady to heal his face, because he simply had to take revenge. At that very second, she came to him to heal his wound, and immediately after that, they intertwined in a tender kiss. After that ill-fated kiss, Leian fell to the floor unconscious. As she walked out onto the path of the nightclub, the girl thought that the losers who came to her would meet the same end, but at least she had healed Leian's wound, and it seemed that for him, this revenge would be his life's work. At the same time, the girl didn't understand that if there was a person more popular than Leian, she couldn't just let go of such an excellent dish. Meanwhile, Shaosun asked the master to hurry up, because if the succubus's power continued to influence him for a long time, it would eventually take possession of him. Just like this girl. It was then that the hero decided to use his magical abilities with even greater power and intensity. But the dark energy was too strong. It knows that it won't take over Xiaolu, so it returned to this girl's body. The worried sister wanted to ask Xiaolu what had happened to her sister, but it turned out she had simply fallen asleep. The injury to her shoulder was nothing compared to what Tintin had to endure. In that case, Xiaosun asked the girl to find out what happened to her sister. All this happened earlier because of one man. 5 years ago, when Tintin was going to university, she said that she liked someone. Then the girl was very happy for her. But after some time, she disappeared. The girl called the police and asked all her friends, but no one knew where she was. 6 months later, police found more than 10 girls unconscious in an abandoned house, including her younger sister Tintin. Xiaolu immediately wanted to know who this man was, but the woman replied that she had never even seen his photo. But before Ting Ting disappeared, she updated her status. The status indicated that she was very happy to be with her boyfriend. This story was strange, because the girl was alone in the photo, and Miss had been trying all these years to find out at least something about the man, but everything was in vain. Even the thought that this scoundrel had harmed her sister made her want to destroy him. After several dozen minutes, they almost reached Xiaolu's house together. The guy immediately told the lady that his house was here, and then the girl asked him to wait. Unexpectedly, she kissed him because the guy had worked hard, and Tintin would be able to rest properly today, and this was his reward. It turned out that Xiaolu's sister was watching what was happening, and she dropped her books in fright. Getting out of the car, the hero wondered whether the boss's sister would be able to cope with what had happened to her. Xiaosun said that this and the dark energy are incredibly abundant. It will be very difficult to do anything with his powers, so the guy should improve his cultivation. If that's the case, then shouldn't he follow Xiaobao's example? Meanwhile, the girl watched everything that was happening and did not understand what it meant to follow Xiaobao's example and what had happened in general. They sat down to eat with his sister, and she wanted to know why her brother came home so late, as if he was out with his girlfriend. But Xiaolu replied that he didn't have time to talk to girls, let alone date someone. Confused, the sister wanted to know if he had worked the previous night, and it was true that if he didn't work, he wouldn't be able to support his family. The girl shuddered as she realized that he was working with other girls, or perhaps earning money in other ways. The younger sister got angry and slammed her hand on the table. At the same time, the heroes did not quite understand why his sister became so suddenly angry. Sitting on her bed, she thought that this shouldn't be the case. She can't allow her older brother to work in this industry, and she has to stop him. To clear his head a bit, Xiaolu decided to go outside and take a walk, when suddenly a car pulled up to him. It was the same girl who got out of the car and asked where he was going, and if he needed a ride. Slightly confused, the guy replied that there was no point in doing that. He could get to work by bus. At that moment, the girl said that he was obviously the club's trump card, and for some reason they got to work by bus. If the clients recognized him, they would stop appreciating him. University rules prohibit working part-time in bars and clubs. His actions are ruining the university's image. If the hero doesn't have a compelling reason to work there, the girl was going to report him. Suddenly, the younger sister ran up and told the girl not to offend her younger brother and to let her say something. Money can't buy love, and her brother doesn't like her. And she told her brother that even if their family is poor, she doesn't want to make him unhappy for the sake of money. Xiaolu was even more confused, as he didn't understand what had happened to Ling Ling. The hero began to explain the whole situation to the chief, and said that his sister was still too young and foolish, and should not be paid attention to. Turning to his younger sister, he wanted to understand what she was talking about, because she should go home after school and do her homework. Ling Ling was extremely indignant, because she didn't want her brother to think of her as a child. She saw what he did with that girl last night. Xiaolu immediately began to make excuses, and said that her sister had misunderstood everything, and it was not what she thought. She also knew that her brother worked hard to support their family, but last night he served that girl. And today they are serving another girl. And this, in the opinion of her sister, is an unworthy occupation. Meanwhile, that same girl wanted to understand what it means to serve another girl. A crowd of people gathered around Xiaolu and his companions, and everyone was discussing how being a gigolo at such a young age was very low, and how modern youth were very dissolute. At the same time, the butler said that there were too many people here. If they misunderstood each other, then perhaps it would be worth solving this problem in the car. And the girl agreed. They started rushing somewhere at high speed. The following events took place at the Pegasus Club. The same girl who healed Lei Yan came there and got rid of the scar. It was the famous supermodel Gan Wei Wei. No one could believe that she came to relax in their club. Everyone was incredibly happy and hoped that she would choose one of them. The manager immediately turned to the girl to ask if she knew who to contact. At the same time, Gan Wei Wei said that she had heard of a master named Xiaolu, who was the best in his field. Unfortunately, Xiaolu was late, but if the girl didn't mind, the manager was ready to find a replacement for him. It was then that she ordered all the people to come here, because she was going to appreciate all the services of this place, and she was ready to pay for absolutely all services. But the manager told her that, unfortunately, they could not fulfill her request because there were other visitors in the building. The girls watched her in surprise and were amazed that the supermodel wanted to pay for everything in this club, as if she thought she had enough money for it. In that case, Gan Wei Wei decided to use her secret insect puppet, which was created by dark energy and could control the minds of others. Completely unnoticed, the insect bit one of the girls who was sitting in the establishment. The girls, horrified, did not understand why their mouths were dirty, and they had to shut up, after which they began to slap their cheeks with their own hands. The manager approached the girls to ask what had happened to them. Suddenly he was also bitten from behind by the same insect, and he told Gan Wei Wei that he could arrange an all-inclusive service for her. Before eating the main course, she should have tried a couple of appetizers. Meanwhile, Ling Ling was saying that she was very sorry and didn't know that this girl was the student council president and thought that she wanted to be served by her brother. But everything was fine, and the girl did not blame her, because they should blame her older brother. A student gets such a job, and it is truly an unworthy job. Out of displeasure, the student club president even stepped on the hero's foot. A little agitated, he continued to sit between the two girls and listen to what they were talking about. The younger sister admitted that in fact, her brother was doing this to pay off their parents' debt. The man said that if they didn't give him the money, he would take their house. Xiaolu asked his sister not to worry because he had already paid off their parents' debt, and this place would now always be their home. This news made Ling Ling very happy, and she thought that now her brother would no longer go to this job and should quit as soon as possible. But Xiaolu admitted that he told his boss last night that he wanted to quit, but he signed a 1-year contract before that, so if he quit, he would have to compensate for the damage under the contract. It was then that his sister asked how much compensation would be. Rubbing the back of his head, the hero admitted that it was only 3 million yuan. The sister was stunned by what she heard. She couldn't believe that the hero needed to pay such a large sum. But the student club president said that she received about that amount for all her pocket money per month, and therefore asked them not to worry because she was ready to pay for Xiaolu. The guy felt awkward and said that he couldn't accept her money, but the girl didn't say that she would just give him the money. It was just an investment in the future, because he would work for her from now on. The younger sister also thought that working for Sister Sia was much better than leaving things as they were, and he should agree. Then Xiaolu wanted to know what he would do, because he didn't want to take risks and act blindly. And then the girl told him not to worry, because she would not be making him climb a mountain or dive into the ocean. He would just make tea, bring water. And the girl also thought about the fact that he could give her a massage. But he didn't say this. She cleared her throat and asked whether he would accept her money or not, because she thought that perhaps he didn't want to quit. The inspired guy was ready to work hard to repay the girl. A little embarrassed, the lady was very glad that the guy she liked agreed. Immediately after this, the rich lady asked her uncle to go towards Pegasus, and they immediately set off there with lightning speed. A few minutes later, events continued to unfold near the Pegasus Club. Looking at this place, the younger sister could not believe that this was the place where the hero worked. She wanted to go inside and look around. The guy smiled and said that there was nothing to see here, that he needed to talk to the boss now, and that he would be back as soon as he finished. The girls decided to stay together on the street while he resolved the issue with his boss. Upon entering the club, Xiaolu couldn't understand why it was so empty, and no one was there to greet him. Due to the emptiness in the club, the guy thought that everyone had been let go on leave on the same day, after which he met the director. Looking into the director's eyes, the hero asked where the rest of the employees were. With a blank look, the director replied that all the employees were working in the all-inclusive room, and he should also hurry there because the client was waiting. The hero was against this because he would not be able to serve customers and came to talk to the boss. Without any emotion, the director repeated again that the client was still waiting for him and that he should hurry up and serve her. Suddenly, Xiaosun appeared and said that something was wrong here. This man was under the influence of the succubus puppet insect. His consciousness was under someone's control. Hearing this, the guy couldn't believe it, because the boss's sister had also suffered from the succubus. Xiaosun also didn't quite understand what was going on. There were many succubi in the world, and they all had different abilities. For example, the succubus uses an insect, which means it's definitely a control class soup. The maximum distance of an insect from its owner is 50 meters. Therefore, the succubus is somewhere nearby. Xiaolu guessed that he was most likely in the all-inclusive room now and wanted to know what he should do in this situation. Xiao Sun guessed that the succubus didn't know who he was yet, and if that was the case, she wouldn't use the puppet in front of him. Perhaps this was their chance to make their first move. The determined hero, upon hearing Xiao Sun's words, immediately realized that he had to fight the succubus. Even though he had never studied martial arts, Xiao Sun smiled and said that he was underestimating himself. As he cultivated, his strength, reaction, and agility were becoming better and better, surpassing the abilities of an ordinary person. In addition, Fortune's charming scripture was the bane of all succubi. No matter whether it was by chance or not, they would definitely win. A moment later, the guards had already surrounded the hero and wanted to take him to the all-inclusive room. The hero sighed heavily, but did not lose hope, because he had no other choice, and he hoped that Xiao Sun had told him the truth. The guards brought to Xiaolu and reported that the master had arrived. At the same time, many workers sat over Gan Wei Wei, giving her many different treatments, such as massaging her legs, back, and arms. Seeing the chief foreman, the girl ordered all the workers to leave them alone. The obedient workers bowed before the girl and immediately began to leave. The hero had absolutely no idea how to react to this, and watched with surprise what was happening. The girl asked the guy why he was standing there frozen. He should come over because she had tried everything the place had to offer just because of him. Confused, the guy didn't know what to do, but Xiao Sun gave him a hint and told him to do everything as always. As soon as the succubus was distracted, they would immediately take advantage of the opportunity and attack. Sitting down next to the girl, Xiaolu began to ask if she was some famous model, because she looked simply incredible, and he hoped that she would forgive him for such words, because no other description came to his mind. Gan Wei Wei was not surprised that he was able to impress Leon and become the trump card of this establishment, because he has such a sweet tongue that no girl can resist. To begin with, she was going to drink some wine. This glass contained a black bloodworm. It is capable of saturating human blood with dark energy, which succubi love very much. Apparently, the succubus wants to turn the hero into the main course. The girl asked in surprise why the guy didn't drink the wine, as if he was afraid that something had been mixed into it. Xiao Sun told the hero at the same time that ordinary people couldn't see such things. If he didn't drink the wine now, Gan Wei Wei would start to suspect him. Meanwhile, two girls were waiting for him on the street and didn't quite understand why he was gone for so long, as if he was busy with something. Ling Ling immediately assumed that perhaps he had not been allowed to resign and was now being kept inside. The chairwoman asked the younger sister to wait here because she wanted to know what kind of place this Pegasus Club was, where you could enter but not leave. At that very second, the heroes began to drink the wine that Gan Wei Wei gave him. Unable to take a sip, he said he couldn't drink it and apologized. The girl was not satisfied with this answer, and she wanted to know why. Xiaolu decided to argue that his main task was to give the girl a massage. Alcohol could negatively affect the quality of his work. He is not perfect in this matter. So first the massage, and then the drink. He wasn't entirely sure that such a lie would convince her, and in the worst case, all that remained was to disobey. The delighted girl was confused, but asked that as soon as he finished the massage, he not forget to have a drink with her. She also asked him, while he was working, not to forget to use force and not to be afraid to cause pain, because she loved strong men. The mysterious girl knew that this was the master's chance. He had to take advantage of this succubus's carelessness to use his powers and kill her. The trusting succubus lay down on the bed and waited for the hero to start giving her a massage. Suddenly, in the reflection of the glass, she saw that the hero was using his magical abilities and approaching her from behind. Immediately after that, she began to turn around to prevent Xiaolu from getting any closer to her. "Get on your feet." The girl wanted to understand who this guy really was. Suddenly, Xiao Sun appeared and shouted for the succubus to open his eyes wider and see that this gentleman is an honorable immortal, flourishing, wise, kind, and gallant. The immortal Bloom family is the succubus's worst enemy, and Gan Wei Wei admitted that she had been too careless. In order to protect herself, the girl abruptly turned the table over and began to hide behind it. After that, she started to run away abruptly. Succubi who specialize in control are very bad in close combat, and you shouldn't give her the opportunity to escape. As she approached the door, the girl turned around to see if the guy was running after her. At that very second, the hero manages to touch the impudent succubus and use his magical powers. From literally one touch, the succubus fell to the ground and was literally helpless. Because of this attack, Gan Wei Wei was seriously injured. One more blow, and she would definitely die. The protagonist was preparing to deliver the next crushing blow to destroy the impudent succubus and was gradually approaching. Suddenly, the head of the student council appeared, who wanted to know what the guy was doing and how he could beat a girl and whether he was still a man. The confused guy wanted to know why the president came here. At the same time, the caring girl tried to help the wounded lady and wanted to call an ambulance in order to save her. Shallu didn't expect this and immediately shouted at her not to approach her because the succubus was dangerous. The insidious succubus grabbed the student club president by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Looking straight into the eyes of the demon, the hero asked not to drag innocent people into this. If she lets her go, then so be it, he will let the succubus go. What she heard made Ganwei happy, and she took action. With her strength, she threw the helpless girl straight into Shallu's arms. Suddenly, the student club president found himself holding a knife in his hands. Fortunately, Shallu noticed this and stopped the lady in time. With all his strength, he threw the knife in the other direction, having first taken it from the girl. The knife crashed into the wall, although it could have pierced the main character himself. The angry guy wanted to know what was going on here. The student club president's eyes were also red, and his gaze was completely empty. Unfortunately, the girl was also bitten by a puppet tick and is now under the control of a succubus. Thus, the hero realized that if Ganwei did not keep his word, then she should not even hope to leave here alive. Laughing, the succubus angrily asked him not to rush and not to forget about his friend. After all, she would now advise keeping herself in hand. Otherwise, she was not sure that this girl would not harm herself. With horror, the hero began to think through his next plan of action. Soon, the student club president began to take Ganwei away, saying that they needed to get out of here. Leaving the club, the hero was met by his younger sister. The puzzled guy immediately asked his sister where Siaka was. In confusion, the sister said that she had just brought out some beauty, after which they got into the car and drove away. The expression on her sister's face was so strange. Ling Ling tried to call her, but she did not react at all, as if they had quarreled when they were inside. With a heavy sigh, the guy sadly admitted that nothing like that had happened in the club. A moment later, a new message arrived on the hero's mobile phone. It stated that if he wanted to save Xiakea, he needed to come to the Kai Huan Hotel, room 21. As Shallu ran away in a hurry, he shouted at his sister to run home and that he needed to take care of something. Ling Ling immediately realized that her elder brother was hiding something from her, and she was incredibly angry at him. Sometime later, events continued to take place at the Kai Huan Hotel. Yahiro entered the elevator and pressed number 21 to save Xiakea. Shosun warned Shallu that this was definitely a trap and that he was now walking straight into an open mouse trap. Feeling guilty, the hero understood that it was because of him that Xiakea was caught. Despite the fact that it was an obvious trap, he had to go there. He also prepared a secret weapon and asked Xiao Sun not to worry because they would definitely save her. An anxious Xiao Sun was worried because they didn't know whether this weapon would be useful at the moment. If it suddenly turned out to be ineffective, then no one would know what to do. Xiao Lu at the same time understood that if this happened, they would need to come up with another plan. Every problem has several solutions. The elevator doors opened, and an unknown guy was waiting for the hero on the floor. Not understanding what was happening, the hero immediately asked the mysterious guy who he was. But then he just bowed down and said that Ganwei was waiting for him in the room and he needed to follow him. The mysterious guy began to open the door to the room. As soon as they entered the room, initially no one was visible. Suddenly another door swung open in front of them. Behind the door was Ganwei sitting on a chair, and Xiaka tied to a pipe. The succubus had a whip in her hands and began waving it. Feeling anxious, the protagonist asked the girl to tell him what she wanted in exchange for Xiaka's freedom. It was then that Ganwei said that if Xiaolu jumped from here, then she would let the innocent lady go. In fact, she was just joking because she would never ask such a thing, and said that if he could beat Kai Chi, then she would let his girlfriend go. Xiaolu was afraid that this was another trap, but Xiao Sun convinced him that given his current level of cultivation, the hero would be able to beat this man with one hand. Fearing deception, he wanted to understand why I should trust him, that she would keep her word, since she could give her a command at any moment and leave with her, and he would be unable to do anything about it. Ganwei began to convince the hero that she had removed the puppet effect from Xiakea, because otherwise, the impudent one would not have had so much fun. As soon as Ganwei took the gag out of Xiakea's mouth, she immediately shouted at Xiaolu to call the police. The succubus girl immediately turned to Xiakea and said that the police were clearly of no help here. Meanwhile, a servant named Kaichi was ready for a fight. Shosun was surprised that the succubus dared to look down on the young master. A couple of blows would definitely be enough for the master to win. And then the girl warned that Kaichi had previously been a professional boxer. He moved at incredible speed and fought at first glance much better than Xiaolu. Luckily, the hero managed to deflect the impudent man's blow, but he felt the force that was put into the punch. For an ordinary person, such a blow would have clearly broken his arm. From this moment on, Xiaolu wanted to let Kaichi feel the force of his attack, and thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge it if he was so close. The former professional boxer was able to easily dodge the main character's crushing blow. What he saw amazed the guy. He didn't expect that this was even possible. A series of blows immediately followed, and he didn't understand how Kaichi was able to dodge so well. It turned out that it was completely useless, because the master had endowed him with power, and the hero's fist would never reach him. Seeing what was happening, Shakir and Xiaolu were stunned. They didn't even know what to do next. Parasitic cockroaches are capable of instilling in the host a reaction that a human cannot surpass. The overconfident hero began to address the boxer, asking him if he still served the succubus faithfully after what she had done to him. Unable to bear such words, the impudent man began to attack Xiaolu, delivering numerous blows to the body. At the same time, the boxer understood that no matter whether it was a demon or a god, as long as they made him stronger, he would obey their orders. One of the blows still managed to hit the hero. This very blow was able to knock the main character off his feet and slam him right into the wall, which began to crack from the force of the blow. Watching the fight, the girls began to worry wildly, because they doubted that Xiaolu would be able to win. After recovering from the blow, the hero told the boxer that since he was so fanatical, he shouldn't cry later, since he forced him to use a special skill. Gan Wei 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 immediately asked her servant to be careful, because the guy probably still had an ace up his sleeve. But the boxer asked the master not to worry, because he was always serious, no matter who the opponent was. That secret weapon was a lighter. The hero began to set fire to absolutely everything that was in his path and had the ability to burn. The boxer was amazed that arson was his trump card, but it wasn't that simple. High-class rooms are always equipped with fire alarms, and trying to start a fire in a hotel is very stupid. In fact, arson was not his true goal, because he is just an ordinary student who has never done anything illegal. Looking the guy straight in the eyes, the boxer wanted to know what he wanted to start if it wasn't a fire. The idea was not to commit arson. The point is to collect as much water as possible throughout the room. Using his magical abilities, the boy began to freeze the water that was under his feet. Without waiting for a response, the boxer began to attack and shouted that this was a cheap trick. He would not be able to scare anyone here. Smiling, the hero thought that the boxer really hadn't learned anything at all in his life. Did he really not know that, under the influence of cold, cockroaches gradually lose all their strength? All his movements become more constrained and slow. The unsuspecting boxer did not expect Xiaolu to do such a mean thing and attack in such a way. This kind of attack worked successfully, and the hero returned the blow with all his might to the impudent guy, thereby destroying him with literally one blow. Having fallen to the ground, the fighter could no longer fight. In fact, it wasn't a trick. The hero preferred to call it simple knowledge. Later, in his free time, he advised the boxer to read a few books. Pointing his finger at Gan Wei Wei, he asked why she didn't let go of Shakir, since Xiaolu had won the battle. A moment later, the rope on the girl's hands began to untie. From that moment on, it seemed to them that, fortunately, everything was over. Suddenly they discovered a silhouette approaching them. It was Gan Wei Wei. Part of her body had turned into a giant spider, and she didn't think it was over. The outraged hero did not understand why she did not keep her promise, because she promised that she would let her go, and now she was doing dishonest things. Laughing, the succubus didn't understand what was going on. After all, she had let the hero's girl go, but she certainly hadn't promised that she would stop hunting them. If it weren't for that useless piece of trash, the girl definitely wouldn't have shown her ghost devil spider form. They are the only people who have seen that form, and everyone who saw this form of the ghostly devil spider before died. The hero assumed this was indeed the case, and Gan Wei Wei praised him for quickly grasping all the information. A large amount of webbing began to entangle Xiaolu's arms and legs, making him unable to move. Meanwhile, Xiakar was trying to get out and was pushing the door to get into the corridor. Unfortunately, the girl suffered the same fate, and her entire body was covered in cobwebs. The angry spider approached the hero and wanted to do something terrible to him. Something angered her. She did not understand why he maintained such a blank expression on his face, as if nothing was happening, because now, according to her plan, he should be begging her for mercy. With incredible calm, the hero explained that even if he began to beg, would she spare him? He thought she would not, so he decided to save his strength. Ganwei Wei continued her attack and wanted to see if he could remain as calm as she did when she launched her attack and began to tear apart his body. Her wish was for Xiaolu's cry to turn into a song, and she commanded him to cry. Shakoer watched everything that was happening with horror, and only her scream was heard. Suddenly the hero used his secret weapon, and the angry spider began to retreat. Coughing violently, she wanted to know what kind of spray he used, and why she was experiencing such unbearable pain. It was a special, strong dislovos that helps against mosquitoes, flies, cockroaches, and any other bugs. A small spray is enough to kill them all. At least that's what the seller said. The spider was experiencing unbearable pain. It was difficult for her to breathe, and gradually she began to suffocate. Soon, her body began to disappear completely, and only a dark something remained. Meanwhile, Xiaolu had the spray, and he thought that the seller hadn't really deceived him. One press, one kill of an insect. A brave guy approached the girl and said that he had come to save her, after which he asked them not to be afraid, because everything was over, and now they were safe. At the same time, the hero felt that Xiaka was clinging too tightly to him. Xiaosun immediately realized that something was clearly wrong with the girl. Blushing, the girl asked to hug her and hold her tighter. It turns out, she was under a spell that if they didn't find an antidote, she would feel like there was fire burning into her brain until she hurt herself. This condition was similar to the mental disorder of the boss's sister, but the succubus had died, and Xiaolu didn't quite understand where he should look for an antidote now. There was only one way to extract the antidote, but in that case, the hero would have to sacrifice himself. He couldn't believe that he had to do something so shameful. If he took it off her without permission, he would be a criminal. This was all just to save her, and Xiaolu asked Xiao Sun to leave the room. But she couldn't leave him alone because he was completely inexperienced. That's why she had to guide him. The confused hero tried to explain to the mysterious girl that he didn't need her help with this. He'd seen it done in a couple of Japanese videos, so he could handle the task himself. Xiao Sun was against it because videos alone weren't enough. What if something went wrong, and she wanted to help? Sometime later, Xiaolu asked Xiao Sun not to talk about sacrifice to himself anymore, because he might misunderstand this expression. A caring, mysterious girl began to bandage the hero's hand because she must take care of his health. So, Shakoa drank the guy's blood, and everything should be fine with her, because his blood contains the purest life energy. One sip is enough to neutralize any poison. The skeptical guy wanted to know if his blood had any side effects. But Xiao Sun asked him not to joke like that, because his blood was the best in the world and it couldn't have any side effects. Besides the fact that after his blood, no other guy would be attracted to her except him, but that certainly couldn't be called a side effect, Xiao Sun thought. Sometime later, Xiakeer finally woke up and began to anxiously shout for no one to be killed. She was worried that Xiaolu was there, but now everything was fine, and the worthless succubus was defeated. In short, the hero explained that they had gotten rid of Ganwei Wei, and everyone was now safe. The worried Xiakeer still didn't think they were safe because the spirit girl was still flying above the hero's head. Xiao Sun was angered by this statement, because she did not consider herself a spirit girl, because there was no such beautiful girl like her. It turned out that because Xiakeer drank Xiaolu's blood, she now has the ability to see spirits because her body has changed. Since she now has the opportunity to see Xiao Sun, the hero can no longer hide anything. A few minutes later, after telling the whole story, he apologized to the girl for dragging her into all this, and for the succubus grabbing her because of him. Shakeer thought that if Xiaolu hadn't told her all this, and she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that there was an evil creature like this succubus in this world. Fortunately, the hero dealt with the succubus, and this should not happen again. Xiao Sun reminded him at the same time that this was not the only succubus in this world, and that in the future, other succubi would appear and attack him. The indignant hero began to say that this succubus was enough for him, and he did not want to meet anyone like that in the future. All this is because the blooming immortals are the worst enemies of the succubi. This is a punishment for the forbidden love between heaven and earth. Even if both sides do not seek a meeting, they will still sometimes bump into each other. Then Xiaolu wanted to understand what he would do if someone appeared again who was just as difficult to deal with. And Sayaka then offered her help. Since she already knew about the evil creatures in this world, she couldn't just ignore it. Turning around abruptly, the guy said that he was very grateful for her kindness, but she was an ordinary person, and it would be too dangerous for her. The girl claimed that she was not afraid of danger, but the hero insisted that no meant no. Xiao Sun decided to stop their argument and said that ordinary people couldn't resist succubi, but if Miss Sia followed cultivation, she could make her extraordinary. Without hesitation, Shakur agreed. Stepping aside, Xiaolu was indignant. Because he did not understand what Xiakeya could cultivate. He did not want her to love many men, because he should not drag her down this dark path. It wasn't that simple, and Xiaosun had another book. It was called the Heart Sutra of the Beautiful Maiden, a method for innocent maidens to cultivate. This book was created by the flourishing immortals a long time ago. Embarrassed by awkwardness, the hero smiled because he had initially misunderstood his companion. But soon, he still found a problem, and it was not in the cultivation method, but in the fact that they should not drag the innocent into their problems. Meanwhile, Xiaosun had already handed over the book, and Xiakeya thanked the master because she was going to work hard to wipe out all the succubi from the face of the earth. With a heavy sigh, the hero realized that, in any case, it would be very difficult to deal with the succubi alone. All this time, someone was watching the heroes and thinking that mortal enemies, an affair of damned love, were just fairy tales to deceive people, and the unknown person did not believe it. Sometime later, Xiaolu and Ling Ling were eating at home. The younger sister asked her brother not to sit on the phone while he was at the table. The brave hero warned her at the same time that he was almost finished. As it turned out, he had been corresponding with Xiakeya and telling her about Qigong. It was too long to explain, so today after class, he wanted to teach the girl this. The girl began to blackmail him that it would take too long to wait, and Xiaolu agreed to go. Because the hero had important business at the university, he needed to leave early, as he told his sister. The girl didn't understand what had happened, that he hadn't even finished his breakfast. Her brother was acting stranger and stranger. A few dozen minutes later, Lin Lin was walking down the street with her classmate, and the girl noticed that her friend was somehow sad. It's all because of her older brother. In the past, he never hid anything from her. But now, as if he was holding something back. In the morning at breakfast, he spent the whole time on the phone and didn't even finish eating. The friend thought that his brother finally had a girlfriend, and she thought that it was passionate love between the two of them. Ling Ling's younger sister never expected to hear this, and the answer left her shocked. The friend believed that her older brother, after all, was a university student, and it was normal for him to have a girlfriend. But the younger sister was afraid that some bad woman could seduce her brother, in which case the girl should pass her test. Suddenly they heard a loud bang. One of the boys who studied at their school began to be bullied. Ling Ling immediately realized that it was Wu Fei from the class, and for some reason she was bullying the guy. Her friend asked the girl not to interfere. This girl who was hitting him was Zhao Yannan. From the 12th grade, she got along with a bad crowd outside of school, and they should not get involved in this situation. Indignant, Zhao Yannan asked Wu Fei how he dared not pay for a month's protection. And then she ordered the guys to show him what the consequences are if you don't pay money on time. A moment later, Ling Ling started shouting to the police that there was a fight going on. The hooligans started to run away, and Zhao Yannan shouted after them that if the boy didn't pay by the end of class, he should get ready because he would go home naked. Ling Ling's friend thought it was very brave of her to think of tricking the hooligans by pretending that the police were nearby. But she knew that those who think bad things think as if they are guilty. So as soon as they hear about the police, they will run away with their tails between their legs. Having recognized the guy, the girl approached him and asked if he was okay and if he was hurt. The embarrassed guy stood rooted to the spot and had absolutely no idea what to answer her. The girl at the same time said that he was a boy and should be braver. If they continued to bully him, then he should tell the teachers, and Ling Ling was going to prove that he was right. Sometime later, they found themselves in class, and Wu Fei was watching Ling Ling closely. As it turned out, he was painting a portrait of his beloved, namely Ling Ling. Suddenly someone started snatching the drawing. The rude man started asking the loser what he was drawing there. He shouted to the whole class that he didn't think that Wu Fei could secretly draw the beauty queen of their class. And the guy should look in the mirror, because an ugly toad can't dream a swan meat. The lessons were over, and Wu Fei was sitting alone in the classroom. Someone behind him threw a piece of paper at the guy to get his attention. It was Zhao Yannan who wanted to know where her money was. The confused boy felt that he was very pathetic, and his heart wanted to explode. Wu began to cry, and he believed that the girl should feel this feeling and pain in double proportion. The rude girl thought that the guy was trying to curse her and began to swing her hand to hit him. Suddenly her hand was wrapped in green lightning. That same hand did not obey its owner at all and froze in the air. The gloating Wu Fei believed that since girls like to beat someone so hard, they should beat themselves. With the help of his incredible magical abilities, he forced the girl to beat herself with her own hands. Today, he is her master, and Zhao Yannan will do whatever he orders. He was wearing a ring together, which accumulates power emanating from the bearer's malice. When the ring is filled with malice, the bearer gains the power to control other people. The effects dissipate when the bearer's malice towards opponents dries up. With all his strength, he grabbed the girl by the face and pressed her to himself, because he wanted her to help him vent all his anger. Sometime later, Wu Fei arrived at his home, and he thought that the ring together is truly incredible. It's just a pity that the power extends only to those on whom he wants to take revenge. There were many photos of his beloved Ling Ling on his computer, and he thought that if things were different, he could force Ling Ling to become his girlfriend. The next day, Ling Ling's friends told her about Zhao Yannan, who suddenly volunteered to clean the toilet and didn't even forget the men's ones. The teacher approached the girl to ask what happened. She said that this was her retribution to those whom she humiliated in the past, and Ling Ling thought that Zhao Yannan apparently realized that her behavior was wrong. In any case, this was good news. The delighted girl turned around to look at Wu Fei, after which she kindly approached him and told him that Zhao Yannan had changed and would no longer bother him, and now he should gather up his courage. The girl sincerely believed that he could do it. The cheerful guy said that he would do everything in his power. Suddenly, another bully approached him and asked the loser since when he had been so close to the class queen, and he wanted to remind Wu Fei that only he had the right to flirt with her, and people like him should stay away from her. The Ring of Vengeance began to gain even greater power again, and a moment later, that same hooligan took off his pants and threw them out the window, and then he started running around the classroom in just his underwear, shouting that he was a pervert. A few minutes later, the police arrived and wanted to detain him, but he asked them not to interfere because he was a pervert. Looking at the ring, Wu Fei thought that those who bullied him would receive 100 times more humiliation in return. Looking at the girl, he also told her not to worry, because he was not a loser who could be humiliated, and he would be able to protect her. The friends were discussing how every time a woman in the cafeteria cooks a dish with meat, there's no meat in it, and Ling Ling just said that it helps her lose weight. Wu Fei's gaze immediately turned to that very woman. A moment later, the same woman approached the students and said that she had not put in enough meat, asking them to allow her to correct the situation. During physical education class, Coach told Ling Ling that sports day was just around the corner, and her results in the 100-meter dash were so poor. It felt like she wasn't getting enough rest or hadn't trained enough to begin with. To rectify the situation, Wu Fei once again used his magic ring of revenge, and immediately the coach started crying and shouting that it was only 100 meters and he couldn't even run it in 10 seconds. He was really useless, and he really had no right to teach them. While running away from Ling Ling, the coach continued to shout that he would go and write a resignation letter. At this very time, Wu Fei continued to observe the situation and stayed close by because he didn't want to let anyone humiliate Ling Ling. Class finally ended, and Ling Ling's gaze turned to the side. It was all because Xiaolu, her beloved brother, came to see her. The happy little sister wanted to know why he came to her today. At this very moment, someone started taking pictures of Ling Ling and Xiaolu with a mobile phone. It was Wu Fei, who didn't understand why this guy was so close to Ling Ling and was going to give him hell. Using his magic ring, he used up its maximum charge. The hero's gaze turned to the side because something caught his attention. Xiaosun also noticed that she could smell the scent of a succubus nearby. Meanwhile, Ling Ling reminded her brother that the girls from her school were still underage. If he tried to do anything to them, the police would arrest him. The caring brother pinched his sister on the cheek and said that he had no intention of doing anything to her classmates. And I also wanted to ask my sister if anything strange had happened at school today. As she began to remember, the girl realized that something strange had happened this morning. The last thing that happened was in physical education. The teacher burst into tears and wanted to quit. The girl didn't know what came over him. And Xiaosun immediately realized that the succubus controlled the minds of all these people, and he was still hiding somewhere in the school. Ling Ling was scared and clung to her brother's arms. She was afraid that she might one day stop being herself and start doing strange things. But as long as Xiaolu was by her side, no one dared to harm her. At this moment, the feud between Xiaolu and Wu Fei erupted over the desire to protect Ling Ling. 3 days later, Ling Ling took part in the sports festival that was held at their school. In order to identify the succubus hiding in the school, Xiaka Air and Xiaolu pretended to be students and took advantage of the chaos of the festival to infiltrate the school. Meanwhile, Xiaolu told the president that she really shouldn't have gone with him, but the girl insisted that it was all for Ling Ling's safety. Besides, this is her old school, and she can't ignore the fact that there is a succubus hiding somewhere here. And the guy shouldn't worry. After cultivating, she can fight with him and won't be a burden. Meanwhile, Xiaka was thinking that the outfit she was wearing was very tight, and had she really gained so much weight in a year that she no longer fit into the uniform? A moment later, someone started talking to the girl and called her a beauty, after which he asked what class she was from. One of the senior students had never seen her before, so he wanted to meet her. The indignant girl ordered the impudent guy to get out of her sight and not bother her anymore. The impudent boy continued to pester him and said that a rose has thorns and that no one in this school has the right to talk to him like that, because it was not for nothing that they called him a tyrant. Without any hesitation, the girl grabbed the impudent fellow and threw him head down on the floor with all her strength. After wiping her hands, Syakear clarified that the nickname Turtle was more suitable for him. Some students noticed that a fight had broken out and that some girl was beating up a guy. The high school student started crying and said that the girl and boy tried to take his money. And when he refused, they started beating him. Due to the slander, Syakear immediately applied a painful hold on the guy's head, and Xiaolu noticed that if she continued to press on his arm, she would break it. The girl would like this, because such freaks as he spoil the prestige of the school. Meanwhile, the hero noticed his sister quickly approaching, and he asked the girl to leave quickly, because his sister should not notice them. The physical education teacher immediately approached them and asked the two students to go with him to the teacher's lounge, in order to prevent a problem with dire consequences from breaking out. Syakear and Xiaolu went to the office with the physical education teacher, and they also thought that if they ran away, they would waste another day searching for succubi in vain. If the teacher started digging, he would find out who they were. Because there's a sports festival going on at the school, there won't be anyone else in the teacher's room, so they should quickly deal with the teacher and then continue looking for traces of the succubus. After opening the door to the teacher's room, the girl and the boy were stunned by what they saw. There were a lot of hooligans waiting for them in the office, and Zhao Yanan even had a knife. Syakear immediately scolded them because they behaved like bandits, even when they were in the teacher's room. The impudent Zhao Yanan spat in the girl's direction and said that she didn't dare interfere in my business because she hated such beauties, that guys lined up to get their attention, because they were the most arrogant. At the same time, Syakear hated girls like her, because girls who don't like to study push themselves to sin, they have the smallest brains. The hooligan wanted to see the girl in love, whether she could be just as arrogant if she was left with a few scars. The girl was shocked that the bully in the teacher's office was able to pull out a knife, as if she had completely lost her mind. As it turned out, the physical education teacher was in cahoots with them because the students were not listening at all. And they needed to be taught a lesson, and not just the two of them, who were making a fuss, and should stand still, because he wanted to show why you need to listen to teachers. Meanwhile, Wu Fei himself was watching everything that was happening, and was directing the entire process. He gloated, and was pleased that the show was just beginning. Returning to the past, the events took place shortly before. Earlier, Xiaolu almost discovered Wu Fei, but he hid, and realized that this guy was not like everyone else. He sensed his strength, so he would have to change his plan for revenge. That's why, after a little beating, he decided to use the wheel together, and show him what the consequences of stealing his goddess could be. Suddenly, Xiaosun appeared, and warned the heroes that she felt the aura of a succubus on these guys. Their minds were under control. The brave guy shielded the girl with him, and asked her to stand behind him to let him deal with them. The girl also shone with her courage, and asked to leave them with her, and at the same time to check how her cultivation was going. Xiaosun also confirmed that the mistress has the strength of 10 people. These are just ordinary people who are under the control of the succubus. They are not her opponents anyway. With a deft movement of her hand, Syakear pulled the knife out of Zhao Yanan's hands. Looking angrily at the girl, Lady also shouted that her mother should have told her as a child that girls should not play with knives. The brazen hooligan ordered her friends not to stand there like a pillar of iron, but to also attack the girl. The hooligans immediately began to attack the girl, but she was able to easily dodge each of their blows. Suddenly, the gym teacher himself caught the girl from behind and began to block her neck with his hands in order to begin strangling her. Using the strength of 10 people, she was able to easily knock him over and throw him many meters forward because he did not dare touch her body. Zhao Yanan knelt down in confusion, not knowing what to do next. Syakear herself didn't have a single scratch on her. She was able to easily defeat 3 people, as she possessed the strength of 10. Wuva began to worry and did not understand where such a strong girl came from. Just like a black widow, she ruined all his plans. And now, he did not know what to do. He also understood that fear's the lot of the weak. Only hatred can give a person strength. He should accept hatred in his heart, and it will burn everything. As if possessed, Wu Fei began to repeat that he must take revenge. Approaching the bully, the girl said that if Zhao Yanan were a girl, she would end up like these, and in the future, she should take better care of herself. Looking at each other, the heroes did not understand where the succubus was, because they had defeated all their opponents. The succubus had set a trap for them, but it was unknown why he hadn't come to see for himself. He was probably watching everything from the security room. They should go and check if he was there. Shakur was sincerely glad that the hero had figured this out on his own and admitted that he was truly smart, because Yakirka could drank Chaolu's blood. From that moment on, she would forever admire him sincerely. Without realizing it, she would exaggerate his strengths. From the outside, it would seem that she was simply admiring him. The hero wasn't entirely comfortable, but he still decided to go to the security room, because if they didn't hurry, the succubus might escape. Suddenly the door in front of them swung open. It was that same succubus, around whom there was a dark aura. And he looked angrily at the couple. Looking at the succubus, Shakur couldn't believe that it was him, because judging by his beauty, it was unlikely. Watching the heroes, the embittered Wu Fei felt terrible anger and a sense of rage, and he believed that anyone who dared to call him a freak should die. With the power of his mind, he began to throw many objects, lifting them with the help of his magical abilities. Fortunately, Xiaolu was able to easily repel each of the brazen succubus's attacks. The caring guy asked the president if she was okay, and she really was because he was able to protect her. In horror, Zhao Yannan started to run away. She literally begged to be saved because she felt incredible fear. Meanwhile, Wu Fei stopped her and said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because only hatred would give her strength. Feeling strong anger, the guy was able to easily turn an ordinary girl into a monster, because now, instead of nails, she had sharp claws. From that moment on, the girl began to thirst only for revenge and immediately wanted to attack. Shakur actually let her go because she is a girl, and now she thinks that she won't have to let her go again. Two incredibly strong girls began to attack each other, running to deliver crushing blows. A fight broke out. The heroine wanted to kick, but the mutant easily dodged. With her newfound power, the girl possessed abilities she had not had before. Taking advantage of Shakir's distraction, Zhao Yannan struck her shoulder with her claws. She also wanted to spoil the girl's face so that her own mother wouldn't recognize her. The hero feared for the girl's life and began to run to her aid. Suddenly some object began to fall on him, because magic was used on it. Luckily, the hero was able to dodge the falling huge cabinet with his reaction. Smirking, the succubus said that the enemy is right in front of him, and again he began to use his abilities to defeat Xiaolu. Using incredibly powerful magic, he raised many sharp objects into the air and wanted to attack the hero with all of them. In a flash, a multitude of sharp objects were fired like darts straight at the protagonist. Using his reaction and skills, the guy immediately began to dodge many objects. Wu Fei asked the hero not to be afraid. Before piercing his heart, he would tear his entire body apart. Otherwise, his anger would not go away. At the same time, the guy understood that in order to defeat this crazy guy, he first needed to close the distance. But this pile of pens was standing in his way, and he didn't quite understand what to do. Upon discovering the water tank, Xiaolu immediately came up with an idea that could help her win. This smart guy immediately began to hide behind the water tank. The succubus just laughed, because he thought that the hero would not be safe this way. Meanwhile, the handles fell into the water tank, thereby destroying it. The demon also shouted that Xiaolu was now like a wet dog. Someone like him should never be near Ling Ling. What he heard shocked the hero, and he immediately wanted to know which Ling Ling he was talking about. Throwing up his hands, the succubus said that he was talking about his goddess, Lu Lingling, and would not allow other guys to approach her because she was his girlfriend. Feeling very angry, Xiaolu couldn't stand it and started to attack. Seeing that they were approaching him, the succubus began to laugh, because the hero would not be able to close the distance to fight in close combat, since the pen would reach his body much faster. A multitude of flying objects followed the hero again, but he continued to run. Unfortunately indeed, the pens that were thrown by the succubus got stuck in the hero's body. But Wu Fei realized with horror that the pens were just stuck in his shirt. Because his shirt was made of ice, which covered half of his body, his clothes were covered in ice. He made himself ice armor to stop his attacks. The hero's rage knew no bounds, because the villain dared to fight for the heart of her little sister. What he heard shocked the guy. He didn't know that it was his sister. With a single powerful blow, Xiaolu was able to easily neutralize the insolent Wu Fei. But that was not the end, and what followed was a series of blows that were supposed to destroy the succubus. Because of everything that happened, the hero couldn't just let the demon go. The defeated insolent man lay unconscious and could not say a word. The ring had fallen off his finger during the blow and was no longer on his hand. Shakur approached the hero and asked what happened here, because the girl who was against her simply fell unconscious. All because the owner fell unconscious, and the puppets immediately lost the ability to fight. Suddenly, the girl discovered that some ring was lying on the floor, and in order to take a closer look at it, she lifted it up. She immediately realized that this was an unusual ring and wanted to wear it. Fearing that something terrible would happen, the hero immediately took it away. Having said that it was impossible, there really was something wrong with this ring. Xiaolu held the ring in his hands and felt an unusual energy coming from it. The companion immediately said that her master was right. It was a cursed item. Enchanted by a powerful succubus, it allows the wearer to gain dark powers. This guy couldn't be a powerful succubus, but was an ordinary person. All his powers came from the ring. And then, the heroes decided to wait until Wu Fei woke up to ask him where he got the ring. Using his magical abilities, the hero decided to speed up his awakening and splashed a small amount of water directly into his face. Literally a moment later, the impudent fellow had already jumped up and was conscious. The angry heroes watched as the impudent man woke up. The beaten boy begged not to beat him and said that it was all his fault. Bowing down to him, Xiaolu immediately said that maybe he wouldn't hit him, but only if he honestly told where he got this ring. Otherwise, he would have to teach him a lesson for messing with his sister. The frightened guy even wet his pants out of fear. By coincidence, he wet himself. And if he lies to them, the hero will freeze this water. Embarrassed, the guy covered himself and said that he would tell absolutely everything, and there was no need to do this. As it turned out, he received the ring a week ago. Earlier, he was walking down the street and thinking that if he didn't pay for protection tomorrow, he would be beaten again. But he didn't understand where he would get the money. The merchant sitting opposite him turned to Wu Fei and told him to come over and look at his goods. That same merchant noticed that his things only fell into the hands of special people, and he saw that the guy was special. The boy became interested and wanted to understand what it meant to be special or not special. The seller spoke as if he was selling books with the secrets of martial arts, but it was just an ordinary ring. The merchant noticed that the student had a keen eye. Fortunately, this ring of revenge suited him perfectly. It will help him take revenge on anyone he wishes. Wu Fei was skeptical about this and wanted to know who this merchant was and how he knew that the guy wanted to take revenge on someone. The mysterious man said that it did not matter who he was. All that mattered was that by putting on this ring, he would gain the power of revenge. The guy looked at the ring with surprise and wondered if he could really gain the power of revenge by wearing this ring. Suddenly, the merchant seemed to have vanished, and Wu Fei couldn't understand how this happened, because he was right in front of him just now. Then he realized that he could use the ring together to control people. At first, he thought that Xiaolu was Ling Ling's boyfriend, so he wanted to harm her with this ring, although he didn't know that he was her brother. Because of this, he asked for forgiveness. After listening to the guy's story, Xiakeya realized that he really wasn't lying. But then, it was unknown why the succubus gave him the ring. Xiaosun noted that the actions of strong succubi are difficult to explain. With so much information, it's too early to build a theory. Such dark things are dangerous. They cannot be allowed to remain in the hands of people with evil intentions. And the hero wanted to know if it was possible to somehow destroy the ring. Xiaosun told him that the power of the blooming immortals is the direct opposite of the succubus. He just needs to try to pour his power into this ring. A moment later, the hero began to use his magical abilities to destroy the ill-fated ring. As the ring was being destroyed, Wu Fei began to experience incredible pain. As it turns out, after the ring is destroyed, the owner will lose everything that happened to her while she was wearing the ring. To sum it up, they needed to minimize the risks to Ling Ling, so they needed to leave here early before anyone came. Events continued to unfold outside the building. Some mysterious lady was watching what was happening and thought that everything was becoming more and more interesting. Knocks on the door followed immediately. It was Ling Ling, whom the lady called. She approached the girl because she saw her profile. Her current guardian is her brother. After the death of her parents, he did not take care of her all the time. The woman noted that he was indeed a good brother, but despite this, the document said that he was a university student. Most likely, he now had a considerable burden on his shoulders. Starting to get nervous, his sister realized that because of her, he really had to go through a lot to pay off his debts. He even got such a disgusting part-time job. And he also owed Sister Zia a lot of money. The woman had a part-time job that would suit her brother. The pay was very good, although she wasn't sure that he would be interested in it. When Lin Lin came home, she told her brother that he had been offered the job of a tutor. All that is required of him is to go in the evenings and teach one student. This will not affect his grades in any way, and the payment is 10,000 yuan a month. The hero didn't understand why Mrs. Wang would recommend him as a tutor, but his sister believed that she was simply very kind and knew about their situation, so she was trying to help. But the guy also understood that he had never worked as a tutor before. And also, The sister knew that he had never worked in such vulgar places and still very quickly became their trump card. He agreed to that disgusting job, but refuses a decent one. The caring brother finally agreed. He wanted to try to become a tutor, but first he needed to find books from high school. Lin wanted that as soon as she entered university, she would definitely find herself a part-time job. Because she did not want him to continue to have such a hard time, having called his sister a fool, he explained to the hero that it was not hard for him at all, and if she was really worried about him, then he needed to study hard and not worry about money. Sometime later, Miss Wang arrived and told the hero that there was no point in putting off work for later. He should get in, because she was going to take him to his student. The sister was incredibly happy that the hero agreed to her proposal. The woman was delighted that the brother and sister were so attached to each other. After getting into the car, Xiaolu said that Ling had told him that the woman had taken care of her during school, and now she had offered him a job. He didn't even know how to thank her. The woman thought that if he accepted this job, it would be the best gratitude. After all, the student's personality itself is a little unusual. It was Lin Bauer. She had previously won the Ideal Idol competition. The hero had seen her on TV. The number of votes exceeded the second place by 2 times. She was a kind of star of her generation, and Lin was her fan. Hearing this, the woman was delighted, because she realized that she had not made a mistake in choosing a tutor. He had not even begun to teach her, but already understood her so well, and would definitely be a good teacher. A few minutes later, they were already standing near the student's door. They stood together with the woman and waited for the girl to open the door. The girl, expecting nothing, opened the door and looked in surprise at the company that had come to her. And soon she was very happy, because her aunt had come. The woman considered her very grown-up, but she still behaved like a child, and now she would have a new teacher. The girl immediately greeted the new teacher. As it turned out, Lin Bao can't go to school because of her work, and the woman is too busy, and therefore she needed a reliable person who could become her tutor, which is why the guy needs to take care of her. The good-natured woman wanted to leave so as not to disturb the girl's studies, and asked her to study hard and try hard. Milady was also delighted and said goodbye to her aunt. Realizing that Lin Bao was already 18 years old, the hero wanted to conduct a test for the 12th grade to check her level. And then the girl wanted to ask the teacher something. Namely, I wanted to know if he was experienced in his field. At the same time, Xiaosun appeared and noticed that this girl was active and, what's more, beautiful. Embarrassed, the hero did not want to answer this question. And then Lin Bao began to ask questions coquettishly. She wanted to know what kind of girls he liked. Sweet, innocent, stubborn. No matter what he liked, she could play any of them perfectly. Taking the book in his hands, the hero hit the girl on the head and said that he likes girls who study hard, and that he needs to finish the test quickly, because if she continues to misbehave, he will tell everything to her aunt. The upset girl listened to the teacher, but asked him not to tell her aunt, because when she gets angry, she gets very scared. The girl happily handed over the sheet of dough and said that she was finished. The hero was noticeably surprised because he didn't expect the girl to complete the test so quickly. As it turned out, she was strong in mathematics. After checking the test, the hero saw that she scored only 60 points. But the girl was happy with this result, because 60 points was the passing minimum. Smiling and a little angry, the hero said that the maximum score in this test was 150 points, and thought that although she was a talented actress, she was quite stupid. Apparently, being a tutor was not as easy as he thought. A whole hour passed, during which time Xiaolu was able to explain to the girl all the mistakes on her test. They were finished for today, and tomorrow they would be able to get other subjects. Lin Bao was against the guy leaving, and asked him to stay a little longer because she had a PlayStation 4 and she wanted to play with her teacher. It was already late, and if the hero did not hurry, his little sister would worry. The girl should also finish playing and go to bed early. The student asked in surprise if the hero really had a younger sister. The hero explained that she was her age and a high school student, and was also her fan. So since he was her tutor, he would definitely put all his efforts into her education, because he didn't want his sister's idol to fail the university entrance exams. As it turned out, this was all a test, and the girl apologized to the teacher for the jokes, because if he had not passed this test, he would have been in trouble, because she had a stun gun. Smiling, the hero immediately realized that if this girl was talking, then apparently he had passed her. That was indeed the case, and besides, she was quite interested in a Xiaolu. Fearing an audit, the hero immediately realized that the girl was making fun of him again. Apparently, he would have to give her more homework tomorrow. Without hesitation, the girl repeated again that she was not joking. As soon as Lin Bao'er lay down in bed, she began to think that she had worked very hard today and would surely sleep like a log. The bear that was sitting on her windowsill began to watch her, his eyes glowing green. Events continued to unfold the next day, and the hero rang the girl's doorbell. After some time, there was still no answer, and the guy thought that no one was home. A few seconds later, the student herself arrived, looking worried, and apologized for the wait. Observing the girl's behavior, the guy immediately realized that something was wrong with her. Suddenly, the girl began to fall. She walked crookedly, and her legs seemed to give way. Sholu was surprised and didn't understand what was wrong with the girl's leg. The thing was that when she woke up, she felt pain in her leg, so strong that she didn't go out anywhere all day. Judging by her condition, she can't even walk. So the hero asked to let him give her a massage, and the girl happily agreed. A little afraid of the girl's reaction, he said that he once worked in a spa salon and could get the blood flowing in her foot. Then perhaps it would decrease further. The girl was delighted to hear this and asked to massage her leg. The lady was very keen for the teacher to demonstrate his technique. Meanwhile, the guy started giving the massage and tried his best to help the girl. She was shocked and embarrassed, after which she immediately realized that the hero really did have talent, because the pain completely went away. Sholu said the girl only suffered a couple of bruises, possibly due to uncomfortable shoes. But overall, everything was fine, and he decided to put on a plaster. If he didn't bother his leg, then in a couple of days everything would go away. The girl was not happy when she saw the patch, because it was not at all cute. The concentrated heroes asked to calm their inner idol. Health is much more important. Besides, no one will see her leg. The girl emphasized that the teacher was now looking at her legs and wanted to know if he liked them. At that very second, the hero pressed on the middle of his foot. After this, the girl immediately cried out because she felt pain. Knowing this, the hero understood that it could be even more painful if the girl continued to make fun of the teacher instead of studying hard. A few minutes later, they continued studying, and the boy discovered that the girl was a much better student and had not made the same mistakes as yesterday. The lady believed that since she had tried hard, she deserved a reward. Xiaolu immediately clarified that if it did not go beyond what was permitted, then he could fulfill her request. As if fearing something, the girl asked the hero to sleep with her that night. Hearing such a request, the hero immediately assumed that she was mocking him again. But the girl said that she was not mocking him, but just wanted to ask the guy to leave after she fell asleep, because she was scared. Lately, she has been having nightmares constantly, and she had one last night too. In her dreams, she had an image of herself preparing for a wedding. They put a chic pink dress on her, but for some reason she was worried. The anxiety came because her lover was a terrible monster. Seeing him, the girl was overcome with intense fear. The monster said that he knew about Lin Bao'er's dream, that she wanted to have a wedding like in a fairy tale, and for her sake, he prepared it. Together with the monster, they began to walk down the red carpet, and many different cartoon characters greeted them. Soon, the monster wanted to know why there were only girls visiting, but not a single guy. The worried lady said that there was no need to worry, because she had already sent out the invitations, and Prince Horse and Prince Toad would be the best men at this wedding. The monster understood that the groomsmen were not what she expected. After all, he could never allow a man more handsome than him to be at this wedding. What she heard horrified the girl, and she didn't know how to react to it. She knew this was a nightmare and she had to get out of here. She ran away in her sleep and didn't understand what was happening and why her legs wouldn't obey her. The monster knew that she loved to dance, so he ordered this pair of red shoes for her. Before the ceremony began, he wanted to dance to his heart's content. It was obvious that the lady did not want this at all, and she shouted this to the monster. Lin Bao'er thought it was just a nightmare. But when she woke up in the morning, her leg hurt really badly. Xiaosun appeared and explained that if it had been an ordinary nightmare, she would not have been injured in life. And besides, harming people through their dreams is the signature of succubi. A moment later, the guy already agreed and asked the girl not to be afraid, because he was going to be with her today, and he would leave after she fell asleep. Night had come, and it was time to go to bed. The guy sat opposite the girl and waited for her to fall asleep. The wary lady wanted to understand what she should do if the nightmare happened again. In a calm tone, the hero said that he would be able to protect her. But the girl did not quite understand how he could protect her in a dream. The guy asked her to think about him, and then he would be able to help in a dream. And this meant that she needed to look at the hero more to make it easier to think about him. Literally a few seconds later, the girl had already fallen asleep, and it was immediately clear that something was wrong. The eyes of the bear standing on the windowsill began to glow green again. Xiaosun immediately discovered this and reported it to the master. The succubus aura of this toy is exactly the same as the Ring of Revenge. To find out how he harms people, he He will have to destroy this bear, and the hero began to use his magical abilities on him. A wary Xiao Sun asked the hero not to do this, because if he destroyed the bear now, they would not be able to save Lin Bao Er from the nightmare. That's why they should first see if they can wake her up. The hero began to carefully wake up the girl, and sweat was running down her face. It was clear that she was having a nightmare. She did not wake up because Lin Bao Er fell into a dream, created by the powers of the succubus who controlled this bear. One must hope that this person will free the girl from the equipment. Otherwise, there is no way to avoid death. Then the hero realized that they could wait until the morning. As soon as this man released Lin Bao Er, he would immediately destroy the toy. The indignant Xiao Sun understood that they probably didn't have any more time to wait. Judging by her words, the ceremony was supposed to take place today. If she really married this monster, she would definitely fall in love with this man playing this monster in life. Xiaolu couldn't let this bastard touch Lin Bao Er, and wanted to know what he had to do to stop the ceremony. There was only one way: to enter the girl's dream and disrupt the ceremony. The teddy bear in his hand was the key to sleep. All he had to do was fall asleep while in his line of sight. It was then that he decided to lie down next to the girl in order to save her. Sometime later, the hero woke up and found himself at the castle where the ceremony was taking place. He needed to enter it quickly. Suddenly, the guards announced that he could not enter the castle. Mr. Beast said that only fairy tale characters can attend the ceremony, and besides, handsome guys can't enter, and he doesn't meet both criteria. Hearing this, the guy immediately began to think that the only thing left to do was to burst in with noise. Xiao Sun calmed him down and said that in this way, he would warn the enemy. The girl wanted to deal with everything alone. And then, he asked what Xiao Sun was proposing. Joyfully, she said that she would give the guards what they needed. And then, the transformation of the main character began. The soldiers were surprised because Mr. Beast was so powerful that even characters from Eastern fairy tales came to his wedding. As it turned out, Xiaolu transformed himself into one of the fairy tale characters in order to enter the castle. The worried girl began to scream that no one would want to marry a freak like him and begged him to let her go. A moment later, the priest was already asking the master of the monster if he would agree to take Lady Lin Bao Er as his wife. And the monster, of course, agreed. Then the priest asked Mrs. Lin Bao if she would agree to marry the beast master. And the girl screamed that she did not agree. 1,000 times she did not agree. The embittered monster looked at the priest, and he said that since Mr. Beast and Mistress Lin Bao Er agreed, he would officially proclaim them. Suddenly another character entered and shouted that he was against it. He was against this engagement because it was obvious that Lin Bao Er wanted to refuse. The soldiers became angry because they did not understand how a monkey who came from the east dared to disrupt the master's wedding. But Lin Bao Er recognized the monkey as her teacher and wanted to understand why he was here. The brave guy said that he told her earlier that he could protect her. This made the monster even more angry. He couldn't believe what the girl said about the teacher, because there could never be someone like him next to her. But the girl explained that he was a tutor hired by the ant, and he comes to her house every evening. Mr. Monster realized that this creature dared to be alone with Lin Bao Er. While he was not looking, and he could not forgive this, he would never forgive it. And then Xiaolu realized that he would probably have to solve everything the hard way. The horrifying monster asked no one to interfere, because since the heroes had decided to oppose him, then a duel would have to be arranged, and it would decide whether the wedding would take place or not. One of the monster's servants began to tie the girl's hands. The monster also clarified that if the hero wins, he will free Lin Bao Er. And if he wins, the ceremony will continue, and the monster will destroy Xiaolu. Xiao Sun explained that injuries received during sleep would affect the real world, and if he killed in the dream, then in real life, the hero would also be dead. But if he defeated him in the dream, then in real life, he would be able to defeat his enemies. With incredible determination, the hero nevertheless accepted the challenge to a duel. Mr. Monster ordered one of the soldiers to give the sword to the duelist. Having received the new weapon, Xiaolu was ready to fight with full determination. The opponent also clarified that his enemy should not worry, because in a sword fight he is always honest and there will be no tricks. The priest proclaimed, since both sides have officially agreed, the duel can begin. The terrible monster immediately rushed to attack and jumped several meters up and attacked Xiaolu. Their blades crossed and the duel was officially begun. After many blows, the monster dropped his sword and could no longer fight. Pointing his sword at his opponent, the protagonist announced that the enemy had lost. Lin Bao Er watched the scene with joy and was pleased that her teacher had defeated this vile monster. The gloating beast asked whether the hero really thought he could defeat him. Xiaolu immediately realized that in order to win this duel, He needed to break his opponent's arms and see what kind of magic he was capable of. With his bare hand, the monster was able to break the sword into much smaller pieces. The hero's horror did not understand how this was possible. As it turned out, the monster forgot to mention that these clothes are protected by magic. Swords and spears are not able to pierce it. It is obvious that the guy will not win in this duel. Seeing this, Lin Bao exclaimed that the monster was a cheater because this was a completely unequal duel. This was the world of an evil monster, and it was up to him to decide what was fair and what was not. He had already given him a duel, which was already noble. Ordinary people rarely get the chance to fight with God. The scoundrel's insolent remarks were immediately followed by a blow right to his jaw. After all, if the monster is so afraid of a blow, then why don't they wear a helmet? But lies don't go far. A bastard like him will definitely need a helmet. A moment later, the embittered monster woke up and said that he was the creator and owner of everything in this world, and they attacked him, which meant they attacked God. He came to his senses in a flash and was ready to fight again. Using his magical powers, the monster summoned a giant fireball, and as an apology, his guests would have to die. Immediately, a giant fireball began to fly straight towards the Xiaolu. Luckily, the guy had excellent reflexes and was able to easily avoid the blow, but he also couldn't foresee that the fireballs would follow him. Seeing the glasses of wine, the hero came up with a new plan. As he approached the glasses of wine, an immediate explosion followed, throwing the hero several meters to the side. There was smoke everywhere, and it was impossible to see what actually happened to the guy. The stunned girl cried out to find out where her teacher was. The monster continued to look at the girl with anger and said that it was useless to scream. Her teacher had already been burned to ashes. As it turned out, the monster was wrong, and the brave guy was able to easily create several ice bills in order to protect himself from the fireballs. And all this happened because the hero wanted with all his might to protect the innocent girl. The lady was incredibly happy that her teacher was alive, and the monster underestimated the guy, because his fire would melt the ice shields in a matter of seconds, and then his time would come to die. Xiaosun also confirmed to the master that his enemy was right. He would not be able to hold out for long. Although the heroes did not want to admit it, in this world the monster could not be defeated. Fearing for the master's life, the companion was worried, because even if he admitted that he had lost, he still would not let him go. The brave man asked the girl not to worry because he had come up with something, but he couldn't handle it on his own yet, so he needed help. Quickly outlining the plan, he explained that this was the only way he could think of to win, so it was necessary to act immediately. Meanwhile, Xiaosun walked up behind the horse prince and spoke to him. She told him that she had heard that the 7 dwarfs were going to take the drunk Snow White home, and the horse became angry, because he knew that these dwarfs had been planning something bad for a long time. They were getting her drunk in front of his eyes, and he needed to deal with them quickly. Now free, Lin Bao began to run to her teacher, because she wanted to die with him rather than marry a monster. Then Xiaosun turned to the girl and offered to help her teacher in battle. But Lin Bao explained that she did not know how to fight. Although she can't fight, it won't be difficult for a star like her to do a little acting. Without hesitation, the hero's companion explained their plan to the girl. At the same time, the frog prince sat on the floor and listened to everything they talked about. Meanwhile, the hero fought bravely with the disgusting monster. But unfortunately, the monster's strength in this world was superior, so the fireball was able to break the ice shield and hit the guy. The exhausted boy received a crushing blow and fell to the ground, after which he lay motionless. The girl saw how her teacher was defeated and begged to let him go. But the unwavering monster did not want to let go of anyone who tried to take away his beloved, because she belonged only to him. At the same time, the lady explained that today was their lucky day and she wanted the wedding to be wonderful. The monster could not believe that his beloved agreed to marry him. The girl, in turn, admitted that the gentleman was strong and powerful. She liked it, but his current argument really scared her. The love-struck monster asked the lady not to worry, because he could easily turn into a handsome man and show it right now. Well then, there will be no feelings left from their ceremony, because a wedding should be like a fairy tale. Imitating feelings, the girl asked the monster to close his eyes, because he was looking at her in such a way, and it was frightening. The naive monster closed his eyes and said that he was ready. A moment later, he opened his eyes, but discovered something unexpected. Before his eyes was the frog prince, who was visibly nervous. Stunned by what he saw, the monster could not believe his eyes. He could not understand how his beloved could do such a thing. The embittered Lin Bao ordered him not to even hope, as he could only dream of kissing her. Meanwhile, Xiaolu began to rise from the floor, and the monster insisted that he was the god of this world. Everything was under his control, and the girl would be his. At that moment, the hero said that the monster had previously said that he had created all the rules of this world. But if that was the case, then he should understand how this world works, and therefore should know what would happen if you kissed the Toad Prince. A mage with unlimited powers and a kiss capable of dispelling any magic came together, and it was unknown which would be stronger. Despite the guy's words, the monster continued his attack and went on the attack. Suddenly his body began to gradually shrink, and then he turned into a small toad, who was wearing a suit. The former monster watched everything that was happening with incomprehension and did not understand how he had turned into a toad. But rules are rules. Even though he created them, everyone still has to obey them. Now the monster had no protection left, and the hero could do whatever he wanted to it. The toad began to noticeably get worried and now didn't understand what would happen to her. The embittered brave men watched as the toad awaited its fate. A fight immediately broke out and the frog was losing. A moment later, that same frog turned into a guy who screamed that he was not ready and apologized, literally begging not to be beaten anymore. As it turned out, it was Xiao Wang who became that very monster. Previously, he was the girl's assistant, assigned to him by the company. She always trusted him and did not think that he was capable of such a thing. Xiaolu immediately realized that Xiao Wang was the main villain's subordinate, and it was he who brought the teddy bear to Lin Bao's room. The hero wanted to know where he got it. It turned out that some merchant sold this bear to the naive guy. Earlier, Xiao Wang was walking through the city and thinking about why people send letters to idols. As long as he was with Lin Bao, she wouldn't have to waste time on them. Suddenly, a stranger came up behind the guy, and he said that he could smell envy in it. To this, Xiao Wang only said that the man was crazy, but then he told him that he had something for him, something that would help him get his hands on this idol. The boy, who did not understand anything, immediately exclaimed and wanted to know who this stranger really was and how he knew about his envy. The mysterious man explained that it didn't matter who he was. All that was needed was to leave the teddy bear in her bedroom, and then he would be able to invade her dreams. Every detail of the dream would be under his control, and everything that happened in the dream would have an effect in the real world, so that his dreams would come true. Lin Bao also remembered that Xiaowen actually said that a fan had given this bear to him with the wish that it would always protect his sleep, so she left it in the bedroom. The guy did this only because he loved the girl. Every time he saw a man next to her, his heart cracked, and Xiao Wang just wanted her love. Enraged, the girl shouted that a scoundrel is someone who can only use vile and dirty tricks and is not worthy of uttering the word love. The lady ordered this guy to never catch her eye again. What he heard shook the guy and greatly lowered his self-esteem and sense of self-worth. A few seconds later, it was as if an earthquake had started. But it was not just an earthquake. This world was collapsing. Apparently, because of her words, his heart was completely broken. And he was still the owner of this world. If they did not manage to escape from the castle, he would never wake up. And then, the brave men began to immediately flee from the crumbling castle. They quickly ran forward towards the exit in order to get out of it as quickly as possible. In the real world, they gradually began to wake up, as it turned out, when they left the castle. Then in real life, they also woke up. The brave guy started to wake up Lin Bao, and she wished the hero good morning. Smiling, the hero looked at her and realized that she seemed to be okay, which meant he was finally finished with this succubus. Suddenly, a lady came in and wanted Mr. Xiaolu to explain what was going on, as the woman had caught the two of them in bed together. I'm incredibly worried. The guy was now thinking about how he should explain all this. The protagonist wondered whether he should tell her the truth, because it was on the verge of fantasy, and it was unlikely that she would believe him. Van waited for an explanation from the young tutor, who simply didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, Bao announced that she had asked the teacher to come earlier for an extra lesson. The woman asked the teenager if everything was really as her niece said. Quan answered positively. Then she finally calmed down and said that she would cook something delicious. The young cultivator breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he was lucky this time. After finishing his classes, Ludi slowly walked home. And suddenly girls surrounded him and started telling him that he was handsome. The bewildered guy couldn't understand what was happening and where they even came from. At that moment, another stranger ran past him and accidentally touched Quan. Naturally, she began to ask for forgiveness and ask if everything was okay with him. The teenager, stunned by what was happening, replied that everything was fine and he was not hurt. The unknown girl looked extremely strange and behaved just like her friends. Suddenly she clung to him and asked once again if he was sure it wasn't painful, after which she wrote down the guy's phone number and left him hers, saying that she would definitely call him. Then she hurried to hide. Quan still could not understand what had happened to him and why everyone was reacting to him like that. In this regard, he inquired with she. The assistant said that this indicated an increase in the skills of the blooming immortal, adding that he practices the charming scripture of fortune, which also increases his attractiveness. A shocked Lu Day called on her to help him get rid of this effect, which greatly surprised she, because she stated that every man dreams of women bowing down before him. The guy noted that in this case, he was no different from the succubi, and the girl decided to help him. Due to this, Quan needed to absorb the energy of the blooming immortals to reduce the effect on the surrounding world. Lu knew massage was perfect for this, but he had no time left for a part-time job. Meanwhile, he was surrounded by girls again, all of them looking at him mysteriously. Suddenly the girls asked to exchange numbers with him and offered to look at their photos. But at that moment, the bravest female representative appeared and began pushing everyone aside. It was clear from her that she clearly knew what she wanted. A moment later, the stranger literally pounced on the young man. The stunned teenager immediately rushed in the opposite direction from the girls. Lin's friend, in turn, boasted to her that Zhang had agreed to spend the evening with her on the occasion of her birthday, saying that there was no one more handsome than him in school, and all the girls are running after him. However, a couple of seconds later, Quan ran past them, followed by a whole crowd of girls. The enraged Zhang Feng could not accept the fact that someone was more popular than him. At this time, the main character was giving Xiake another massage in her office. The young master said that he would have to massage her regularly to get the bad energy out of her body. Naturally, she was only glad to have the young cultivator massage her shoulders every day, after which Lu Day hurried to leave. But the girl unexpectedly invited him to go to the cinema that evening. But Quan said that he had hired himself out as a tutor and would be busy, so Air decided to give him 1,000,000 yuan, and he would return the money to her later. The teenager said that as a man he could not do such a thing, and therefore on payday he would definitely invite her to the cinema. Shake, in turn, smiled and said that she would look forward to this moment. Then she began to think about what outfit she would wear to appear before him next time. Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his massage was actually working. Suddenly, unknown guys rushed towards him and asked if his name was Lu Di. The young man asked in return why they needed him. One of them immediately grabbed him by the jacket and began to claim that it was because of him that they lost the girls they had been chasing for so long. The enraged teenager declared that this morning he dared to steal 2 more girls from them. After all, they and their friends organized an application process for Taekwondo and even managed to interest 2 girlfriends. Initially, the students agreed to join their section in order to have an incredible figure. But when Quan rushed past their counter a couple of minutes later, the girls immediately rushed after him. And that's why there isn't a single girl left in their organization, Lu Day thought. Meanwhile, Zhang and his friends passed by and noticed their worst enemy. Zhang Feng naively believed that now Quan would get what he deserved, and the athlete would clearly beat him. The young man immediately began to deliver his blows, assuring that he had no equal in Taekwondo. However, Lu Day easily dodged the enemy's attack, which surprised him, after which he dealt an extremely painful blow, causing the guy to immediately collapse to the ground. He clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and those present were also shocked. Quan, in turn, noted that he could accompany him to the hospital. The girls, of course, noticed him and began to try to become his friend again. Zhang's friends began to understand that it was better not to enter into conflict with this man. At that moment, the director of a famous TV show suddenly appeared. Having noticed the young man, he immediately rushed towards him and offered to star in his show. But the teenager refused to participate in the program and said that he did not have time. Then the director said that he would pay him 50,000. Suddenly, Feng also approached them, and the channel employee also invited him to come to the show. Zhang urged Quan not to pass up the opportunity to bring glory to their university. Considering that so much money could be made from just one show, Luda finally agreed. Naturally, Zhang intended to take revenge on him for the stolen reputation of the local gigolo. Soon, word of the upcoming show spread throughout the area, and after another massage, Xiaki felt good. Suddenly, I overheard a conversation between 2 girls who were talking about Quan, who agreed to take part in the program. A stunned Air realized that at this event he could meet some beauty. Naturally, she immediately called her assistant and asked him to contact the show's organizers for further sponsorship. All this was done so that they would give her a place as an honorary guest on the program. Lu Day, in turn, went to the student. The protagonist, as always, got along well with Bao, and there was some progress in their work, because the girl significantly improved her grades at school and thanked her teacher for this. Having learned from the young master that he would be participating in the show, she also wanted to join him. She decided to turn to Iran to help her get into this program. Extremely surprised, Wang asked why she needed this TV show at all. Lina replied that she wanted to support the young cultivator as he would be participating in the show. Auntie agreed to help her, and Bao suddenly asked why she was working as an ordinary teacher with such talents. Meanwhile, work was in full swing on the set, where everyone began preparing for the performance. As soon as the director saw the main star of his show, he ordered the makeup artist to come to him. Seeing the scale of the show, Quan remarked that this was not a modest program at all, as Dao had said. Wang said they were lucky enough to attract sponsors, and a superstar also asked to appear in their show. Hearing the name of Long Ten's company, the boy remembered that this corporation belonged to Sayaka's parents. After a certain time, Er approached him in a stunning dress, and the young man asked what she was doing there. The girl replied that she simply wanted to take part in such a famous program. However, he found this extremely suspicious, especially since her company suddenly agreed to sponsor the program. A few seconds later, Lin walked towards them. Zhang Feng tried to get her attention, but he didn't succeed because Bauer saw her beloved teacher. A puzzled Xia Ke asked the guy how he knew her. Quan replied that he was her tutor. Then Lu Dei realized what kind of superstar Dao was talking about, and the girl only confirmed his suspicions, stating that as a true student, she simply had to support her teacher. Their pleasant conversation was immediately interrupted by who said that her election campaign was a violation of the fairness of the show. Stunned, Lin asked her who she was, and introduced herself as Quan's classmate. Bao noted that for a classmate, she was an overly arrogant person. Shaku explained that she was the student council president, and Lu Dei was her personal assistant. Zheng watched the main character and his girlfriends from the side, burning with envy. Naturally, this feeling only pushed him to take revenge on the young master. Soon the show began, and the host immediately took to the stage where the audience was eager for a spectacle. The guy quickly introduced the participants to everyone and called Bauer a youth idol. The girl greeted everyone present warmly, and of course most people liked her. When the host asked her why she wanted to participate, Lin replied that she wanted to become the prom queen. The guy asked everyone to greet their incomparable participant with a standing ovation, declaring that everything was in her hands. The stands literally chanted Bao's name, which of course spoke to her popularity. Soon the girl began to sing a beautiful song with her charming voice. People literally froze at her performance of the famous piece, at the end of which she smiled and winked at a teacher. Quan listened to her singing with great pleasure, realizing that she was a real star, after which Xia Ke came on stage and began to play the piano in an incredible way. Everyone was impressed by her talent. Lu Dei was also amazed by Air's abilities. Suddenly she asked the blooming immortal what he had prepared for the girls. The guy confidently replied that he intended to fully reveal the number pi, but his perplexed assistant declared that with such talent he would not win. The teenager smiled and said that he didn't really want to win the show because he only cared about the money. At that moment, the host called him onto the stage, assuring the audience that the young man had prepared an unforgettable gift for them. Everyone began to watch Quan closely. Zhang was also curious about what he had prepared. Ludi himself began to understand that he would have to change tactics. And besides, everyone was expecting something incredible from him. Suddenly the guy asked to bring him mineral water for his trick. The presenter immediately brought him a bottle of mineral water and kindly provided it to him. Taking the bottle in his hands, the teenager called on everyone to watch what was happening carefully, after which he calmly poured some of the water onto his hand, and a moment later, a beautiful flower appeared in his palm. Without exaggeration, everyone was shocked by the guy's unimaginable magic. After a couple of seconds, the lotus had completely turned into ice, and Quan announced that it was now time to send it to greet the others. Then, releasing the flower from his hands, he miraculously flew into the air, leaving behind a magical trail. After a few minutes, the lotus began to shed snowflakes. The audience was stunned by the young man's abilities and, of course, supported him. However, Xiaku knew perfectly well that this was not actually magic, but the presenter suddenly declared that it was not magic. After which, for unknown reasons, he began to talk about Lu's past, claiming that he worked part-time at a center where influential women relieve stress. Shocked, Director Wang couldn't understand why he was disrupting the program, and only Zhang Feng was pleased with what was happening, because it was he who had obtained this fascinating information and persuaded the presenter. The hall instantly fell silent. The main character continued to stand silently on the stage and look into the distance. Soon the show resumed, and the host began to announce the results of the competition. Shaki and Bao didn't like the guy's behavior, and they decided to do everything to replace him. However, suddenly one of the judges announced that they should eliminate a contestant named Quan, adding that he had a problem with moral values since he worked in such a place. The rest of the jury agreed with her, and unanimously decided to exclude him. Unexpectedly, the young master admitted that he had indeed worked in this center, because he needed to feed his younger sister after the death of his parents, who owed money to bandits. The woman replied that there were many ways to make money, but he chose to sell himself. Naturally, This caused a storm of indignation among the participants themselves and the spectators. Or said that she is against personal attacks, and if the judge has no evidence, then it is a provocation. Lin supported her and said that she found the jury extremely incompetent. The stunned judge tried to say something, but instead muttered incoherently under her breath. Bao noted that she couldn't even express her thoughts, and therefore she didn't belong here. At this moment, the young cultivator intervened again and said that they had misunderstood everything, because he didn't do anything wrong in the center and only provided massage services. But the arrogant old woman began to be insolent again, saying that you can't make much money from massage, and even more so to pay off the debt, which again provoked an inadequate reaction from Kay and Lin. The blooming immortal, in turn, unexpectedly offered to give her a massage, after which, if she was dissatisfied, he would leave the show. But if a woman likes him, she will be obliged to ask him for forgiveness in front of everyone. To her surprise, she accepted the rules of the game, intending to expose such a self-confident youth. She didn't care what the massage was like, because she was going to say it was terrible anyway. Chu was looking forward to the teenager's disgrace, naively believing that he would soon get rid of his competitor. The girls immediately began to dissuade him from this idea, saying that she would simply lie and say that she didn't like it. However, the smiling Quan assured her that she would not dare to say this. Xie and Bao looked at him in surprise. Soon, Ludi asked the judge if he could begin the massage, and the woman responded positively. Then, using his unique abilities, the guy began to massage her face. From her expression, it was not difficult to guess that she really liked it. Suddenly, she asked Quan how he was going to win, and the teenager urged her to just watch the action. And after a couple of minutes, everything was over, which Ludi happily informed everyone present about. The judge, who looked several years younger, said that there was nothing surprising about his massage. But the audience was shocked, because she literally dropped several decades. The bewildered old woman couldn't understand why everyone suddenly started making noise, but her colleagues asked her to look in the mirror. The stunned woman was amazed by this result, which was exactly what Quan was aiming for. Suddenly, Teacher Wang fell to her knees in front of the teenager with tears in her eyes, after which she literally begged me to give her a massage for any amount of money in a month. Thus, the main character became much more popular. Everyone was talking about him. Crowds of reporters surrounded the educational institution. Students could not understand what was happening. But some were aware that after the show, Lude became a real star, and they dreamed of interviewing him. The female half of the population never saw any men except the young master, which naturally made all the guys literally hate the young cultivator, to whom the girls simply clung from all sides. Van certainly changed her attitude towards the blooming immortal radically, telling the boys that Quan and his hands are a real treasure for a girl. At the same time, she forced everyone to speak respectfully about Lude, and the students were horrified. Even when the guy was at his desk in class, the passage to the auditorium was blocked by a crowd of girls. The teenager simply could not move freely around the university grounds. Finally heading to Saikei's office, the exhausted young man could hide from the frantic girls. The student council director noted that the video of his massage had gone viral online. The guy insisted that the presenter had put him in an awkward position, and he had to somehow get out of it. Reported his confession that it was Zhang Feng who had instigated the program employee to provoke Lu, adding that he was the son of the director of a television station and clearly did not like competing with Quan. Then the young man decided that it would be better for the director to leave so that his popularity would fade. But Siaka declared that no one could stop him anymore, and she also sent the presenter to the east as a correspondent. However, he said that he would not be able to study peacefully and take part in the program at the same time, or said that in that case, he needed to take a day off and go on an internship at a large company. Of course, she volunteered to help him with this, believing that such an assistant would definitely please her father. Zhang Feng, meanwhile, was indignant that the young master had managed to get out of it again. Suddenly, the girl who was with him screamed that there was some person in the room. Turning around, a frightened Zhang saw an unknown guy and asked who she was. The stranger with the snake on his shoulder reached for the chain around his neck and asked him in return whether this was really that dark object. He also began to ask him about his father, after which he completely tore the chain from his neck. Feng immediately lost his appearance, having turned into an extremely unattractive youth. Zhang began to ask for the chain to be returned to him, and since the girl made a noise, the stranger made her fall asleep, then said that he would return the item in exchange for a favor. At this time, the second episode of the famous show on the Sea Island began, where Lin could not miss the opportunity to pose for the photographer. Quan also fixed his gaze on the young lady, understanding why everyone liked her. Suddenly his peace was disturbed by a worried Xia Kei who asked him to help her with something. After showing off her new swimsuit, asked if she looked beautiful in it. Naturally, Lu De replied that she was simply incredible in it, and that it suited her very well. He added that the outfit suited the president's personality well, and that the photos would be gorgeous. Seeing what was happening, the jealous Bao immediately rushed to the guy and asked if he liked her photos. Of course, Quan answered positively, so Zia pretended to have a sore neck to ask the teenager for a massage. Without thinking twice, the young rival sat down on the sand and asked Lu De to stretch her legs. At this moment, Director Dao suddenly called absolutely all the participants to him, where he announced that they would have to split into 5 pairs to go to the mountains. And in order to find out who got what, everyone started drawing lots to distribute everything as fairly as possible. Lin drew the number 5 ball, and Jia Keir drew the number 1. After which, of course, they became curious about what kind of ball Quan had, and the guy showed the number 5. In this regard, Bao was delighted, realizing that this time Xia would not interfere with them. Zhongfeng was surprised to find himself paired with Keir, who continued to stare at Lu De. Pretending to be a gentleman, Zhang offered to help her carry her bag, but the angry girl demanded that he not touch her. She also stated that if Feng was still planning to take revenge on Quan, then he would not live. Of course, he had not abandoned this idea. After a certain time, Lin complained to the protagonist about being tired and suggested that he take a rest. Having sat down on a stump, the girl gathered to catch her breath and drank some water. At the same time, she asked why the young master was not sweating, since they had been walking for about half an hour. The young cultivator replied that he practices a lot, but Bao noted that she was also trained, after which she began to look around, asking if there were any animals here. The blooming immortal said that only snakes could be here, and the girl immediately pressed herself against Lu. The teenager smiled and urged her not to worry about it, assuring her that he would definitely protect Lin. He added that with the help of trackers they would rustle in the bushes and thereby scare away all the snakes. After catching his breath a little, Quan urged her to set off again on the journey to the top of the mountain. However, Bauer asked him not to rush, because she had not yet rested. The guy pointed out that she shouldn't sit for long either, as it would be difficult to walk later, so he took a bag. The young lady looked at her beloved teacher and completely forgot to look at her feet. Suddenly, Quan heard her screams behind him and rushed to her aid. As it turned out, the snake bit her on the leg and was in no hurry to leave, trying to attack her again. With a lightning-fast movement, Luda pierced the snake, thereby killing the animal. Then, after examining the bite on Bao's leg, he concluded that the snake was poisonous. As a result, the teenager immediately began to suck out the poison so as not to put Lin in danger. The girl was very scared, and Quan tried to calm her down, saying that she would be fine. At the same time, he slowed the blood circulation in her legs to prevent the toxins from spreading throughout her body before she reached the hospital. At this moment, Bao shouted that there were a huge number of snakes behind the guy. Turning around, the young man actually saw many dangerous predators. Sai didn't understand why there were so many of them, because they couldn't live only in this location of the island. In the end, Quan came to the conclusion that this was clearly the work of a succubus, after which he attacked him. But the guy managed to dodge and ran to the side, after asking how Lude was able to find out that it was he who did it. Then the teenager gave him a portion of irrefutable arguments and said that he was only pretending to be a photographer. The succubus noted that he now understood why the Lord of Darkness had sent him after him. He introduced himself as a snake tamer, and Quan suggested that if he dealt with him, the snakes would retreat. Because of this, he tried to attack him, but the demon was fast enough. Therefore, the young man was unable to catch the monster, who seemed to be playing with him. He kept laughing and saying that Lu couldn't do anything to him, after which he showed his pet, who was the king of pythons due to his incredible size. Suddenly, Quan asked Bao, or if she trusted him, and of course the girl answered positively. Then the guy grabbed her and jumped off the cliff with her. Lin was terribly scared. Meanwhile, Zhang couldn't keep up with this Ake. It seemed like she deliberately didn't want to stop so as not to talk to him. Feng suddenly suggested that they take a little rest, but Er refused him here too, saying that she would not wait for him. But Zhang insisted, saying that the photographer was also tired of carrying a camera. The girl glanced at the sweaty cameraman and came to the conclusion that they really should take a short break. Zhang himself intended to use a potion that would make Siaka fall in love with him. As he continued to think about it, he didn't know how to get her to drink the potion because she was extremely cautious. Then he came up with the idea of mixing the potion with mineral water and changing the bottles. Having completed this manipulation, the young man suddenly shouted that there was a bear ahead, or immediately turned around, during which time Zhang changed the water bottles, then simply said that he imagined it. The girl urged him to move away from her and not to invent anything, constantly thinking about her faithful Lu De, and since she had recently become the possessor of life energy, Xiake could see demonic creatures. As soon as the girl tried to drink the water, she discovered a small scorpion at the bottom of the bottle, and she understood everything, after which she said menacingly that this water was fungs. The guy immediately began to claim the opposite. Suddenly she grabbed his hand and pulled him along, warning the operator that they needed to have a serious talk. The TV show employee was extremely surprised by this unexpected turn of events. In fact, began to brutally beat the teenager, who begged her not to hit him in the face. Then she asked him where he got the succubus worm. Zhang admitted that it was a love potion. He added that it was given to him by an unknown person who was eager to deal with Quan, and he decided to help. Sha, of course, realized that this mysterious stranger was a succubus, and that Lu and Lin were in danger. At this time, Day and Bao were in the cave. The guy asked if everything was okay with the girl. She answered positively. Asking in return where they were, Quan suggested that they had been carried to this place by the current, after which he began to apologize to her, saying that the succubus was hunting him, and she was just unlucky enough to be nearby. But Bao declared that she was not afraid of anything with the teacher, and then he put her on his back to set off on their journey again. Soon they moved towards the river current, which, according to Lu, flowed into the sea. But since the edge of the river turned out to be too narrow, they were unable to cross on foot. Therefore, it was necessary to continue swimming. But Lin was weak, and the poison was gradually spreading throughout her body. Suddenly, bats appeared in the cave, and Quan decided to follow them. Having told Bao that they would definitely get out, he would take her to the doctor. After a few meters, they came to a fork in other dungeons, not understanding where to go now. At that moment, the young man heard the rush of the sea, which became the only clue in this labyrinth. However, as they moved forward, the protagonist sadly noted that it was a dead end. After wandering for a long time through the underground corridors, the young master was unable to find a way out. Suddenly, the young cultivator discovered a cluster of snakes and immediately retreated. The succubus instantly appeared and declared that there was really no difference between people and rats, because when they saw danger, they hid in their holes. Blooming Immortal sat Bao on a rock and asked her to wait while he dealt with the snakes. The girl, in turn, urged the teacher to be careful, since these animals are quite sharp. The succubus continued to demand that Quan surrender, as he was supposed to bring him to speak with the king, not kill him. He immediately explained to Lu Day that 20 years ago, the previous Blooming Immortal had fought with him. Before his reincarnation, he seriously injured the succubus, who never appeared again. Suddenly the boy called upon the demon to inform his master to come to him personally. The embittered monster declared that he had no right to speak like that about the great king. The teenager immediately fired several magic arrows at the snakes, which was quite successful. The enraged demon immediately ordered his huge python to kill Quan. The snake was indeed large in size, but this did not stop it from acting quickly. The young man began to dodge the python's blows and generally did not even think of attacking it. Finally, waiting for the right moment, Ludi rushed at him with a thunderous blow. This only made his owner laugh, who said that with such skills he would not be able to defeat the snake. Meanwhile, the python literally pinned the teenager to the wall. It seemed there was no way out, because the snake was not only fast, but also had thick skin that could not be pierced. Suddenly he noticed that the current had become stronger, which gave him some thoughts. Quan immediately declared that he was ready to surrender and no longer intended to fight him. However, the monster did not believe him, saying that a couple of minutes ago he had a different opinion. The wounded Lu replied that he must deliver it to his ruler and must not kill it. Finally, the succubus fell for his trick and told the guy to come to him right away. Standing in the water, he said that his leg was injured and therefore he would have to do it himself. The demon was not stupid and realized that the guy was trying to deceive, waiting for the moment when the water would rise to escape. In connection with this, the monster once again ordered the python to grab the teenager, who in turn expected such an outcome and was already ready to strike a surprise blow. The snake slowly approached its victim, the succubus naively believing that victory was his. But Quan first used seawater to create ice arrows to pierce the python's skin, and when he got as close as possible to Lu Day, the youth launched ice attacks at him. The arrows pierced the snake's body, and the demon was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. One of the ice spheres also hit the monster, which even the main character did not expect. Thus, having dealt with the succubus and his snakes, the young master rushed to Bao. However, she was nowhere to be found, and the stunned young cultivator could not understand where she had gone. Diving into the water, the worried Blooming Immortal began to search for the wounded Lin, and after a couple of minutes, he finally found the girl, who was unconscious and sinking to the bottom. Quan immediately grabbed Bao and dragged her up, hoping that he would be able to save her in time. At the same time, he realized that a lot of water was pouring out of the hole, which meant that the sea was somewhere nearby. However, lifting the girl to the surface and getting out of the water was not so easy. But the teenager sincerely believed that he would definitely save the young lady and they would get to the doctor in time. Meanwhile, an extremely worried Siaka told the project director about everything. Afterwards, they started looking for Lu and Lin together, and a stunned Wang suggested calling the police. But Er said that by the time they arrived, something irreparable could happen. At that moment, her assistants called her in a helicopter. The girl picked up the phone and was immediately told that they had pulled the drowned Bao ashore. All this time, the guy tried in vain to bring the girl to her senses, but she did not come to her senses. The young man refused to believe that it was too late and that he could not save Lin, so he continued to extract water from her lungs by massaging them. Sai said sadly that she most likely died, since she was underwater for several minutes. Suddenly, Quan bit his palm, causing it to bleed. He tried to give Bao a drink of his blood, which contained vital energy, but his assistant assured him that it would not help. However, Lude simply ignored Si and continued to fight for her life, literally saying that she couldn't die, because he had made a promise to bring her home. But Lin never came to her senses, and eventually the guy despaired and took her in his arms. But after a couple of minutes, she finally woke up, and the stunned Quan immediately began to talk to her. At the same time, he noticed her red eyes and realized that the succubus had entered her body. At this moment, Bao unexpectedly kissed him, which Lude did not expect at all. Shako witnessed what was happening and went to help them. She was shocked by what she saw. The protagonist immediately pushed Lin away from himself and asked why she did it. However, Bao was simply uncontrollable and once again rushed towards the young master. Without thinking twice, stabbed her in the back, thereby plunging her into a deep sleep again, telling the young cultivator that she couldn't bear to watch Lin attack him, because she had turned into a monster that was clearly controlled by a demonic being. Soon the doctors took her to the hospital, and Dao announced a short break in the program. Feng's father was also arrested by the police because he was caught taking a bribe, and Yang was also suspected of abuse of power. The blooming immortal, in turn, decided to leave school and went to work for Siake, who kindly sent him the address where exactly he needed to go. Once there, the guy began to look around and noticed two tall buildings. This was the main office of the Long Tang Company. Quan even began to worry a little. As soon as Lu Day entered the hall, he saw a huge number of people who had come for an interview. They all looked quite serious, because only a few would be able to get such a job. He understood perfectly well that everyone wanted to get an internship at such a famous corporation. Where they paid a lot of money, the teenager subsequently sat down next to another guy, who was literally shaking with excitement. In this regard, Quan decided to encourage him, and said that there were many vacancies here, and he would definitely succeed. But the young man replied that they were all being interviewed for the position of assistant chairman. Lu sighed heavily, realizing how serious everything was here, and that he would have to earn a place in the company. The stranger noted that he only had a master's degree, and most likely wouldn't be hired. A stunned Quan began to realize that he didn't even have a bachelor's degree, and it would be difficult to get a job at Long Teng. Then he decided that Siake had simply made a mistake and sent him to the wrong interview. And when he was about to call her to clarify all the details, he was suddenly called away. The frightened guy walked into the office and started saying that it was a mistake and that he was not suitable for the role of assistant to the chairman. After handing over his meager resume, he added that he did not have the appropriate education and was just a student. But the employee assured him that if they vouched for him, then everything would work out. And besides, the chairman likes young and energetic people. However, the honest Quan continued to insist that he did not have the necessary skills for the position. The manager noted that he would have time to learn more about this work, and everything would be fine. Then he said that he would definitely be called back for a second interview soon, since they needed such people. It all seemed rather strange, since such corporations would not have hired someone without work experience. As soon as he left the office, the manager began to think about how he could convince the others that this guy was right for them. After all, he had an extremely ridiculous resume, and then he decided to rework it for approval, and no one would check it anymore. Meanwhile, people one after another ran out of the director's office in upset feelings. The extremely surprised assistant noted that this was already the 9th person this month, but Sia said that she could not answer a single question, and also asked to give her 3 days to review the documents in order to prepare. She said that not everyone is as smart as she is, especially since they didn't graduate from Cambridge and didn't get a PhD in economics. Then the headmistress once again asked her not to get married and to continue working. However, she said that she did not want to be as independent as the lady, adding that when she finds her man, she will definitely feel the same. But Bean was sure that no man could interest her more than work. At this time, Wang finished with the protagonist's resume and hurried to present it to the chairwoman. However, he suddenly ran into a problem and decided to take a short break. Shao, in turn, went to the manager to find out the results of the interview. But he wasn't at his workplace, so she personally decided to look through the resumes of potential employees. After seeing young Master Kwan's documents, she concluded that he was ideal for the position. In connection with this, she immediately took the young cultivator's resume to the headmistress. But Yang was unhappy with the fact that he was a man. But the girl assured him that he was not only smart, but also extremely attractive. Ultimately, she agreed to accept the teenager, which she informed her assistant about. After a certain amount of time, the blooming immortal crossed the threshold of the chairman's office. Hearing her surname, Luda guessed that she was Kaya's sister. The young headmistress, Long Teng, pointed out that he should first pass a test. Perplexed, Kwan asked what exactly he needed to do. She said that he had half an hour to look over the documents and then answer a few questions. Xiao, in turn, stated that there were too many of them, and therefore this time would not be enough to get acquainted. However, Bin said that if Lu was really as good as his resume said, then he could do it. The stunned guy couldn't understand what she was even talking about, because he only had a high school diploma. Jan pointed out that if he wasn't capable of it, then he shouldn't waste her time. But the young man agreed. At the same time, the headmistress was extremely negative towards the guy, and did not even hide it. In fact, it was not a problem for him to remember so much information since he had studied the enchanting scripture of fortune. And after a few minutes, the teenager folded up all the papers, declaring that he was ready to answer all the questions. Shocked by such abilities, Zhao didn't expect him to cope so quickly. Without thinking twice, Xia demanded that he tell her the contents of the third paragraph on page 20. Much to her surprise, Quan reproduced all the text in the documents exactly. Xia suddenly called him a genius, which the chairwoman doubted, saying that he simply had a good memory. Then she spoke to him in Japanese, and the protagonist answered her, surprising her again. The young master never thought that he would one day need it, since his sister forced him to learn this language because of anime. Finally, Bin was convinced of his abilities and hired him. The young cultivator thanked her for her trust, after which she asked her assistant to arrange a car to take them to the airport. The blooming immortal didn't expect that he would have to go on a business trip so quickly. In this regard, he called K.A., who thought that he had passed the interview. Picking up the phone, the cheerful girl asked if everything was okay with his work. Quan replied that he was currently flying to Japan with the CEO and asked him to look after Lin. Naturally surprised, Xia agreed to help him and urged him to take care of the director. Then it suddenly dawned on her that Lu Dei should have taken another job. But the teenager didn't have time to explain everything to her because the flight attendant asked him to turn off his phone. But before the plane took off, Quan promised her that he would take care of her sister. Kara immediately started calling Bin because she wanted to find an assistant for her father, not for her sister. After a certain amount of time, Lu Dei and Yang landed at Kansai Airport. Naturally, as an assistant, the young man helped her with her luggage and headed for the exit, where they were met by a friend of the headmistress named Sakura. As it turned out, they studied together in college, after which they exchanged pleasantries and began to reminisce about their student years. Suddenly the girl noticed the teenager and asked who it was. Xia called him her assistant. Quan immediately greeted Miyawaki. Then, having loaded all the things into the trunk, they got into the car, where the conversation between the two girlfriends continued. Sakura asked Bin why she hired a man as an assistant since she doesn't like them. Yang said that Sa was getting married, and so she had to hire Lu in a hurry, and upon her return, she would definitely replace him with a woman. As it turned out, Day heard everything and realized that he urgently needed to look for another job. Soon, Miyawaki invited them to the best restaurant in town, which served delicious sushi. But Xia refrained from offering the treat and suggested getting down to business, asking if Sakura was really selling the company's shares. Then the girl told her a story where she was forced to take such measures to save her reputation. Suddenly, Vaki began searching for something for a long time in her bottomless purse. She then pulled out a bottle and urged Yan to try it, saying that her company had developed it for skincare. The girl immediately began to try the cream called white cherry juice and was pleasantly surprised by its effect. Mia also noted that her father spent $23 billion on developing this product. At the same time, he had high hopes for this product and believed that Jade Cherry would become a leading corporation in the country. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Yoshida, who brazenly appeared in the restaurant with security. Naturally, Sakura was extremely indignant at his appearance, but the guy said that he couldn't help but say hello to Xia. Moreover, the Miyawaki family must return the money that they never got around to paying. He also learned that since Kiyoshi Mamiya's illness, the Jade Cherry Corporation had been in trouble. She asked Waki how much she owed him. The girl answered $5 billion. But Yoshida corrected her, saying that it was already 10. A stunned Sakura protested, claiming that her father had borrowed money for 3 months, but Bin volunteered to pay off her debt. after which Yan wrote out a check for 10 billion, which he could withdraw from any bank. However, the guy urged her not to interfere in their affairs, but Sia said that she intended to buy out part of the Jade Cherry. Suddenly, one of Yoshida's bodyguards demanded that she speak politely to his boss. At the same time, he allowed himself to swing at her, but Kwon, of course, stopped this moment and grabbed his hand. Bean was extremely surprised that the new assistant would be so strong and able to protect her. Suddenly, the second guard pulled out a knife and said that now the boy was definitely finished. However, Ludi was prepared for such situations and easily fought them off. He exposed the second bodyguard to the blow as his friend's knife pierced him. Yoshida was shocked by this turn of events and reached into his inside pocket to take out his pistol. But Kwon quickly made it clear to him that it was better not to do this by holding a chopstick to his throat. The guy quickly realized what had happened and immediately apologized to the girls, saying that he had been overly rude. Sia replied that she didn't need his apology and that he should take the check and not bother them anymore. Yoshida instantly reached for the check and was about to leave the restaurant. But the protagonist insisted that he give Sakura the promissory note. He had no intention of arguing with the young master and handed the document over to Miyawaki, who saw her father's handwriting and confirmed that their collaboration was now over. But at the same time, Yoshida began to threaten the young cultivator, saying that he would definitely pay for this. Sakura noted that he was a mafia man and would clearly take revenge on Kwon. But Lu, as always, was confident in himself and was not afraid of anyone. Admiring the actions of the teenager Miyawaki, she said that he was not only Bin's assistant, but also her bodyguard, after which the girl arranged a room in the hotel for the blooming immortal and Yang. Explaining this, he said that Sia usually always recruits girls as assistants, and therefore there was only one number left. Then she said goodbye to Kwon and said that she would definitely show them the city tomorrow. But Lude said that he was forced to find another hotel because he could not stay in the same room with the director. But Bean said there were 2 bedrooms and he could stay the night in her room. She added that since he was suitable for the role of a security guard, she would double his salary, but Kwon again refused the increase. However, the girl reacted extremely inappropriately, starting to shout that she was the director and had the right to decide such issues. At the same time, she still found the strength to thank the young man for what happened. It was then that the teenager saw her like this for the first time, which was certainly a pleasure to watch. But she was worried about the fact that the room had only 1 bathroom, since she was not used to sharing this place with someone. But in the end, she had to come to terms with it. Kwon didn't know what to do with himself and sat down on the sofa, where the remote control lay on the table in front of him. The guy decided to take a little break and turned on the TV, automatically switching to cinema mode. But Ludi didn't understand where the sound was coming from, since there were no speakers anywhere. Leaning against the wall, he realized with surprise that the sound was actually coming from the walls. As he flipped through the channels, he became curious to know what this lover's mode was. When he pressed the button, he saw Ian taking a shower, which puzzled him. The main character immediately covered his eyes with his hands and said that he did not know about this regime and did not see anything. However, Zia didn't hear Lu. Then Kwon realized that it was one-way glass and she couldn't see him. As a result, the young master hastened to turn off this spy function. At this moment, the young cultivator suddenly heard the sound of a gunshot and Yang's scream. The stunned teenager immediately rushed to the bathroom and knocked down the doors, where he found a frightened Bean sitting on the floor in just a towel. The mirror behind her was broken. Lu immediately reported what had happened, and the police officer said that they would definitely sort everything out. Calling it a simple disturbance of public order, Xi insisted that they wanted to kill her. However, a dim-witted law enforcement officer said that someone had simply broken her mirror with a steel ball. The blooming immortal noted that they had a conflict with Yoshida today, and it was clearly his doing. The stunned policeman revealed that he was a member of the strongest gang in Osaka, which they can't arrest because they have no evidence against them and Yoshida. After which he left absolutely calmly, urging her to call if necessary. Sia understood that it was useless. They stated that they urgently needed to change hotels, since after the police left, Yoshida might attack them again. But the self-confident Kwon assured that he would not dare to do this again, because it was already night, and it was better for them not to go outside. Adding that he would personally be at her door, the girl thanked him for his help. She said that she didn't want to sleep anymore, which meant they should talk over a glass of wine. After drinking heavily, Sia asked him how he had managed to get a PhD from Harvard at such a young age. The stunned Lu Dell replied that he hadn't even finished his bachelor's degree. And then she realized that this was clearly her sister's doing. The young man immediately asked the headmistress not to punish his younger sister and refused payment for the trip. Extremely surprised, Bin asked if he knew his salary and whether he definitely didn't want any extra pay. Kwon, as always, answered honestly that he was not a qualified specialist. She started shouting again, saying that by doing so he was accusing her of poor staffing. A perplexed Lou Day couldn't understand how she managed to turn everything to her advantage, after which she said that if the guy's work satisfied her, she would think about promoting him. Unexpectedly, the young man offered to give her a massage, which surprised Jan greatly. He said that if he really was an expert in this, he could try to relax her. Soon the main character began to give his unique massage, which brought Zia only pleasure. Suddenly the young master asked if she wanted him to make him stronger. Bin replied that he could massage as he wanted. Then the young cultivator used his magical skills. As a result, Jan literally flew away from such deep pleasure. But at the same time, she suddenly felt a desire to sleep. The girl fought it in every possible way, but sleep took its toll. In fact, the blooming immortal understood perfectly well that she should get some sleep. The next morning, Sia woke up alone in bed, and when she opened her eyes, she saw no one in the room. Bin immediately jumped up and began to look around, but Kwan seemed to have disappeared. She was ashamed that, having known a man for only one day, she suddenly fell asleep in front of him. Opening the door to her room, Jan was surprised to find a sleeping guy on the threshold. The young man immediately jumped up and asked if she had slept well. Jia suddenly said that she approved of her sister's choice. After a certain amount of time, they went downstairs and got into Miyawaki's car, who began to apologize for yesterday. At the same time, Sakura offered her to live with her in order to achieve maximum safety for her. At that moment, the car stopped abruptly, and a worried Vaki asked what had happened. As it turned out, their path was blocked by a huge thug with a club in his hands, who, together with his friends, called on them to immediately get out of the car. Naturally, Kwan volunteered to solve the problem with the bandits, but the girls objected. Bean noted that there were too many of them and they were armed, so it was better to call the police. But the thugs suddenly started smashing the car, hitting the windshield with bats. A terrified Miyawaki didn't know if they would ever reach the police alive. Meanwhile, the brave teenager still got out of the car and headed toward the bandits. The thug recognized him and said that he had offended his brother yesterday and must pay for it. Kwan, in turn, said that he deserved such treatment because he behaved disgustingly. The big guy instantly tore his shirt off, revealing a wolf tattoo on his chest. At this time, Urahara scolded Yoshida because the Miyawaki family had paid off their debt, and they could not buy their company at a low price. However, he assured them that he had sent Okayama to them, who would sort everything out, and they would no longer interfere in their affairs. A couple of minutes later, his subordinate called him. The manager naively believed that he had already done everything. Yoshida picked up the phone and asked Okayama with a smile on his face if everything was okay. But the answer clearly excited him, and the guy began to say that he had a whole gang at his disposal. The beaten ward, in turn, said that this man was extremely dangerous and dealt with all of his friends. Masao urged him not to be nervous, saying that if they couldn't take them by force, they would have to push them out with tactics. Meanwhile, the main character and the girls arrived at the Mamiya family mansion. The young master kindly opened the passenger door for his disgruntled headmistress. Sakura suddenly noticed that Zia was very worried about Lou, and even wanted to go out and help him with the bandits. But Bin continued to pretend that she didn't care about Kwan, and said that when she got home, she would definitely fire him, since he disobeyed her. Then the enthusiastic Miyawaki offered him to become her bodyguard, because he knew martial arts. An enraged Yan pointed out that if he really wanted to, he had the right to stay in Japan. This once again confirmed that Saya truly valued the teenager and did not want to let him go. Day himself asked Sakura not to joke like that, but the girl said that she would seriously like to have such a guard. Adding that his room was on the first floor and he could stay there, Kwan thanked her for her hospitality. She also provided a room for her friend, who was on the second floor. However, Miyawaki noticed that Bin seemed not to hear her and asked what she was thinking about. Yan said she didn't understand why the Yoshida clan was targeting them, and when she gave him the money, he looked disappointed. Then the blooming immortal suggested that they clearly wanted to take away their company, but Sakura replied that if people knew that the corporation was run by the mafia, they would stop buying their products. Kwan said that most likely they had calculated everything and taken a partner from the outside. This version was indeed logical, since Jade Cherry cosmetics are in high demand on the market. In this regard, she asked her friend how much time was left for the launch of White Juice. Mia replied that it would be released in a month. Yin urged her not to think about money and to immediately start mass production of this product. It was also necessary to advertise it in all corners of the country so that everyone knew the manufacturer. A few days later, an angry woman walked into the Jade Cherry shop, who, having entered the establishment, began to quarrel with the employees of the retail store. Taking off her mask, she declared that it was the after effects of their lotion, and her face was covered in red spots. Some people started filming everything on video, which was clearly organized by the Yoshida clan. Soon, news appeared on the internet that these products were of poor quality. People began to avoid this brand, claiming that they had a new leader, who thinks only about profit and does not think at all about quality, which led to such consequences. Every day the rumors spread more and more, and the number of clients gradually decreased. Sakura was depressed and didn't know what to do to restore the company's reputation. The main character also reported that their model refused to advertise the company's products. Miyawaki sadly said that the internet was full of fake news, and people of course believed it. And naturally, it was impossible to present the forum owners with charges, since they could accuse them of violating freedom of speech, adding that whoever devised this cunning plan was clearly an experienced businessman. Suddenly they saw an advertisement on TV for a product called Flower Spirit from Yoshime. The stunned young master noted that this lotion was very similar to the Jade Cherry Cream. Sakura said that Urahara was the owner of this company, and he wanted to buy their corporation, but her father refused. Sha began to believe that Masao was collaborating with the Yoshida, and if they launched their product, everyone would accuse them of plagiarism. So they had to refuse to release white juice. Whoever arranged all this was an extremely cunning person. The girls simply didn't know how to get out of this situation, and the young cultivator began to think. And after a certain amount of time, the blooming immortal declared that he had a way to solve this problem. Urahara, in turn, celebrated the event with the Yoshida at a nightclub. Masao noted that Kiyoshi had truly created a masterpiece that would elevate them above the rest. After all, their product was prepared using exactly this formula, so there was nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, Urahara asked his friend what the situation was like in the Mamiya family. A smiling Yoshida replied that Miyawaki had been upset all day. Masao naively believed that victory was in their pocket and that now a new life would begin for them. Soon, Kwan was dressed up as an employee of one of the local Jade Cherry shops. In fact, he was able to convince the girls that he could solve the issue of his lost reputation. The extremely inquisitive Sakura asked the teenager what he had come up with. The guy said that the main problem lies in people's lack of trust in their brand, and he intends to fix this. Shui asked Luda how he could make people believe that the products were still of good quality. The young man replied that for this he would need Miyawaki's help, and of course she agreed. Then Kwan asked to be made a consultant in one of her shops. The next day, the teenager came to the store and spent some time there, but there were no customers. Seeing the unknown girl, the main character immediately headed towards her. Approaching the young lady, the young master asked her to spare him just a few minutes, after which he suggested that she try a new body lotion called White Cherry Juice. The girl replied that there was no need for this, because no cream could save her face. She added that she had tried every possible cosmetic and nothing had helped, but Lu had convinced her otherwise. The young cultivator stood his ground and said that if she had tried so many things, it would not be difficult for her to try another cream. She finally agreed, and then the blooming immortal stated that the lotion would be perfect for facial massage. Soon Kwan began to work his magic on her face, and it bore fruit. Suddenly she felt as if she had been transported somewhere into nature, where an incredible landscape opened up. Ludi asked if he should massage her shoulders, and naturally she agreed. After completing this procedure, the teenager asked her to look in the mirror to assess the effect of the cream. The girl noted that the guy clearly had a talent for giving massages, and she was even willing to pay for it. But when she looked in the mirror, the shocked girl did not expect to see such a result. After her freckles simply disappeared, which delighted her, Kwan asked if she liked the lotion. Naturally, the young lady replied that the cream, like the massage, was simply incredible, and she wanted to buy it. But Lude said that this product has not yet been released and only has a trial version. At this time, the embittered Siake went to her sister in Japan, hoping to take my beloved back to spend the weekends together. However, the cunning bean stated that she could not let him go, since he was her assistant. Besides, they hadn't finished their business yet. But noted that she always took only women as assistants, and Kwan was supposed to become his father's assistant. Yang replied that in that case, it should have been indicated on the resume. Miyawaki, in turn, did not dare to interfere in the sisters' family squabbles. But suddenly she received a call informing her that Lu was surrounded by some people in the store. Bin assumed that this was the work of Yoshida, who could not calm down. In this regard, they went to the store. Shako asked why someone should take revenge on him. Then Yang told about the situation with the bandits, adding that if he was okay, would have to take him back. But his sister was confident in him. Suddenly Sakura stopped the car, and a puzzled Bin asked why she didn't continue driving. The girl reported that police officers blocked the road leading to their store. Frightened, Yang was afraid to imagine what had happened to Kwan, since so many people had gathered near the trading post. An extremely worried Siake ran out of the car, claiming that some bandits could not have harmed him. Suddenly she saw Lu Day and called out to him. But because of the noise of the crowd, he did not hear her. because women were going crazy, demanding to be sold this incredible lotion. The stunned Miyawaki and Bin couldn't understand what was going on. Soon they finally made it inside the store to the main character, who greeted them with a smile on his face. Sakura, in turn, asked him how he managed to do this, since even on the opening day there weren't so many people. Then the young master said that in fact, when he presented the cream, he also gave the girls a massage. A perplexed Miyawaki couldn't understand how a simple massage could have such a greater effect. But when Sayake pointed out that his massage was the best in the country, Kwan immediately began to deny it. While she was clearly exaggerating, stated that she had a video of him giving her a massage on the show. After watching it, they wondered how this was possible, since the woman literally looked 10 years younger. Naturally, Sakura was delighted and asked again how he did it. The teenager decided to lie and said that it was supposedly a family skill. Of course, they were amazed by the guy's work, realizing that now the reputation of the Jade Cherry was saved. Kwan, in turn, asked Keiya why she came to Japan. Jan immediately remembered that she had promised to give the young man to her sister so that they could return back. But Sia replied that she was on vacation and therefore decided to visit them. Miyawaki began to prepare a room for her. A surprised Bin asked her sister why she wasn't taking him, but Kei said that she needed him now to help her sort things out. Naturally, Jan thanked her, saying that she had grown up quickly and made the right decision. Soon the main character went to take a shower, after which he went to his room. At the same time, the young master was in a good mood, although tired after a hard day. Suddenly, Keiya opened the bathroom door, and the guy immediately announced that he was leaving now. At this moment, the mysterious girl silently walked towards the young cultivator. Then she grabbed his hand and urged him to follow her. Kwan was extremely surprised. Meanwhile, Bin's father called, and Yan promised that her sister would definitely contact him, because she came to Japan and didn't even bother to warn her parents about it. Walking out into the corridor, she suddenly saw Sakura standing at the door to Sia's room. Bin asked why she didn't go inside, and if she had brought a blanket. Miyawaki noted that she felt uncomfortable entering, and she also asked Yang not to open the door. The perplexed young lady couldn't understand what she was talking about, and why she felt uncomfortable entering Keiya's room. Suddenly she heard her sister's voice outside the door, which shocked her. Entering the room, she demanded that the young people stop this immediately. However, they saw Kwan giving the girl a massage and simply froze in place. Ludi, in turn, stated that since he couldn't have a massage, he would leave immediately. However, Sia didn't see any problem with this and encouraged the guy to stay with her. Then the teenager once again began this procedure, which brought incredible pleasure to Kei. Naturally, Bin was outraged by her sister's behavior and literally boiled with anger. She said that this was pure bliss and that Kwan had incredible talent. Miyawaki asked her if the young man was really that good at this. Sia replied that he had no equal and that she could try it if she wanted, and Yang was furious. But Sakura was extremely curious about how amazing a massage could be. Of course, Ludi understood perfectly well that she had been going through a very difficult time lately, so she needed to relax, and he did his best to do so by starting to massage her back. From the very first touch of the main character, Miyawaki felt an incredible sense of lightness. It was truly an incredible massage from the young master. The girl did not expect this from him. She seemed to have been transported to the shore of a lake, from where a magnificent view opened up. At a certain point, Sakura reached the peak of pleasure and could not contain her emotions. A stunned Jan urged them to behave more restrainedly, as this was indecent. But Sayako assured her sister that no woman could resist his massage. She asked her to try it, but Bean refused, saying that she needed to get ready for work. However, the restless heir insisted on her own. Miyawaki also encouraged her to experience this magic. Jan continued to refuse, but the girls literally dragged her onto the bed, continuing to convince her that she would receive incredible pleasure from Kwan. The blooming immortal himself noted that he could massage more gently if she so desired. After a certain amount of time of massaging Yang's back, the girl sank into a state of relaxation. The next day they all gathered together for breakfast, but Bean was nowhere to be found. Luda volunteered to call her to the table and went to search through the long corridors of the house. Miyawaki found this extremely strange because Yang had never slept for so long. The teenager knocked on her door and asked her to come down and join them for breakfast. A moment later, the disgruntled girl opened the door and asked him to come into the room. Kwan noticed her mood, thinking that she didn't like the massage yesterday. Suddenly, an embittered Bean immediately pounced on him with the accusations, saying that he should not have staged this circus. Ludi replied that he simply wanted to help her relieve some stress, as the past few days had been extremely hectic. He added that he could not do this without a reason, and that yesterday's session presented an excellent opportunity. Unexpectedly, Bean said that she actually really enjoyed his massage. Then Kwan said that he understood the reason, because before he gave Xia a massage in her office, where no one saw them, Yang was shocked. Then she asked how often he did this to her sister. Lu replied, every day. After which the protagonist and the headmistress finally went to have breakfast, where Kei asked what was wrong with his hand. The young master replied that he was just kneading it, as he couldn't tell that Bin had actually bitten him. At the same time, the young cultivator could not get used to the girl's sudden mood swings, which Sia demonstrated once again. Sakura immediately said that the entire internet is talking about their product, white cherry juice. The blooming immortal noted that he should continue in the same spirit in order to achieve the desired result. But KR said that he had already tried hard enough, and now he could be let go. However, Yang said that the success of their product lies not in the product itself, but in the Quan massage. And in this way, they can make people think that their lotion makes them look much younger. A stunned Miyawaki suggested that people would soon figure it out, and the consequences would be irreversible. Ludi also realized that he shouldn't have made such a fuss yesterday, because he couldn't have imagined what it would lead to. But she suddenly appeared and said he needed to convince people of the product's rejuvenating effect. To do this, he simply needed to add a drop of his blood to the cream, since pure energy flows through it. A saddened Bin began to realize that they would soon have to explain themselves to their clients. But the self-confident Quan declared that he could make their lotion with a rejuvenating effect. Jan immediately jumped up from her seat and asked if he would definitely be able to do it. Naturally, he assured that he would make about 50 creams with similar properties. The girl reacted very strangely to his statement, and the guy thought about it, not understanding whether this was not enough, because otherwise he would have to sacrifice too much blood. But in reality, Bin was more than pleased with this statement, and called on Sakura to hold a press conference. Soon the event took place, and Jan began convincing women that white cherry juice was the best cosmetic in the world. Suddenly a gentleman named Nakayama appeared among them and began to claim the opposite. Bean, in turn, asked him to be more specific and asked why he had formed such an opinion. He then responded that their video from the internet was clearly edited and a lie. Suddenly the girl suggested that he try the effect of the lotion on himself. The surprised Nakayama asked if the cream was also suitable for men. Jan responded positively, adding that this is a unique product and there are no analogs. Finally, he agreed to try the lotion and began to smear it on his face. And just a couple of minutes later, Nakayama looked 10 years younger. And everyone was simply shocked by this result. The guy looked in the mirror and was also perplexed, not understanding how this was possible. Naturally, everyone wanted to know the price of this cream. Bin said that one box costs 1 billion yen. Everyone froze in shock as the cost of the lotion was incredibly high. Yan herself said that they will produce about 50 copies a year, so the price is appropriate. But soon they intend to launch their product series worldwide. Meanwhile, an enraged Yoshida began to beat his protege, who had not reported such an important detail. At the same time, he ordered him to obtain the recipe for this unique cream by any means necessary. Kei, Bin, and Miyawaki were busy with countless calls from people wanting to buy this lotion. Lu, in turn, made coffee for everyone. At that moment, Sakura received a call from Mr. Takahashi, but she refused to sell him the cream. A stunned Jan jumped up and asked if this was really the same once influential man. Vaki replied that it was indeed him. They could not understand why he could not sell people what they wanted. An enthusiastic Bean noted that Takahashi was no longer the same businessman since Foxen had bought out his company, adding that she would rather sell the remaining cream at a friendly price to someone who would help develop their corporation for just 1 billion yen. Since she released a premium edition online that sold over 2 billion, Quan was shocked. The puzzled protagonist noted that it was twice the original price. Suddenly, Sayaka told her sister that 10 of the top shopping malls were inviting them to move in with them. After quickly calculating everything, Bin stated that they would soon open about 1,000 branches across the country and earn 500 billion. The stunned young master asked how this was even possible. Meanwhile, the emperor himself called them and wanted to order a premium edition of the lotion. Naturally, they couldn't refuse him. Thus, the situation changed dramatically. And after recalculating the profit, Yan stated that they would earn 600 billion in a year. The blooming immortal, in turn, went to his room where he began to cultivate. Sai gave him a glass of water and remarked that he had helped their company so much, and they hadn't even promoted him. But Quan said he didn't really do it for the money, and he didn't donate much blood. But the assistant said that his blood was extremely precious, and it would not be so easy to return it, especially since it would require a considerable number of girls. The young cultivator replied that he had no intention of taking away the girls' yin energy to make up for the lack of yang. After all, he considered himself a decent person. But she said that if Lu deviated from her principle, she would have less work. Suddenly Miyawaki knocked on his door and asked if the teenager was busy. Of course, Kwan asked her to come in, saying that he was not at all busy and was ready to help her. At the same time, the extremely polite Sakura apologized for disturbing him. But Day noted that he was just doing an exercise and nothing bad had happened, asking what was the matter. Suddenly, the girl fell on her knees in front of him, and the stunned guy asked her to get up immediately. But Miyawaki said his recipe had given her corporation a newfound reputation in the market. The young man helped her up and pointed out that it was his job, but Sakura wanted to ask Lou for one favor. Kwan said that he would do everything possible if she stopped bowing to him. Finally moving to the sofa, the protagonist asked what she wanted from him. Miyawaki suddenly took him by the hands and asked him to help her father. The guy was surprised. At the same time, the young master urged her to specify the problem and explain what had happened. The girl burst into tears and said that her father had had a stroke and had been in the hospital for a month. The doctor's prognosis was disappointing, and the old man might never wake up again. But they said he was not a doctor. However, Sakura said that he was a miracle worker who knew martial arts and a unique massage technique. The young cultivator thought for a moment, trying to figure out what he could do in this situation. Miyawaki continued to beg him to help her father, saying that he clearly had a way to do it. Then the blooming immortal suggested that stimulating his life force might help him come out of his coma. In this regard, Lou promised to make every effort to cure her father, but he could not give any guarantees. But she noted that initially it was necessary to light a candle and pray to Buddha so that Day would help. Suddenly Sakura took out a package and announced that she had 2 gifts for him. After which she handed the unknown scroll to the teenager, Kwan asked what it was. Miyawaki said this was a document transferring 30% of her company's shares to Lou Day. Since he had helped develop the Jade Cherry, the dumbfounded boy replied that he could not accept such a gift. But Sakura pointed out that if he didn't do it, she would be on her knees for eternity. The girl then immediately knelt down, and Kwan again asked Waki to stand up, declaring that he would accept her gift, after which she suddenly blushed with embarrassment and started talking about the second gift. At that moment, Miyawaki lay down on the bed and said that this was the only way she could thank him. Shocked, Lou did not expect such a turn of events, and simply froze in place. Naturally, like a true gentleman, the main character refused such a gift. But persistent Sakura asked if the young master didn't like her. Of course, he began to convince her otherwise. Adding that friends couldn't do that, Miyawaki seemed unstoppable. As a result, she kissed the teenager, and at the same time she admitted that she liked him, because she had never met such a good man in her life. But the young cultivator was unwavering in his decision, and continued to reassure her. A moment later, Bean knocked on his door and said they needed to talk. The blooming immortal said that he would come out to her now, but Yan asked to visit him. Kwan immediately asked Miyawaki to crawl under the bed so that they wouldn't get into trouble. Finally opening the door, Lude stated that it was a mess, and he decided to clean up a bit. Suddenly Bin's expression changed dramatically, and she urged him not to move. The puzzled guy asked what was going on. Chan immediately straightened his tie, saying that he should always look decent. Walking into the room, she sat down in a chair and said with a smile on her face that Kwan had done well. After all, he added a secret ingredient to their cream, and now the company is growing rapidly. Therefore, she came to the conclusion that he should be rewarded and submitted an agreement to transfer part of the company's shares. But the teenager replied that the corporation was not paying him a high salary, and he was forced to refuse. However, the stubborn girl insisted that Lude sign the agreement and receive 20% of the shares. Kwan again stated that he had enough money and did not need it. A very surprised Bin said that he would need funds for a wedding in the future, but the guy said that he was not going to marry the princess, so he had no need for that kind of money. At that moment, Yan lost control of the pin, and it rolled right under the bed. The protagonist was shocked, saying that he would lift her himself, since Bean was wearing a dress and it would be inconvenient for her to do so. The headmistress caught herself thinking that Lou was very attentive and good-looking, but it wouldn't hurt for him to be more goal-oriented. Finally, he reached for the pen that Sakura handed him and asked him to sign the contract quickly. In connection with this, the young master immediately informed Yan that he was ready to sign the agreement, which is what the young cultivator ultimately did in order to quickly send her away. A pleased Bin immediately jumped up from her seat and, smiling, said that the topic of business was closed. However, for some unknown reason, she was in no hurry to leave, which the blooming immortal carefully hinted to her about. But Sia said that they were done with business, but she had one more important thing to do, and she asked him to lock the door. Dumbfounded, Kwan turned the lock and froze in place, not understanding what was happening. Yan smiled and urged him to come to her. The guy slowly moved towards her, after which Lude declared that she had already rewarded him well, and he did not need anything from her. A very surprised Bean said she just wanted to ask him to give her a massage. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and naturally agreed to relax his boss. Suddenly, Jan said that she had been very tired lately and that she needed this. But the teenager urged her to go to her room. The girl immediately objected. She stated that Sakura and K.R. lived next door to her, and it would be extremely inconvenient, adding that it is best if no one is around so that she can calmly enjoy the procedure. Kwan had no idea how to get out of this situation, realizing that poor Miyawaki was under the bed. He had no choice but to agree to massage her shoulders, especially since Yan had already laid down on the bed. Suddenly she began to speak cryptically about his unique massage skills, which she would miss. After all, if he gets a girlfriend, she clearly won't allow him to give massages to other beauties. Kwan noted that because he was busy with his sister, he didn't even think about girls. A puzzled Bean asked if he really needed her approval to get a girlfriend, after which Jan began to methodically ask him about what kind of girls he liked. Based on this, she found out that he was even considering an older option, and suddenly asked him to give her a full massage. The puzzled protagonist asked what she meant when she spoke of a full-fledged massage. The surprised headmistress asked him a counter-question. Does he really not want this? Then the young master said that for this she would better change into massage clothes. Seeing the young cultivator's pajamas, Yan decided to put them on, which could easily replace a massage robe. The blooming immortal understood that at this rate he would not be able to get rid of her. As a result, the headmistress began to change her clothes, and the teenager immediately turned away, not understanding what was on her mind. Soon the girl called the guy to turn around, which Lu, worried about what was happening, did. Seeing his boss in his t-shirt, Kwan was surprised, and Bin asked if she looked strange. Naturally, he replied that everything was perfectly fine and that his clothes were simply too big for her. Then, falling onto her back, Jan encouraged him to continue his miraculous massage. Day was surprised and asked if she really wanted him to do it from the front. The girl, pleased with herself, responded positively, saying that she wouldn't be very comfortable doing it any other way. Kwan had to come to terms with the boss's whims and finally begin the procedure. However, at that very moment, the electricity in the house suddenly went out. The young man decided to find out what was going on, but Bean noted that it was even better this way and he shouldn't get distracted. The stunned teenager tried in every way to dissuade her from her bad deeds, stating that he was an ordinary person and that she should be scared to be alone with a man. But Jan confidently replied that she had nothing to fear, except that he might fall in love with her. Then she touched his face with her hand and said that everything would be fine. But suddenly the door handle jerked violently, and Bean instantly panicked. Assuming that it might be her sister, Kwan hastened to convince her otherwise. Since Kea never enters his room without knocking, it's clearly not her. A couple of seconds later, someone fired a shot at the lock, and Yan screamed in fear. Ludi immediately covered her mouth with his hand, urging her not to make a sound so as not to frighten the target. Eventually, an unknown man armed with a machine gun entered Kwan's room. However, he never found anyone, which seemed quite strange to him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist threw a sheet over the mercenary, thereby limiting his visibility. This is something the attacker clearly did not expect, and subsequently did not have time to react. Taking advantage of the moment, the young master began to deal him his crushing blows, after which he rushed to deal with the others and asked the girls not to leave the room. As always, Bin tried to persuade him not to get into trouble, but the young cultivator didn't listen to her. Then it suddenly occurred to her that he had called upon them both not to leave the room. At that moment, Miyawaki called out to her, saying that she had also come to visit Lu. A stunned Yang asked why she did this. Sakura replied that she also wanted to thank him. Meanwhile, the blooming immortal carefully walked out of the room and saw two armed mercenaries. One of them told his friend that the girls were on the second floor, and Day was on the first. Suddenly they discovered Kwan and immediately began to open fire on him. However, the extremely dexterous and nimble teenager managed to react and disappear around the corner. Then he ran into another room, which they also began to fire at. Without thinking twice, Ludi attacked one of them with his magical skills. Thus, the ice arrows rushed into the bandit's body, and he fell unconscious to the floor. In fact, Kwan managed to turn on the water in the bathroom, which he later turned into ice. Realizing that he could do nothing to help his partner, the second attacker tried to escape. But Siaka suddenly blocked his path and easily subdued the thug. The mercenary was shocked by such a strong girl, and simply did not expect such a turn of events. Soon they turned on the light and, removing the night vision device from the bandit's face, discovered that he was the butler. A puzzled Kwan asked who had drawn Wada into this matter, and the old man explained that Yoshida had ordered him to find the secret recipe for the cream, and since he owed him, he was forced to agree to commit this crime. But Sia did not believe him. When the butler asked where her sister and Miyawaki were, he replied that he had not found them, but Kei stated that they were not in their rooms. Suddenly Kwan said that he was not actually lying to her, and Zia was surprised. At that moment, Sakura and Bin came out into the corridor and announced that they were fine. Naturally, Kei asked them where they had managed to hide. Unable to come up with anything better, Jan said that she and Miyawaki had been talking in the backyard. However, Er doubted her sister's words, since she had never walked through the gardens. Moreover, she was bothered by her shabby clothes. It all looked rather strange. Suddenly, Sakura reached for the katana that was hanging on the wall and walked towards Ueda, stating that her samurai clan, Mamiya, hates traitors the most, and therefore must lose her arm. However, the old man said that in fact her father did not become ill naturally, and it was the work of other people. Shocked by this statement, Miyawaki asked who dared to do this. The butler said that it was the president of the Yoshimi company, named Urahara, and he knew about the gentleman's high blood pressure. Then Sakura took pity on him and drove him out of her house. Ueda immediately rushed to the exit, after which Waki burst into tears, but Bin assured them that they would definitely take revenge on Masao and Yoshida. The protagonist noted that he would personally make every effort to deal with them. Ueda, in turn, told Yoshida what had happened, who was furious. At the same time, the old man asked him for some money to leave the country and hide, but the enraged bandit shot him, realizing that he had probably given them all up and wanted to wash his hands of the matter. Urahara stated that he had better leave the city, as the police and the Mamiya clan would come for him. A frightened Yoshida immediately headed to his car, where he was surrounded by unknown people. The bewildered guy began to threaten them, saying that he was an extremely difficult person, but the thugs simply shot him, saying that their boss had sent him his regards. At this time, the young master went to the Yoshimi plant, and the surprised C asked why he came there. The young cultivator reported that the girls were looking for Yoshida, and he needed to deal with Masao, after which the blooming immortal easily overcame the high fence and entered the factory grounds. After waiting for the guards to disperse, Quan hurried to the warehouse. Where the boxes of the company's products were, Ludi immediately got to work. The assistant asked if he was ready to take revenge on such a disgusting person. Naturally, the teenager responded positively and used his magical abilities, claiming that he had changed the structure of creams and lotions so that they now had side effects. After a certain amount of time, Urahara's phone suddenly rang in the middle of the night. Soon the old man woke up and reached for the chest of drawers, hastening to answer the call, where he was informed that the Quality Control Association wanted to inspect their products. Masao didn't mind, knowing it was Jade Cherry's doing, but all the cosmetics in the factory were ruined. The stunned Urahara could not believe it and began to question his assistant. He himself did not understand what had happened. Soon, the news reported that Masao had been held accountable for selling substandard products. Concerned about her father's condition, Miyawaki came to him in the hospital, saying that their enemies had been destroyed by a talented guy, which will definitely help him recover. At that moment, Quan entered the ward, hoping that he would be able to restore brain tissue with the help of life energy. Ludi began to heal the old man, because the coma was caused by this very illness. Sakura literally began to pray for her father, sincerely hoping that the young man would help him. And after a certain time, the main character still managed to help Kiyoshi get out of his coma. An ecstatic Miyawaki immediately threw herself into her father's arms, saying that he had finally recovered. At this time, the young master came out into the corridor where Siake was with her sister. He declared that everything was fine. Soon, Sakura went with them to the airport to see them off on their flight. Bean noted that she needed to rest, as so much had fallen on her. Or also said goodbye to her, saying that she had to come and visit them with her father. Miyawaki then promised the young cultivator that she would do everything possible to make the Jade Cherry the best in the world. The blooming immortal, in turn, replied that she should not overexert herself under any circumstances. Thus, Yang and Sakura began to work for Quan, because most of the shares were in his hands. Kea, stunned by this news, asked if he had really become a millionaire. The sister answered positively, adding that he himself did not realize it. Suddenly, Miyawaki moved closer to Lu Day and said that her second gift was still valid. She noticed Quan, who had turned bright red, and asked what happened. The guy said he was just hot, after which they finally went home. Meanwhile, Lin's friends were asking her why she was in such a good mood today. The girl replied that her brother was returning from a business trip and she needed to meet him. The girls kept laughing, saying that she loved her brother too much. Seeing a store called Jade, the young lady decided to go in and buy some pies. Because Quan loved meat buns, the girls started teasing her again. Claiming that she was a very attentive sister, they then headed home. While standing in a long line at the store, Zhang Feng suddenly drove up to her in his car. Recognizing her as the sister of his worst enemy, Lu Day, he planned something terrible. After all this time he was haunted by an irresistible desire to take revenge on the teenager. Suddenly Zhang approached Lin and asked if she was Quan's sister, and the girl answered positively, after which he gave his name and said that he was a friend of the young master. Then Feng asked where her brother was. The girl replied that he was returning from a business trip today and she wanted to meet him. Chang said that he was also heading to the airport to meet a friend and offered to give her a ride. At this time, the protagonist K.R. and Bing got off the plane and headed towards the exit, where the family's personal driver was waiting for them and greeted the girls. Yan unexpectedly invited the young cultivator to visit, as his father wanted to meet him. The sisters were sure that Dad would definitely like him and were eagerly awaiting Lu. However, the blooming immortal said that he promised to spend time with his sister. Then they agreed that the teenager would come to them another day and meet the head of the family. Soon Bin and Kay got into the car and headed home. Quan only watched them go. A moment later, Lin called him, and the guy hurried to pick up the phone. He asked where she was because he had already returned and was waiting for her at the airport. But instead of the girl, he heard Zhang's voice, who declared that Sister Lu would not be able to meet him, adding that everything depended on him, and if Day didn't hurry, something bad could happen to Lin. At the same time, he named the place where Quan was supposed to come to see his sister. The young man said menacingly that if he touched Lin, he would be in trouble. Zhang immediately hung up and began searching his pockets for the remaining potion. Feng intended to make his sister Lu drink it in order to make her his slave, after which it was necessary to give her a knife so that she could kill her brother with her own hands. Zhang naively believed that his plan was perfect and that this time everything would definitely work out. But at that moment, Wang suddenly appeared and quoted a writer. A stunned Zhang immediately turned around and asked her who she was. The girl replied that she was a teacher, and a perplexed Feng began to threaten her with a knife. But the brave Wang demanded that he immediately release her student, as the consequences could be irreversible. Zhang immediately rushed at her with a knife, but he failed to hit his target. The girl skillfully snatched the dagger from him and plunged it straight into his heart. He said that he had started this dangerous game in vain, in which there could only be one outcome. Feng's bloody body instantly collapsed to the ground. Wang looked at him silently. Meanwhile, police officers saw a motorcyclist without a helmet on the road and ordered him to stop for inspection. An unknown guy shouted that he was not going to cover his beautiful hair with a helmet, after which he rushed his motorcycle forward, trying to break away from the law enforcement officers. Suddenly, the main character overtook him on a bicycle, and in doing so, he literally flew into the air. The stunned stranger could not come to terms with his defeat to the cyclist. Having finally overtaken the young master, he turned to him and declared that he should not compete with him. However, when the motorcyclist turned back, there was a huge truck in front of him. The guy realized that he wouldn't be able to steer and immediately began to brake. He miraculously managed to avoid crashing into a truck and move to another lane of the road. Thus, the blooming immortal once again pulled ahead. As he headed straight for the truck, the motorcyclist was perplexed, saying that he was clearly tired of living. But Quan literally ran under the truck and drove on. The shocked stranger couldn't believe that this was even possible. A moment later, Ludi had disappeared without a trace, and the young man realized that he could no longer catch up with him. By that time, the teenager had been stopped by police officers, thus ending his race. Quan, in turn, finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse, which was the place to meet Zhang and his sister. Looking at his watch, he realized that there were only 5 minutes left, so he had to hurry. In connection with this, Ludi began to run around the territory and shout out his sister's name. Soon the guy finally found her lying unconscious on the ground and tried to help her come to her senses. Van suddenly appeared and urged him to calm down, saying that she had simply taken a sleeping pill and was sleeping, adding that she had also dealt with Feng and that he would never bother anyone again. Then Quan asked if she was not an ordinary person. The teacher smiled and said, just like him, Sai noted that he should be careful around her, as she had the aura of a succubus, but Wang continued to insist that she had no ill intentions against him or his sister. The assistant urged the owner not to believe her, as these creatures are extremely cunning. The teacher pointed out that she was actually a werewolf, and that she and Lu were on the same side. Sai stated that there are people who feed on the blood of succubi, and they are called werewolves. Suddenly Quan remembered Bao, who had behaved similarly on the island. Wang confirmed that Lin is the best werewolf in existence. The stunned teenager asked what she meant when she talked about the best werewolf. The teacher explained that those who have fed the blood of a succubus from childhood are the best and show their powers after 18 years. The perplexed protagonist again asked why demons would go through such trials. Wang replied that monsters live longer than humans, but still age, and only werewolves like Bao can restore their youth. Therefore, they have to wait 18 years to obtain the highest quality blood and rejuvenate themselves. 15 years ago, she took Lin and escaped from the demon, but now her power had awakened, and only Day could save her. The shocked young master asked how he could help her. After a short pause, Wang urged the young cultivator to make Bao his woman. The stunned blooming immortal declared that now was not the time for such jokes. However, the saddened girl said that this was indeed true, and that this was the only way to make her happy. But the most important thing is that only a virgin werewolf is of interest to succubi, so Quan should hurry. The teenager replied that if the demon attacked her, he would definitely protect the girl, just as he did Vaughn, his sister. The joyful teacher immediately said that in that case, she would organize a romantic month for them. But Lude pointed out that he didn't mean that at all, and simply wanted her to live with him for her own safety. At that moment, Lin suddenly moved, and the guy realized that he should hurry to return home with her. Wang noted that Quan had no idea who she wanted to fight, as the succubus was extremely powerful. But the young man said that they still wouldn't leave him alone, and he wanted to help Bao. The teacher said that people like him don't understand the chaos that goes on in the hearts of girls, adding that many interesting things could happen during the time together. Soon, Quan went to buy a new, fairly spacious house with several rooms. After inspecting the apartment, the teenager was more than satisfied, so he decided to buy it. The realtor also showed him the spacious balcony and other charms of the mansion, after which he kindly asked to pay the price of the house, which amounted to $50 million. The young man noted that this was a fair price and agreed to sign all the necessary documents. But the shocked sister asked him not to do this, because even if he had that kind of money, it was clearly his last. However, the guy assured that he had recently gone on a business trip and earned a lot of money. Then Lin assumed that Lu had returned to his old job, but naturally he denied everything. Kair stated that her brother is actually the director of a cosmetics company and has much more money. The delighted little sister asked her again if this was really true and if Day was so successful. She confirmed her words, saying that now they can afford whatever they want. At that moment, the workers brought a piano into the room, and Kay noted that it was a gift for Lin. The girl immediately rushed to the instrument and was pleasantly surprised by its quality. In the end, Quan was satisfied with his choice of estate. At the same time, he said that for some reasons another person would live with them. At this time, a radiant Lin entered their living room and remarked that this house was simply incredible. The protagonist hastened to explain that Bao was the target of the supreme succubus, and he was forced to protect her. But Sia was furious. Upon seeing the girl, Lin enthusiastically said that she was her most devoted fan. The young master stated that Lin would live with them, as he had promised Miss Wang that he would give her some extra lessons. Upon seeing the piano, Bao immediately rushed towards the instrument, saying that the girl had good taste. Sister Quan replied that it was a gift from Kea, so Lin handed her the package. He said that he also wanted to give her a gift, which turned out to be signed CDs of her favorite band's albums. Naturally, Lin began to thank her, even though the piano was clearly more expensive. Suddenly, Seiya said that since they had 5 rooms, one more person could move in with them. Lu asked who she was talking about. Of course, the girl meant herself, assuring him that she would not let him go so easily. At the same time, they continued to incinerate each other with their hateful gaze, as always. Kay, in turn, decided to celebrate the housewarming and said that she wanted to cook something delicious. But the blooming immortal replied that he couldn't let her take care of the kitchen, objected, because she was also a good cook. Shia suddenly found herself immersed in memories of her mother, talking about how a woman should be able to cook. And for this, she hired the best chef, who began to teach her and Sister Yang. Therefore, the girl sincerely hoped to win over Quan with her amazing cooking skills. Then Bao decided to show off her skills and said that she, too, could handle things in the kitchen. Surprised, they asked if she could cook, and Lin replied that she had undergone special training. She added that Lu would definitely like her cooking, which K.Er seriously doubted. In this regard, she stated that no one would eat her food, since she clearly had little experience in this. Unexpectedly, Bao suggested that they organize a competition to find out who was the better cook. A puzzled Quan asked why they were taking this so seriously. At the same time, he again offered to help them, but the self-confident girls urged him to simply wait until lunch, after which they went to the kitchen and began to surprise the owner of the house. Lin noted that he should be careful in his statements. After a certain amount of time, Sia asked him to try the spicy chicken in the most delicate sauce. Of course, the curious Lu Day ate a couple of pieces and was amazed at how delicious it was. Then it was Bao's turn, who also cooked chicken, but a little differently. Quan also liked this dish and spoke enthusiastically about it. Then Kea prepared some more amazing dishes and asked the guy to try them. Naturally, Lin did not lag behind her, and provided him with a huge number of different meat delicacies. Eventually, the teenager called on them to stop as they had prepared enough food for several days ahead. After which the girls asked the long-awaited question, which of them is better at the kitchen? The protagonist replied that they both cook incredibly deliciously, and he cannot determine the winner. Xia came to the conclusion that in this case, they would need to prepare the same dish. And after a few minutes they presented 2 options of tofu. One was sweet and the other was salty. At the same time, The girls asked the young master which one he liked best. Finally, the young cultivator called them to stop, and everyone sat silently in the living room. Lynn suddenly asked her brother to watch a cartoon with her, because she had never seen such a big TV before. Kaya immediately came to her senses and recommended that she watch a love story in the student union. Bao immediately snatched the remote from her and said that it would be better to take a look at the student's affair with the teacher. Subsequently, the girl decided to watch some TV series so as not to offend anyone. But the girls continued to recommend their favorite films to her, and Lynn was shocked. Suddenly, she jumped up from the sofa and announced that she needed to do her homework. Then the restless individuals turned to the blooming immortal and asked what he would be watching. Quan sighed heavily and said that this TV had a split screen, so they could watch both shows. As time passed, it was late night and everyone was sleeping in their rooms. However, the irrepressible Lin suddenly quietly came out of her bedroom and headed towards Lu. And as soon as Bao tried to open the door to his room, Kia called out to her. The girl pretended to be lost, but Sia understood everything, saying that she shouldn't do that. Finally, Lin admitted that she really loved her teacher Day, adding that she also did not sleep at such a late hour, as she herself wanted to disturb Quan. At that moment, they heard the characteristic sound of a door handle turning. A couple of seconds later, the guy went out into the corridor but didn't see anyone, thinking he was imagining things. The girls, in turn, managed to hide around the corner, continuing to argue among themselves. The next morning, Sister Lin woke up and went to the living room. Where the sleepy Bao and Kea were already, the young lady immediately greeted them. However, seeing their condition, she wondered what was happening to them. At breakfast, they continued to quarrel, and suddenly Lin asked Quan to influence the situation. Ludi couldn't understand why they had such a bad relationship, but even his sister understood the reason. A couple of minutes later, a brilliant idea came to him, and he announced that he knew how to fix it. Soon they arrived at the amusement park where everyone was having fun. The main character said that here they obviously should get along with each other. However, Sia stated that she was no longer a child and had no intention of staying here. Taking advantage of the moment, Bao took the young master by the arm and urged him to go together. Kea also grabbed the young cultivator, saying that sometimes it was okay to go out and have some fun. The guys around him were sincerely envious of him, because the teenager had acquired 2 girls. Then they came to the conclusion that it was necessary to restore justice. Meanwhile, the girls continued to irritate the blooming immortal. A stunned Quan called on them to finally calm down and stop arguing. Suddenly, the stranger invited them to go to a scary house, saying that if they didn't like it, he would return the money. At least here the girls came to a general consensus and decided to go to the haunted house. Lude was pleased with what was happening, as he was very tired of the restless people. Kea noted that the building was in ruins, and it was no wonder there were no visitors. Quan said that if there were a lot of people here, this house would not be so scary. Unexpectedly, Lin said that she was actually afraid of ghosts and hoped for the teacher's protection. She noted that it was not too late to refuse, but the girl did not want to do this. The guy who invited them advised them naively, believed that they had already fallen into his trap, and now they would not be able to escape. After a couple of minutes, they finally entered a dark room where there were many frightening scarecrows. Kay walked up to one of them and said they looked pretty realistic. Quan also touched the exhibit and said that they had quite elastic skin and most likely used silicone. Frightened Bao moved timidly toward the ghost and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly she informed Lu Day that she smelled blood on one of them, adding that it was clearly smeared with something to make it look more horrific. But Sia was sure that the owner of the house simply wasted money because everything was done poorly. At the same time, she believed that it would be better to put makeup on people so that they would scare tourists. After a certain amount of time, they approached a device covered with a cloth. Suddenly, a terrifying voice called upon them to throw off the sheet to see a completely different version of themselves. Kay declared that it was clearly a distorting mirror, but Bao believed that it was simply some kind of terrible picture, after which they asked Quan who was right and whether it was worth opening the painting. Naturally, Lude replied that they had paid the money and should take a look. Having started arguing among themselves again, the girls agreed that whoever was right would stay in the park with the teacher. They literally dreamed of riding the Ferris wheel with the main character. Finally, having thrown off the sheet, they discovered underneath a mirror in which they were reflected as animals. So Sia turned into a little dog and declared that she was right. But Lin, in the form of a cat, objected, noting that it was clearly computer graphics. As a result, they once again came into conflict, which Quan was already quite tired of. At this, the young ladies began to laugh at each other, saying that they had turned into animals. Bo replied that at least she became a cat, unlike her, since Kea was a dog. At first they found it funny, but then they started to panic, because this transformation was truly frightening. The young master, in turn, turned into a child and behaved accordingly. which naturally also raised questions, but they couldn't understand what it was connected with. At that moment, the guy who invited them came up to them and asked if they now believed that this was the scariest house. Of course, they demanded that he immediately turn them back into humans. The young man said that in fact, it was a magic mirror that turned them into animals. And then they became ghosts. Grabbing the scissors, he began to think about how to transform them and what could be done with them. One thing was clear. He was going to disfigure the young cultivator and his girlfriends in every possible way. But Bo, in the form of a cat, suddenly attacked him, declaring that she would not allow harm to come to the teacher. Kara also pounced on him and began to bite his leg, saying that she would kill him. But since they were tiny, the teenager easily scattered them to the sides. The worried blooming immortal took them in his arms and told them that he should not harm the animals. The guy laughed and replied that he really was a bad person and was now going to offend him too. However, at this time, the house suddenly began to collapse, and the stunned thug could not understand what was happening. Seeing a bulldozer in the hole left by the house, he asked why they were demolishing the building. The puzzled tractor driver said that he was ordered to demolish the house and that all questions should be directed to the director. The shocked guy immediately looked around and discovered that the child was missing. At that moment, Bin was discussing with the manager the demolition of old buildings to make way for the park's renovation when Lou suddenly bumped into her. The assistant was indignant, and the child immediately asked the girl for forgiveness. Xia, of course, recognized her sister and began to bark. Yang herself noticed that this child looked very much like Quan. Having lifted the main character in her arms, she asked where his parents were, but instead he said that his uncle was abusing them and the animals. A puzzled Bean asked the manager who he was, and the assistant said he was the owner of the haunted house, after which he attacked Chen with accusations because he had scared the child and also knew about the demolition of the building in advance. Lao, in turn, begged him not to demolish it, but Xia's assistant replied that he had not paid rent for 3 months. Yan promised the young master, in the form of a child, to definitely find his parents. Chen was furious at this decision and could not accept the demolition of his ghost house. After a certain amount of time, Bin's people reported to her that they had not been able to find the boy's parents. Quan, in turn, played carefree with toys and was happy, since his development was at the level of a 7-year-old child. Yan stroked the young cultivator's head and remarked that he was an extremely smart child. However, she was haunted by his incredible resemblance to Liu Day, as if he were his younger brother. But she knew that he only had a sister, so Bin asked if he knew a man named Quan. The blooming immortal grabbed his hair and said that he could not remember what was causing his headache. He added that he was actually stupid because he didn't know his own name, but he remembered the multiplication table and some poems, after which he began to tell her one of them, which simply shocked her. Yang stated that he was not stupid at all, and until his parents were found, she would call him Quan. Then the girl unexpectedly invited him to take a bath, and she volunteered to help. The stunned Kayer and Lin immediately began to object to her, which resulted in loud barking and meowing. Bean, in turn, assumed that they were hungry, so she poured out some food for them, after which she picked up the baby and carried him to the bathroom. Bao and Xia were in shock. Meanwhile, Jan helped the child take off his jacket, saying that it was necessary in order to wash himself. But suddenly he urged her to take a bath as well, and Bean happily agreed. The stunned cat and dog began to understand that their sister must not know the truth. Lao, in turn, continued to take everyone to the haunted house, but the older people refused to go there. Naturally, Chen was furious, declaring that this house was truly terrible. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared in front of him and said that this would not scare anyone now, adding that he actually came to help him, since the young man knows a thing or two about fear. Going inside, he asked if Lao was happy with this miraculous mirror. Of course, Chen replied that with him he helps people experience true horror. But one girl ordered to demolish his most terrible house in the world, and he wants to take revenge on her. He also couldn't understand why the last 3 visitors turned into animals, and the guy with them simply became smaller. After all, usually people turned into real monsters and were under his control. In doing so, Lao intended to turn Bin into the most terrifying monster in his haunted house. By then it was night, and Jan put the protagonist to bed, promising to find his parents tomorrow. Suddenly the young master asked her to keep him company, as he was afraid of monsters. The girl noted that at his age, she was also afraid of various ghosts. In this regard, she agreed to stay with the young cultivator so that he would not be afraid. Enraged, Kayer immediately began to bark, because she didn't like what was happening. But Bao confidently said that it was better not to make noise so that they wouldn't be thrown out into the street. The enraged Xia couldn't calm down, saying that she would deal with this owner of the ghost house tomorrow. However, Lin suddenly began to dissuade her from this idea, which was rather strange. Perplexed, Kay asked why they shouldn't do this, and Bao replied that it was because he came to them himself. Looking out the window, they saw the same man from the haunted house, who released a huge number of his horrible puppets from his truck. Approaching the main gate, the boy asked to call the eldest Miss, but the butler refused to do so. He said that it was too late, and that he should contact her tomorrow. But the young man said that she had demolished his haunted house and must answer for it, so he intends to turn her mansion into a new haunted house. Suddenly, one of the monsters turned into a bat and flew around his back, after which he immediately bit the butler in the neck area, and he immediately turned into a zombie, who voluntarily opened the gate, and the demons headed to the Xiabing estate. At the same time, they brought with them that very magic mirror, which Kay and Bao had noticed. Er immediately began to wake up her sister, but it was all to no avail. Then she decided to bang on the door. But this also led to nothing. The situation seemed hopeless. However, the dog continued to bark loudly and demand that Jan immediately open the door. Lin, in turn, urged her not to make noise, because monsters had already made their way into their house, who immediately began searching for Bean in all the rooms on the first floor. The stunned Kaya began to say that it was all because of that magic mirror, because it was what turned them into animals. Then Bao came to the conclusion that if he was destroyed, all the monsters would turn into ordinary people. It was just a guess, but it was definitely worth a try, so they decided to break it. Seeing the bat carrying the mirror, Zia immediately jumped on it along with Lin. Thus the dog bit the demon's paw, which was quite painful. As a result of the mirror falling down, it seemed that the job was done. But at the very last moment, another monster caught the magical device. Then he grabbed the cat and dog, and the guy said that they almost ruined his plan. At that moment, a puzzled Bin was suddenly awakened by a noise in the living room. Seeing the demons, she fell to the floor in fear and backed away, not understanding what was happening. A smug Lao approached her and declared that he had been looking for her for a very long time and had finally found her. After telling how she demolished his house, Chen noted that now he and his friends had nowhere to go. But Jan said that this was all in order to build an even bigger house, and the young man thought about it. Then he replied that she should have thought about this earlier. But now, he had decided to turn her estate into a haunted house, adding that he really wants to make her a demon so that she will submit to him. At that moment, one of his zombified subordinates tied the girl's hands. Shocked by what was happening, Bean demanded that he let her go immediately. Kare also began to be stubborn, calling for her loved ones not to be touched, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, Quan jumped out of the room and said that they were all bad because they were bullying their sister and the animals. Lao immediately grabbed the baby and noted that now everyone was finally assembled and they could get down to business. Throwing Ludi aside, Chen ordered the mutated demon to watch over him, after which he told Yang that she should not be afraid of these monsters because soon she would join them. A moment later, he pulled the cloth off the mirror and Bean saw her reflection. After a couple of seconds, she suddenly turned into a snake-like creature, which terrified her. A joyful Lao said that he had not expected such a turn of events and wanted to examine her. However, Chen did not take into account the fact that one should never look the Gorgon snake in the eyes. As a result, he instantly turned into a stone statue, which he naturally did not expect. An enthusiastic Kea said that her sister would now show everyone how to turn them into monsters. In this regard, John drew attention to her, and then the dog hurried out of her field of vision. Bin, in turn, continued to turn all the demons into a pile of stones. Bao and Xia tried to hide to avoid becoming victims of the Gorgon's terrifying power. The girl seemed unstoppable, and she did not stop destroying monsters. The cat noticed that Kay's sister was much more dangerous than the owner of the ghost house, and called on her to save Lu Day. The animal, who was being chased by one of the zombified monsters, immediately pounced on him. However, they were unable to cause him any significant damage, so they also rushed away from him. But the Gorgon suddenly appeared and came to their aid, turning him into another statue. Suddenly, Quan called out to her and asked her to stop, as she might be overdoing it. Kare and Lin urged him not to look his sister in the eyes under any circumstances, lest he turn to stone. But the main character did not understand the dog's barking, so the cat immediately jumped on him. Bio then pushed the young master to the floor and closed his eyes, calling on the dog to break the mirror. She instantly started running away from her sister and rushed towards the magical device. She began to hit and scratch the mirror, but was unable to achieve the desired result. At this time, the snake suddenly grabbed Bao and the young cultivator. Kare knew she had to hurry. As soon as the cat started meowing, Bean instantly turned her into stone. Blooming Immortal noted that he no longer liked his sister because she killed the cat. Seeing that the Gorgon was trying to deal with the baby, Sia began to distract her. Having climbed onto the stone statue of Chen, she began to bark loudly, and the snake instantly directed its fiery beam at her. At the same time, or barked constantly so that Gorgon would not even think about getting distracted. Kay managed to jump back towards the mirror, and Yang's attack followed into the petrified Lao. However, in the end, the mutated bean still managed to hit the dog. Thus, she turned into a stone, which was already directed into a magical item. As a result, the mirror became covered with numerous chips, and the impact left a hole, through which the magical dark aura began to be sucked into the object itself, thereby removing the evil spell from all those involved and returning them to human form. When she returned, Yang was unconscious, and Quan managed to catch her, saying that Xia and Lin had done a great job. Soon everything came to its senses, and the teenager began to train hard to become stronger. She asked why he did the handstand, and Lude explained that he needed to practice more, because he was on the verge of death, and if it weren't for Kei and Bao, he would have already been dead. This means he needs to become stronger as soon as possible to prevent something like this from happening again. But the assistant noted that it was not necessary to stand upside down for this, because he had the charming scripture of fortune. However, Quan said that it helps him win the favor of women, but it is not enough. At that moment, Sia suddenly came into his room and asked how he was feeling. Seeing him with a bare torso, she immediately blushed with embarrassment and turned away. The teenager put on a t-shirt and asked her a counter-question about her sister, because she was unconscious. Kair said she didn't remember anything and thought she had just had a bad dream. And when Yan woke up and discovered that the child was missing, she became scared and wanted to order her subordinates to find him. But Sia explained that his parents came for him and took him home. Of course, she didn't believe it at first. The guy thanked her for her help, and Kay suddenly remembered his muscular body. Noticing that the girl had frozen in place with a silly expression on her face, he asked what the problem was. I pretended that everything was fine and left the room so as not to disturb him while he was training. However, what was happening seemed quite strange to him, and he could not understand what had happened to her. Meanwhile, the main character wandered through the long corridors of the huge estate. Suddenly, the young master saw Bao on the bed and wondered why she was not sleeping. Approaching her, the young cultivator asked if she couldn't sleep. Sitting down on her bed, the blooming immortal urged her to tell him what was troubling her. After a long pause, the girl asked if Quan considered her a monster. Naturally, Lude began to convince her otherwise, telling her how beautiful she was and how everyone liked her. Suddenly, Lin laughed, saying that he really didn't know how to comfort a person. The young man confirmed her words, saying that he really didn't know how to talk to girls. But Bao noticed that he was simply a straightforward person, and that was precisely what she liked about him. After which she said that she remembered how she attacked him on the beach and drank his blood. But Quan claimed that it was all nothing more than hallucinations, but Lin didn't really believe him, seeing that she was afraid of turning into a demon that kills people and drinks their blood. The teenager, in turn, hugged her and said that he would definitely protect her. But suddenly the guy felt an incredible pain in his heart, causing him to collapse to the floor. Frightened, Lin began asking what was happening and how she could help him. Eventually, the young lady helped him to his feet and asked him again what had happened to him. Sai noticed that it was angina caused by the slow progress of practicing the enchanting scripture of fortune. The stunned girl immediately stepped back and asked her who she was. The assistant replied that Bao was now a succubus and therefore could see her. A puzzled Lin asked who a succubus was, while Quan called on Shi to shut up immediately. Then Shi changed the subject and asked her in return whether she wanted to help the teacher. Naturally, the girl agreed, and the assistant immediately whispered something in her ear. Ludia continued to tell her not to listen to this scoundrel under any circumstances and not to do anything. But the problem was that Bao was ready to do anything to help her teacher, in connection with which she literally pounced on him and suddenly kissed him. The teenager simply didn't have the strength to push the naive girl away. Meanwhile, Sia was walking down the corridor, and of course she saw this picture and was shocked. A stunned Kea ran out into the street in tears, where young couples were everywhere. Running away from everyone, the girl tried to understand why he treated her this way. Finally stopping in the park, she continued to think about what had happened. At that moment, unknown guys approached her and immediately started talking to Zia. The extremely aggressive Kea tried to drive them away, saying that she did not need their support. However, one of them declared that he adored cheeky girls, and the young lady began to seethe with anger. But the extremely self-confident and arrogant young man continued to pester her. As a result, Kea used a forbidden technique, which was quite painful. His friends began to threaten her, saying that she must pay for her insolence. However, the embittered girl was not afraid of them and even began to insult them. The enraged guys instantly rushed towards her, declaring that now it was definitely the end for her. But the brave Zia dealt with one of them without much difficulty. The second was terribly frightened. He never thought that some little girl could fight like that. It's worth noting that they pestered her at the right time, as she needed to let off some steam. and she began to do this in full force, literally beating the stupid boy, after which his face turned into a bloody mess, which is what Kay wanted. Suddenly, a stranger in a mask and robe appeared and asked if she felt better. Turning around, she saw no one, which seemed quite strange to her. A moment later, an unknown man appeared behind her and began to urge her to take her lover away from Bao, or immediately turned around and began to deliver her crushing blows, but was unable to hit him. Jumping back, the stranger noted that she shouldn't behave like that, and besides, she didn't know who he was. The young lady said that she had already met succubi and was not afraid of them at all, but suddenly the guy offered her a deal. She would help him get Lin, and she would get Quan. Naturally, Kaya refused to cooperate with the monster, which she stated quite clearly, but a moment later she felt very dizzy, and her body turned weak. The girl asked what he did to her, and the unknown demon immediately appeared behind her. The succubus stuck a needle into her neck, and said that he had not expected a positive answer. She instantly collapsed to the ground unconscious, which was exactly what the mysterious stranger had wanted, after which he calmly approached his victim and leaned toward her. Then, after searching Kaya, he found her mobile phone and took it with him. Where the main background image was of Quan, the demon looked at it for a long time, realizing that this person was actually a blooming immortal. Meanwhile, Lu Dei was at home, where he began to cultivate. Bao didn't leave his side for a second, but the teenager assured him that he was fine. He also thanked her for her help, as it really did make him feel much better. But at the same time, he noted that she should kiss only the one she truly loves. Then, a blushing Lin declared that he was the first man who made her heart flutter. A couple of minutes later, his phone suddenly rang. Quan saw that it was Ji and was surprised. After all, she was supposed to be at home, so he picked up the phone and heard a completely different voice. A stunned Lu Dao asked who he was and why he had Kaya's phone. But the stranger replied that it didn't matter. After all, it is much more important where his beloved girl is, but the young man said that she is at his home. But she noticed that Si actually saw her kiss with Bao and ran out into the street. Then Quan ordered him not to touch her, promising a lot of money, but the demon said that it was he who wounded her when he chose another, adding that if he really valued her, he was obliged to bring Lin to the park. The protagonist finally realized that the succubus simply wanted to exchange the girls. A frightened Bao declared that she would go with the young master, but he flatly forbade her to leave the house. He also asked Shi to keep an eye on her, so that she would not go anywhere under any circumstances. Shocked, Lin once again demanded that the young cultivator take her with him, but the blooming immortal had no intention of changing his mind, and then rushed out into the street. After a certain time, he found himself in the right place, where it was suspiciously quiet. However, Quan had no idea where to look for Zia, as the park was incredibly huge. As soon as Lu Dei called Kaya's phone, he immediately began to listen carefully, which bore fruit, and the teenager heard a distant ringtone. Finally realizing where the sound was coming from, the guy, without thinking twice, headed towards the forest. After running several hundred meters, the young man finally reached his target and saw a stranger in a mask, who in turn tied Sia to a tree. The enraged Quan asked what he had done to her. The succubus replied that she was fine and just sleeping, but he then asked him a counter-question about why Lu hadn't brought Bao. Dee said that he would never get Lin and would instead have to die a painful death, after which he boldly attacked him, using his magical abilities. However, the cunning succubus activated her protective field at the right time. Thus, Quan was instantly placed in a certain sphere and could not move from the spot. No matter how hard the guy resisted, he couldn't do anything and just stood there. The demon, in turn, began to gloat about this, saying that he could not do anything. However, Lu Dei did not stop fighting and did not even think of giving up, despite the difficulty of the situation. At the same time, he could not understand why his blows suddenly went in the opposite direction. The succubus noticed that the boy felt like a superhero too early and imagined that he was stronger than everyone else. Moreover, no one had yet managed to cope with the force of the field. Quan asked what he meant. The monster said that while within this barrier, he was obliged to follow certain rules. Then Ludi realized that if he aimed the blow backwards, he would have to rush forward. In the next couple of seconds, the guy decided to test his theory, and it was confirmed. His lightning fist actually aimed towards the succubus, but he jumped back, praising the teenager because he quickly mastered the essence of his magical field. Quan noted that you don't need to be a genius to do this, and that it's actually extremely simple. As a result, the demon clapped for him, saying that he was the first one to understand this, but he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. Soon the succubus attacked the protagonist, trying to carry out her series of powerful attacks. The young master immediately put up a block, assuming it would work. Although the young cultivator couldn't move, he continued to struggle, while Zia began to come to her senses. Unexpectedly, the monster still managed to carry out a successful attack and the blooming immortal collapsed to the ground. A stunned Kea asked him why he was there and how badly he was injured. The succubus, in turn, again demanded that Lin be brought to him, threatening to kill him along with Azia. The girl herself suddenly said that it would really be better for Quan to leave. She then told the monster that he had miscalculated because Bao was more important to him than she was. However, the demon began to convince her otherwise, saying that he had been watching them for a long time. Suddenly, the blooming immortal stood up and declared that they were both important to him. But Kea urged him not to lie to her, as she personally saw them kiss in the bedroom. At that moment, Lin and she approached them, and the girl said that in fact she was treating him, and it was not a kiss at all. The owner's assistant only confirmed her words, but Lude began to get nervous, saying that they should have stayed home, but now they were all in danger. However, Bao insisted that it was she who forced Xi to come here, as she could not do otherwise. Lin threatened to commit suicide, and she had to comply, since Quan would definitely not forgive her death. The teenager sighed heavily, and looking at her sadly, asked why she did it. The girl replied that she was the one he needed, and it hurt her to watch him suffer because of her. After which Bao turned to the demon and asked him to take her away while letting Kr go. A stunned Zia said that he was a succubus and could not be trusted under any circumstances. Lin replied that she knew this very well, then urged the teacher to take care of Kay. An enraged Quan ordered everyone to calm down immediately and not to sow panic, adding that even if he had to die, he would do it to save the girls. Suddenly the demon threw off his robe, intending to show his true face. He also hurried to take off his mask, and everyone was shocked by what they saw. Since it actually turned out to be a woman, everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Quan's stunned assistant asked her if she was Feia. The girl smiled. Sai immediately rushed into her arms. Everyone froze in bewilderment. Ludi also couldn't figure out what was going on and who this woman really was. Unexpectedly, she asked the protagonist for forgiveness, saying that she was sent to protect him. The stunned young master asked what she was even talking about. Fei said that he is the only blooming immortal, and there can be no others, and she is his subordinate. Xia asked why she then attacked them, and thereby showed disrespect to her master. The young cultivator's assistant said that she had her own reasons and should not be blamed. I stated that I did this so that Quan could get rid of the stone in his heart that was hindering his training, adding that his practice was extremely low, and that was why she had come to help. After all, when he fully masters the technique of the Charming Fortune scripture, his strength will be comparable to that of a god. But at the moment, his cultivation is at the level of an ordinary person. Lu said that he is training hard. Then Fei asked if he could defeat a stronger opponent, and the guy thought about it, knowing full well that he can't even cope with his charge. At the same time, I argued that the higher succubi was stronger than her, and therefore he must practice in order to protect his beloved. But Quan said that for this he needed a lot of girls, and this was not very decent. However, Fei stated that without true love, all his efforts would be in vain, including the harem of beauties. At that moment, Kair unexpectedly confessed her love to him, even though she knew that he liked many girls. Bao also began to tell him about her feelings, noting that she did not care how many women he had. The teenager hugged them and said that he would try not to disappoint them and would do everything possible to do so. Suddenly Quan's back started to itch, which he immediately informed his ward about. Fei, dumbfounded, immediately ordered him to take off his outerwear, and everyone was perplexed. The young man, in turn, took off his t-shirt and asked what was happening and why it was necessary. On his back, a lotus was visible, with one petal blooming, indicating that the guy was on the first level. She said that now he would be able to quickly evolve and reach the pinnacle of practicing this technique. Suddenly I picked up a stone that was lying on the ground and asked Quan to direct life energy into it, stating that the enchanting scripture of fortune has 7 levels, with each level granting him new abilities. Ludi was extremely surprised and asked why he would direct power into an inanimate object. At that moment, the stone suddenly rushed into the distance, after which it flew around the young man on the other side. Shocked, Kair asked if he could really control it with his mind. Fei noted that this was not entirely true, but this skill could help him in battle with the enemy. Then the main character finally realized what incredible power he truly possessed. I also reported that with his current practice, he can control an object for no more than 10 seconds. Ludi stood and watched with great surprise as a stone fell from somewhere above into his hand. The fairy told the boy that he could only give life to inanimate objects for 10 seconds. If he continued to improve, he would eventually be able to transform inanimate objects into living beings. Bao, with admiration and excitement, said that creating life is almost equivalent to the power of God. The woman looked at the girl and confirmed that the gentleman was now like God. Lead anxiously asked his partner why the blooming immortal couldn't destroy all the succubi. The fairy answered the guy in a thoughtful voice that this was impossible, since the source of darkness still existed in this world. The guy asked his partner again about the source of the darkness, with great surprise and excitement. The fairy explained to the boy that the source of darkness is a place where negative energy accumulates. It is also where succubi are born. The woman told the boy that the previous master blooming immortal believed that the birth of a succubus could only be stopped by destroying the source of the darkness. He went there and fought the succubus, preserving him. Light asked his partner with excitement, could it be that the previous blooming immortal couldn't defeat his opponent? The fairy told the boy that the battle took place in the very depths of the spring. A blooming immortal and a succubus were injured in the battle. The protagonist asked his partner what level of practice the previous blooming immortal had reached. Faye explained to the boy that the previous immortal had been at level 6. Therefore, he needed to reach the highest level of practice to destroy the source of darkness. The guy asked the woman with displeasure how long it would take him to reach a high level. The woman glanced slyly at her partner. She promised him that she would help him achieve success in love. He would also become a true, blossoming immortal. Key intervened in the conversation. She promised her friend that for the sake of peace on Earth, she would destroy all the succubi. Bao joyfully hugged the protagonist. She promised him that she would always be by his side. Li Dai looked at his partners. He promised them that he would put all his efforts into practice. The next day, Lin woke up in the morning in the main character's house. The fairy was already there. The young housewife was very surprised when she saw an unfamiliar woman in the room. The fairy held a glass of drink in her hands. She wished the girl good morning with a smile. The main character rested after the night. He went out into the hall and stretched relaxedly. Lin rushed to her brother and asked him excitedly who their guest was. Light explained to his sister that a fairy would be staying with them temporarily. The sister asked her brother with concern whether his other girlfriends would be angry because there would be another woman living there. Kei and Bao entered the room. They happily greeted their sister. Lin said to herself in a dissatisfied voice that she was the only one who thought this was abnormal. The girl approached the door. She advised her brother to send the woman home. They already had enough people in the house. The main character walked up to his sister and hit her on the head with his hand. He told her to study hard and not make things up. Light reassured himself. He said that he was not a womanizer, but simply a blossoming immortal. The main character's sister went outside and slammed the door behind her. A fairy in a red outfit approached the protagonist with a sidearm. She told him they would now discuss the method of practice. The protagonist glanced slyly at the woman. He told her that the method of practice was to have romantic relationships. He asked his partner, "Is there really another method?" Faye slyly told the guy that without practice, even if he fell in love 10 times, it would be like one. The effect would be very small. Lidi asked his partner with displeasure, "Why is this happening?" A woman with a glass in her hand slyly told the guy that the more beautiful a girl is, the more energy she has. Faye advised the guy to fall in love with beautiful women in order to advance faster. Light explained to the woman with displeasure that he couldn't just approach girls on the street and talk to them. He would look like a hooligan. Bao slyly suggested that the guy post on social media that he was looking for friends. After that, he should only accept requests from beautiful women. Key sternly threatened that she would not allow arrogant girls to approach the protagonist. A true beauty must have a beautiful appearance and a kind soul. Foy said, in a reasonable voice, that girls with beautiful looks possess a lot of peach energy. But Bao's proposal is also good, and one adjustment needs to be made. The girl anxiously asked the woman what adjustment needed to be made. Key excitedly told the woman that a real beauty should have a good appearance, but also a beautiful soul. Faye, holding a glass in her hand, explained to her partner that she agreed to Bao's proposal. But a small adjustment needed to be made. The girl anxiously asked what adjustment needed to be made. The woman explained to her partner that they would hold a beauty contest. Then they would choose all the attractive girls during the competition. They would select beauties with beautiful souls. Lude sat down on the sofa, disgruntled. The woman glanced at the guy and said that this way he would be able to interact with the beauty pageant winners. Also, the guy would develop in the relationship according to the natural course of events. Bao was overjoyed to hear the woman say these words. She said she'd call her aunt and ask her to organize a beauty contest. Key said in a stern voice that Long Ten Corporation would be the sponsor of this competition. The girl suggested spreading the word that the winner of this beauty contest would be the representative of the White Cherry Juice Cosmetics Company in China. Boss excitedly told her partner that she'd always wanted to buy this cosmetics line. But there was nothing online. Kay explained to the girl that she should contact her teacher, Lude. He was the CEO of Jade Cherry. The girl threw herself into the protagonist's arms. She asked him discontentedly why he hadn't told her that he was now the CEO. Lude explained to his friend that the CEO and his sister Sakura were responsible for the use of the trademark. He didn't have that much power. Faye, smiling, suggested to her friends that they first organize a beauty contest. She asked, "Does everyone agree?" Lude answered the woman with a smile that for the sake of world peace, he completely agreed. A woman entered the director's office. A man was sitting at a table near documents. A worker anxiously asked the director to improve the food in the cafeteria. The children only ate meat a couple of times a week. The director told the woman that the kindergarten was in difficult financial straits. Prices had gone up, and he couldn't do it. The woman told her partner in a dissatisfied voice that if this continues, it will affect the children's development. The man came up behind the worker and hugged her. He told her that she loved children and he would find a way to get the money. The door opened and a woman with purple hair peered into the office. She slyly called out to the director. The man turned away. He said that Miss Guan could leave him. The woman slyly told the director that he liked his other girlfriends. The man slyly replied that everything was fine and no one knew. Guan left the office and slammed the door behind her. The worker went outside and entered the shelter's hall. The cleaning lady asked the woman if the director had agreed. Guan told the worker in a sad voice that the director had informed her that the home was in dire financial straits. When he had the money, he would improve the food. The cleaning lady said in a dissatisfied voice that the director was spending all his money on his mistress. An advertisement for a beauty contest appeared on TV. All unmarried girls were encouraged to participate. The cleaning lady told her colleague that she could find a better job with her background. Guan happily replied to her coworker that she enjoyed being with children. The advertisement announced that the beauty contest winner would receive a cash prize of 100,000 won. The eventual winner would represent the Jade Cherry Cosmetics line in China. The cleaning lady looked at the TV screen. She slyly told her colleague that she could take part in the competition. Guan turned around abruptly. She told the worker that she knew nothing except how to take care of children. The cleaning lady reminded the woman that their kindergarten needed money. The competition was offering a prize of 100,000. She needed to believe in herself. Guan looked out the window at the street. She saw children playing on the playground. The woman grabbed her own clothes with her hand. She realized that she had to make an important decision now. The protagonist walked down the corridor accompanied by his companions. He asked the girls why they had brought him here. Kay turned around. She excitedly told her friend that they wanted to show him the results of several days' work. Bao looked at the protagonist. She promised him that it would be a delight for his eyes. The guy and the girls approached the doors of the large room. The servants opened them. The main character looked inside the room and was very surprised. He couldn't take his eyes off it. The astonished protagonist entered the large hall. He saw a group of girls dancing on the stage. A fairy in a red dress stood near the stage. She looked attentively at the competition participants. The woman turned around and explained to the guy that the 20 girls on stage had been selected from 2,000 images. They were currently undergoing professional dance training. Lude asked his partner with displeasure, "Why do girls need to take dance lessons?" Kay happily told her friend that the competition was very popular and was broadcast live on television. Therefore, a dance section for the contestants was added. Bao smiled and slyly told the protagonist that he was the only guest at the closed rehearsal. The guy said shyly that he wanted to leave. It would be very bad if he stayed there. She grabbed the protagonist's hand from the side and slyly asked if he liked any of the girls. Lyde looked closely at the participants on stage. He said that he didn't care. The main character looked closely at the stage and noticed that Guan was dancing there. The guy looked closely at Guan and said in a thoughtful voice that she was a little behind the rhythm. Faye explained to the protagonist that the participant's name was Guan Yi Chen. She worked as a teacher at the orphanage. Lyde said in a thoughtful voice that the girl had a big heart if she worked in a shelter. The two girls looked at each other carefully. They nodded silently. Lyde sat on the sofa in a luxurious room. He said the girls had booked the entire hotel for the competition. They'd given him the presidential suite. The guy looked carefully at his large room. To him, it all seemed very luxurious. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly at the door. Lyde turned towards the door with great attention. The guy opened the door. He looked closely and saw that a Guan participant had come in. Lyde asked the guest in surprise what she wanted. Guan glanced at the guy and asked, "Does he really have any complaints about her dancing?" The protagonist looked at the girl with displeasure. He immediately understood why his girlfriends had checked him into the hotel. Lyde went inside the hotel room. He invited the guest to come inside and talk to him. The main character pointed to the sofa in the room for the girl. He told her to sit down. Guan told the protagonist in a frightened voice that her dancing skills weren't very good. She asked him not to expel her. The girl told the guy in a thoughtful voice that if he excluded her, she would no longer be able to take part in this competition. Lead told the girl in a reassuring voice that she had some nuances in her dance. But he couldn't exclude her. Guan happily thanked the guy. She told him that she had decided, as if he had decided to expel her. The guy explained to the girl with a smile that she shouldn't stand on her feet after the workout. She was tired and should sit down. The stranger sat at the computer, listening to the protagonist's conversation with the girl through headphones. She assumed the protagonist had slipped some kind of drug into his guest's drink. A week ago, a police officer in the criminal investigation department told his subordinate that 5 young girls had already gone missing in the city. The boss showed his subordinate a photo on the computer that contained young girls. The man explained to his colleague that all the missing girls had attended the same stress relief club. The subordinate told her boss in a thoughtful voice that the suspect in this case was connected to that club. The boss told his subordinate that they had decided that Lude Quan was the prime suspect in this case. He showed her a photo of the main character. The officer explained to his subordinate that the main character had worked at a suspicious club for a while. That's where the missing girls frequented. The employee cheerfully told her superior that they needed to detain the suspect and take him to the station for questioning. The boss told the subordinate that the main character had worked at this club for some time. It was his services that the missing girls had used. The policewoman told the man that they could arrest the guy, take him to the station, and question him. The officer asked his subordinate if she had heard of a skincare product called white cherry juice. The subordinate excitedly told her boss that this line of cosmetics was recognized as the best in the world for skincare. The officer told the girl in a stern voice that these products belong to the Jade Cherry Company. Lude is the largest shareholder of this company. The policewoman was surprised. She didn't understand how a Chinese person could own a Japanese company. The boss thoughtfully told his subordinate that Lu Day had become Xiaobing Yang's secretary. She worked at Longteng Corporation. The man himself couldn't understand how the boy could become the largest shareholder of Jade Cherry. The policewoman said in a sly voice that the main character could be guilty of the missing girls' cases. He needed to be captured and transferred to the station. The boss explained to his subordinate that the main character was a special case, and they could not act rashly. The woman slammed her hand on the table in displeasure. She shouted that they couldn't arrest a suspect for crimes. The boss explained to his subordinate with displeasure that they needed strong evidence to detain the guy. That's why he called her. The officer explained that Long Ten is currently holding a beauty contest. The winner will become a representative of the White Cherry Juice Company. Lude will be a judge at the contest. The policewoman was delighted. She realized that her boss had invited her to participate in the competition. The boss told his subordinate that she should participate in the competition and get closer to the main character there. She must find evidence of his involvement in the crime. The girl told the man that she would do everything. Guan sat in the room next to the main character. She was drinking a drink from a multicolored can. Lude asked the girl why she decided to participate in this competition. Guan explained to the guy in a serious voice that she was participating in the competition to win a prize of 100,000 yuan. The protagonist smiled at the girl. He said she worked as a teacher at an orphanage with a small salary, so it was perfectly normal for her to participate. Guan explained to the boy in a thoughtful voice that she wanted to spend 100,000 yuan to improve the nutrition of children in the orphanage. Lude was very scared when he realized that the children in the orphanage were poorly fed. The girl told the boys in a sad voice that children eat little meat. This could affect their development. The main character reminded his partner in a displeased voice about the director of the orphanage. Guan explained to the boy that the orphanage was very short on funds. The director wanted more donations. She wanted to contribute through a contest. The main character told the girl that she could take him to the shelter tomorrow. He would make a donation to the children. Guan jumped up and looked closely at the guy. She thanked him for his help, then returned to her room. A policewoman in disguise was lying on the bed. She asked her colleague why she had returned so early. Guan thoughtfully explained to her neighbor that the main character had decided that he would make a donation to the orphanage. The policewoman told her friend in a sly voice that rich people like the main character only pretend to be good. She needs to be careful. Guan told her neighbor in a dissatisfied voice that the main character was not like that at all. She wanted to come over and take a bath. The policewoman sat on the bed. She said thoughtfully that Lude hadn't drugged the girl's drink. This meant he wanted to win not only her body but her heart as well. The policewoman told herself in a stern voice that she would reveal the main character's true face before it was too late. The girl sat on the bed. She told herself in a thoughtful voice that Guan was just a teacher in an orphanage. She didn't know the dangers of the criminal world. The policewoman promised herself that she would reveal the true face of the protagonist before Guan fell into his net. The main character went out into the street with his new girlfriend and wanted to take her for a ride on his bike. The protagonist explained to the girl with a smile that he didn't have a driver's license. He wanted to take her on a bike. Guan explained to the boy that the orphanage was more than 10 kilometers away. He might get tired of walking her on a bike. Lide got on his bike. He invited the girl to ride with him. The ride would be his morning exercise. Guan was sitting on the back of a bicycle. She told her boyfriend that he rode fast and confidently. The guy explained to his girlfriend that he used to deliver newspapers. That's when he rode a bicycle. The girl was surprised to hear that the guy had once delivered newspapers. Lead told his companion that his parents had died in a car accident. His sister was still too young to earn a living, so he delivered newspapers for a while. Guan looked at the guy with fear. She apologized to him for making him remember the bad things. Lide looked at the girl with a smile. He told her that he knew from personal experience how hard it was to be with an orphan. The protagonist stopped at a traffic light on a bicycle. A car pulled up from the side. A woman inside happily greeted Guan. The girl on the bike's back waved to Miss Zhao and greeted her. The driver asked her partner why she was walking freely on the street. Guan explained to her friend that she had to return to the orphanage today. Zhao slyly asked her partner, "Is it really true that her boyfriend doesn't have a car and that's why they're riding a bicycle?" Guan waved his hand at the woman in fear. She explained that she had misunderstood everything. The red car suddenly took off and sped forward. Lide turned around and asked his companion, "Could this woman really be her girlfriend?" Guan answered the guy that they had just seen her colleague. The main character said to himself with surprise that a teacher at an orphanage could wear branded clothes and drive a luxury car. Guan explained to the protagonist that Zhao works as the director's secretary. The protagonist turned around and looked closely at his companion. He said that everything was clear to him. The director and his secretary met his employee and the main character. He asked the girl, "Is the person standing next to her really willing to donate money to an orphanage?" The secretary told the director that he was mistaken. The boy, Guan, arrived on a bicycle and left it near the gate of the orphanage. Guan turned to the director with excitement. She wanted to explain to him who the main character was. The main character told the director that he is Guan's cousin and wants to work as a volunteer at the orphanage. The director thought for a moment. He reminded the girl that she had told him yesterday that someone wanted to donate money to an orphanage. The protagonist pulled out a small wad of cash and handed it to the man. He said he wanted to donate 200 wen to the orphanage. The boss told his subordinate that she could now take care of her cousin herself. The girl reminded the main character that he said he wanted to donate money. The main character explained to his partner that if he were to hand over the money to the director now, it would go not to the children, but to the secretary. Guan told the guy in a modest voice that she would find another method for him. The main character explained to his partner that the director of the orphanage needed to be removed, and then business could be carried out in peace. Guan excitedly explained to the boy that the director had connections. He was an important figure in the city and could receive an award the day after tomorrow. Late in the evening, the main character approached the rector's office building. He reached out his hand to the window. Lide reached out to the window and used his special ability to open it. The main character jumped inside the room. He decided to install a camera there. Late in the evening, the girl decided to climb into the building to follow the guy. The policewoman quietly opened the window and jumped inside the building. There was no one around. The policewoman crouched down and looked ahead carefully. She decided that she would find evidence of the protagonist's guilt and capture him. 3 girls were sitting on the couch, watching the monitors intently. They saw someone enter the room on the recording. Bao slyly told her partner that they left the window open so they could lure the thief into a trap and get caught. Kay looked at the entry on the computer. She said the girl's name was Meng Ying Cheong. She was a fitness instructor and could not possibly be a succubus. Faye explained to her friend that I couldn't be a succubus. She personally checked all the finalists. The fairy looked at the monitor. She said the succubus could control people's minds well. The girl could be one of his minions. Kay cunningly suggested to her partners that they arrest the girl and interrogate her. She pressed the computer key. She told them that anyone who entered the room would no longer be able to leave. Gas entered the room. I could no longer stand upright and fell to the floor unconscious. Bao asked her friends if they would really torture the participant to force her to confess. Kay told her partner that she couldn't torture the girl. The fairy looked sternly ahead. She told them that she would do everything herself. The woman placed her hands on the girl's head. A bright glow appeared near her. Faye asked the participant who she was and why she had snuck in there. She was lying there with her eyes closed. She said she was a detective and had come to find evidence against the main character. Kay said in a dissatisfied voice that the main character hadn't broken the law. She didn't understand why the police suspected him. Men explained that all the missing women in the city were connected to lewd. Therefore, the guy was the prime suspect in this case. Bao, with great fear, asked the police who was responsible for all this. Faye stood next to the bed where the participant lay. She explained to the Onum that all of this was the work of a succubus. The demon was using the police force against the blooming immortal. I was lying unconscious on the bed. She was not moving and showed no signs of life. Kate with fear asked her friend what happened to Men Yin Chong. Faye excitedly explained to the Onum that she had injected energy into the policewoman's body. A fire was burning inside the girl. This was a reaction to the imbalance between yin and yang. Kay, frightened, asked her partner to put out the fire inside the police station. Faye explained to the girl that if she put out the fire, it would only make things worse for her. Bao, with great fear and distrust, asked her partner what they were going to do now. The fairies told the Roans that they just needed to wait for the master to return. The guy's peach energy was too strong to extinguish this fire. The protagonist was inside a luxurious building when his phone rang in his pocket. Lyde picked up the phone. He anxiously asked the girl what had happened. Key asked the guy very angrily and displeasedly, "Where is he?" Lyde told his girlfriend that he had just arrived in the hotel lobby. The girl sternly demanded that the guy come to his room quickly. The protagonist opened the door and ran inside the room. He asked in surprise, "What happened?" Lyde looked ahead with great surprise and noticed men lying unconscious on the bed. At that moment, the guy's phone rang. He picked it up and asked with displeasure, "What kind of trick is this?" His partner explained to him that there was a policewoman lying on the bed. She had infiltrated the beauty pageant to find out more details about it. After a while, the protagonist said thoughtfully that the succubus was very cunning. He had grabbed all the clients from the club to pin the blame on him. I was lying motionless on the bed. She showed no signs of life. Lyde said with displeasure that the girl had a yin and yang imbalance. He didn't know what to do with her after he put out her fire. The girl lay there and felt as if her body was burning. She screamed that she was very hot. Min saw the outline of a guy in front of her. The main character told her that he came to save her. The policewoman felt the fire near her body begin to fade. She said excitedly that she felt good and pleased. The girl opened her eyes. She saw the main character in a fire suit next to her. He was holding a hose in his hands. She asked the guy with displeasure, "Where did he come from?" The policewoman woke up and jumped onto the bed. She saw that the guy next to her was sitting on a chair. I looked angrily at the guy. She asked him discontentedly, what did he do to her? The main character asked the girl with displeasure what she was doing in his room at such a late hour. I was very scared. She realized that if the guy figured out she was a police officer, all her plans would fall apart. The protagonist explained to his partner with a smile that he knew why she came here. He explained to her that he was not that kind of person at all. The policewoman asked the guy angrily how he'd figured out who she was. Lide slyly told his partner that she'd already listed her job title as a fitness instructor on her resume. She'd snuck into his room to make love to him. She answered the guy with displeasure that she hadn't come here for that at all. The protagonist slyly asked his partner, "Did she really come here for something else?" The girl told herself not to act on emotions, otherwise all her plans could fail. The guest told the guy in a very sly voice that she came here just to talk to him. Lide explained to his partner that she was interfering with the competition. He was a judge. All of this was inappropriate. The girl jumped to her feet. She told the guy that she would leave and would not disturb him while he rested. I stood up and felt like I had no strength left. I fell forward. The protagonist extended his hands forward. He caught the surprised stranger. I very quickly headed to the door and went out into the hallway. After that, she returned to her room. In her room, I asked Guan with excitement whether the main character had offended her when she was with him today. The girl excitedly replied to her partner that the guy had not offended her at all. Guan emotionally told her partner that the main character is a good person. He volunteered at the shelter. Men discontentedly told her partner that the guy was only pretending to be nice. She needed to stay away from him. The policewoman got up from the sofa and stepped aside. She opened the restroom door. The girl couldn't understand why she hated the main character so much. She considered the guy a good person. The policewoman stood in the bathroom, looking at her reflection in the mirror. She couldn't understand why she had passed out in the protagonist's room. She had also seen him in a dream. I thought to myself with excitement that the guy shouldn't have done anything to her when she was in his room. The policewoman looked closely at her clothes. She saw that they were not buttoned correctly. I thought with displeasure and anger that the main character had buttoned her shirt incorrectly. She threatened him that she would take revenge on him. The main character was reading some book. Suddenly he sneezed very loudly. Leedy glanced away with worry. He told himself with worry that he must have caught a cold. The protagonist sat and stared intently at the computer. His girlfriends approached him from the side. Bao slyly asked the teacher how his meeting with Guan had gone yesterday. The girl approached the teacher and looked closely. She asked what he was looking at. The girl asked the guy with displeasure why he was looking through other people's personal files. Lide was looking at a photo of the director and his secretary on the computer. Faye slyly told the guy that there were a lot of beautiful girls around him. He didn't need to look at the video. Lida told his partner in a dissatisfied voice that he was busy with something here. The protagonist told the Onam in detail about the orphanage director's corruption. Kay looked at the monitor. She asked the guy who the people in the video were. Lidi told the girl that she was looking at the orphanage director, Zhang, and his secretary, Zhao. The protagonist turned his head to the side. He explained to the woman that he had installed a camera in the office of the director of the orphanage. Bao slyly asked the guy, what is he going to do with this director? Lidi happily explained to the girl that he would post this video online. After that, the directors would be discussed. Faye told the guy in a thoughtful voice that they didn't know for sure whether anyone would criticize the director if the video got on the internet. The woman explained to the guy that the director would receive the title of philanthropist tomorrow. After that, it would be difficult to deal with him. Faye slyly told the guy that he could have a row with the director in an official place. Then he wouldn't be able to justify himself. Inside the large hall sat a multitude of guests. On the stage sat the hosts of the event behind a large podium. The main character put on glasses so that no one would recognize him and entered the celebration. The host with the microphone told the guests to welcome the director of the orphanage named Zhang Dongliang. A man in a suit appeared from the side. He happily waved his hand to all the guests. The organizer presented the director with a large certificate. He thanked him for the well-being of children in the city. Zhang said with a smile that he does everything for the sake of children. The girl looked at the video recording of the director. She shouted that he was very smug. The fairy said in a menacing voice that this was the end of the director's glory. She added that the protagonist could begin. Li Dei extended his hand forward. A small computer antenna for USB appeared next to it. The USB gadget rose up and flew straight towards the laptop. The computer transmitter started working. At that moment, a video of Zhang and his secretary appeared on the large screen. The presenter, who was presenting the director's award, was still standing below. The director heard people running up to him from the side. He looked at them with fear. Reporters and photographers began taking pictures of the director on the stage in front of the screen. The frightened host shouted into the microphone at the guests not to film anything. One of the spectators jumped up in the hall. He shouted that the mayor had fainted. Frightened guests sat around him. The protagonist stood up and shouted to the people that the mayor had lost consciousness. It was necessary to make sure that no one found out about this scandal. The girl held her phone in her hands and carefully read the news. Someone had written that the mayor had fainted during the celebration. Key excitedly told the guy that someone had posted a video of the scene online and it had already become popular. Bao glanced happily at her phone. She shouted that the video had become popular all over the world. Zhang had become famous with it. The main character said in a sly voice that from now on, all children's institutions will get rid of people like Director Zhang. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The protagonist turned around to see who had come to see them. The protagonist glanced closely at the intercom. He said that Guang and Chen had come to see them. Faye told Lida in a sly voice that she would leave with them. She didn't want to disturb the guy and his time with the beauty. The guy looked closely at the intercom. He turned around and said that Guan and Chen had come to see them. The fairy told the guy in a sly voice that she and they would leave him alone and would not interfere. The main characters walked up to the door and opened it. He greeted Miss Guan at the entrance. The girl sat next to the protagonist. She told him excitedly that the police had called her and told her that Director Zhang had been arrested. Lead was surprised that the man had been arrested so quickly. He reported that the mayor had fainted because of the director. Guan told the guy that the police asked her about whether the director could have offended anyone. Lidi looked happily at his girlfriend and asked what she answered. The girl explained that she told the police that she didn't know anything. She promised the guy that she wouldn't tell anyone what he told her that day. Guan turned sharply and ran out of the room. She slammed the door behind her. Faye told the protagonist in a sly voice that the girl had come to tell him she liked him. Kay happily said to herself that she no longer had to worry about the winner of the contest. The protagonist explained to the girls that the competition must be fair and just. But if Guan became the representative of a white cherry juice, it would be to their advantage. I called my boss, and she told him that the suspect was very cunning. She asked for a little more time to find evidence. The man told his partner that the bureau could no longer help her. The girl asked her boss if there was a new case in the bureau. The officer explained to his partner that a disgraceful incident had occurred at an awards ceremony in the city that day. The boss told his subordinate that an indecent video surfaced during an awards ceremony for the orphanage director. She was furious when she realized such a terrible person was receiving the award. The officer angrily told the girl that the entire city was now the butt of ridicule because the mayor was awarding the director. The policewoman asked her superior if it was really that serious. The man said everyone was busy searching for the perpetrator who had shown the obscene video on the big screen. I was sitting on a chair near the table. She was surprised that so many people were mobilized for such a trivial matter. From the video, it's clear that the orphanage director was the only one at fault. The police officer realized the video was about the director of the orphanage where Guan worked. She realized the main character might have had something to do with it. Late in the evening, the girl went up to a high-rise building and entered the apartment. The guest with blonde hair took off her outerwear and hung it on a hanger in the hallway. A guy approached the frightened Van from the side. He told her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but she was still in great shape. Suddenly, a very bright explosion sounded in front of the girl. She leaned aside from the flash. The guy glared at Van. He sternly told her that a succubus shouldn't communicate with her master like that. The girl turned around in fear and glanced at the guy. She felt as if she couldn't move. The guest couldn't stop. She bent forward and her hands were tied. The guy sat on the couch with a glass in his hand. He looked angrily at Van. The captive angrily told him that he would not receive the boar as long as this girl was under the protection of the blooming immortal. The attacker approached his captive. He angrily told her that she would help him. The girl angrily replied to her partner that she would not help him. The guy angrily grabbed Van by the face. He told her that her body was telling her that she would help him. The main character, along with the girls, was at a beauty contest. Guan stood on stage, surrounded by happy spectators. The host said she had won and congratulated her. Guan told the guy to invite his girlfriend to dinner and tell her he liked her. Then success would be guaranteed. Lidi thoughtfully told his partner not to rush things. He decided to think about it. The audience members came into the dressing room to congratulate the winner and bow to her. She told Guan that she would soon be a big star. First, she had to become a spokesperson for white cherry juice. Guan told her co-stars that she didn't want to be a star. She just wanted to be a teacher at an orphanage. The door opened and a guest entered. She invited Guan to come with her to meet the protagonist. The girl told Miss Wang that she would be leaving now. The policewoman slapped the girl on the back. She told her with a smile that the main character wanted to tell her something nice. Guan headed for the exit of the room. She didn't notice that the police officer had placed a small eavesdropping device on her back. The policewoman sadly thought that the main character might be involved in the scandalous video. She thought that if she found evidence, she could arrest him. Men looked closely into the corridor after Guan. She thought that she could discover important information with the help of the bug. The policewoman heard Guan calling for help on the radio. She saw an unfamiliar guy. I looked ahead in fear. She realized that the winner of the competition was in danger. The policewoman was frightened. She suddenly jumped up to run to the girl's aid. The girl swung her leg with all her might and kicked down the door to the room. Men ran into the room and pointed her gun at him. She demanded that the stranger let go of Guan and threatened to shoot. The kidnapper held his victim in his arms. He viciously threatened her that she would not be able to do anything to him with a gun. The policewoman shot at the kidnapper. The guy was able to catch the bullet from the pistol with his teeth. I couldn't understand how the stranger had managed to catch her bullet. The kidnapper angrily demanded that the succubus deal with the policeman. Van rushed forward. The protagonist entered the room. He asked his girlfriends to call Miss Guan for him. The girl told the guy that Guan had left to meet him. Lidi said with fear that someone had deceived the girl and told her that he was supposedly looking for her. The girlfriends looked at the main character in surprise. Faye folded her hands in front of her. She closed her eyes and realized that there was a fight going on in a room on the top floor. The protagonist and his friends ran to the girl's aid. Van grabbed the policewoman and pinned her against the wall. A terrified Bao stood to the side. Bao decided to help the policewoman. She bravely rushed forward to attack the attacker. Bao swung her arm with all her might, hitting the surprised Wang on the head. The protagonist ran up to the policewoman to help her. He asked her if she had seen Guang and Chen. Meng told the guy that the stranger had taken Guang and gone to the elevator. I looked out the window. She immediately noticed the criminal and the victim on the street. The policewoman looked out the window and saw the kidnapper and the girl getting into a car on the street. The protagonist turned around and asked the fairies to take care of his Oni. He decided to go and help Guan. I explained to the guy that he wouldn't have time to save his girlfriend. He would have had to take a long time to go down in the elevator. The main character ran up to the table and grabbed the tablecloth. He shouted that he wasn't going down the elevator. Lidier accelerated at full speed and jumped out of the building's window. He broke the glass and fell downwards. I looked at the main character in surprise when he jumped down. She shouted that he jumped from the top floor. The main character flew from a great height with a tablecloth in his hands. He used the technique of revival. Lidi was flying above on a white tablecloth. He looked closely at the car that was racing along the road. The policewoman turned around and asked the girl in surprise, "Who are they?" Bao, without turning around, explained to her partner in a calm voice that they were her true partners. The main character was flying on a tablecloth above the road. He gradually moved closer and closer to the car. Lidi commanded the tablecloth to move faster so that it could catch up with the car. The protagonist noticed from above the tablecloth that she had slowed down. He realized with displeasure that the time for the revival reception was coming to an end. Lidi thought angrily to himself that he needed to find a car now, otherwise it would be difficult for him to catch up with the fugitives. The protagonist turned around in surprise. He heard the roar of a motorcycle from the side. The blonde biker shouted loudly that the long-haired motorcyclist was back again. The main character was thrown sharply to the side and landed on the back seat of a motorcycle. The biker turned around and noticed with great surprise that there was someone sitting on the motorcycle behind him. The driver took a closer look and realized that the master he had seen earlier on the bicycle was sitting behind him. The main character angrily shouted at the motorcyclist to help him catch up with the black car. The motorcycle pulled up alongside the exiting car. The protagonist shouted to the driver to help him stop the car. The main character saw that the car started to stop. He shouted to the biker to be careful. The motorcyclist was frightened when he saw the car brake and hit him from behind. The biker said in a dissatisfied voice that the car driver was crazy. The motorcycle pulled ahead of the car. The protagonist turned around and looked closely at the moving car. He told the biker to speed up and keep the car away from him. A car and a motorcycle were racing across the bridge at full speed. Suddenly a road car appeared in front, with water pouring out of it in all directions. Lidi told the biker that he knew how to stop the car. The guy extended his hand downwards. Radiation emanated from it, straight onto the road. The protagonist used the magical skill of icing. The water on the bridge began to freeze. A black car crashed into the curb at full speed. The frightened biker jumped off his motorcycle onto the ground. He didn't understand why there was ice all around. The kidnapper jumped out of the car with the girl in his arms. The stranger told the protagonist in an angry voice that he had underestimated him. Lida sternly demanded that the kidnapper let the girl go. Then he would be able to escape. The guy angrily demanded that the protagonist come with Bao to the place of bliss. He then promised to release the hostage. The kidnapper and his victim suddenly ran to the side and jumped off the bridge into the water below. The protagonist looked down from the bridge at the water. He saw a stranger standing with a girl on board a submarine. Lidi glared angrily at the fleeing attacker. He repeated to himself the words about the place of bliss. Bao asked her companions discontentedly where the place of bliss was. She had never heard of it. The fairy explained to the girl that this place was created by the right hand of the king of the succubi. It serves as a place for the amusement of influential people. The main character said in a thoughtful voice that the right hand of the succubi has great power. Faye explained to the boy with a smile that among the succubi, the first messenger is second only to the succubus king. He is on par with the left messenger. The girl began to come to her senses. She said in a weakening voice that her head was pounding. Bao told the protagonist with great excitement to help Van. The protagonist placed his hands on the girl's head and began pumping blue energy into her. Van still couldn't come to her senses. She lay unconscious with her eyes closed. The protagonist said in a thoughtful voice that he couldn't destroy the dark energy in Van's body. He could only temporarily suppress it. Bao was very angry when she heard such words from the guy. She was unhappy that he couldn't heal the girl. The fairy explained to the protagonist that he must destroy the succubus who was controlling the girl in order to free her. Lidi promised his partner that he would go to Bliss and destroy the succubus. Bao thanked the guy. The policewoman raised her hand joyfully. She told her new acquaintances that she wanted to go with them. The main character sternly warned me that their opponent was not an ordinary person at all. The policewoman said in a dissatisfied voice that she couldn't abandon her mission because of the main character. Lide explained to his partner that he would find all the missing girls. Men sternly demanded that the protagonist take her with him. Otherwise, she promised to arrest him. Lidi agreed to take her with him. Bao handed the protagonist a black card. She explained that she found it on the woman's body. The main character and his friends studied the black card very carefully. The fairy explained to the girls that they were holding an invitation to a place of bliss. The numbers on the card indicated the geographic coordinates. I entered the geographic coordinates into my phone. She found out that the desired location was in the Pacific Ocean. The main character held a card in his hands. He happily told them that they needed to get to this place first. Lide and his companions were sailing on a luxury yacht. The girl stood at the front of the ship. She said they were 1 city mile from the required coordinates. Bao thought about it. She told the policewoman there were no islands around, which meant the right place wasn't in the middle of the ocean. Men sat on the deck and cleaned her pistol. She told the girl that the coordinates were just a transit point. A ferry was supposed to show up soon. The protagonist saw a huge number of ships in front of him. He said that many people visit the place of bliss. Faye approached the boy from behind. She explained that powerful people from all over the world come to the place of bliss. The succubus attracts them and then uses their power in the world. Lidi asked the woman, "Don't people know that the succubus is the owner of the place of bliss?" The fairy said in a thoughtful voice that the guests might know that a succubus owns this place, which is why they are attacking it from all sides. Suddenly a submarine rose from the depths of the sea. A hatch on its deck began to open. A stranger in a rabbit costume shouted into a megaphone for everyone to board this submarine. The policewoman said in a disgruntled voice that the perpetrators had used a submarine to transport the guests. No one would know the coordinates of the place of bliss. People went down inside the submarine. There was a lot of space there. The guests walked silently along the corridor. The maid with big ears on her head told the main character that they would have to sail for about 3 more hours. The protagonist calculated to himself that they would arrive at a place that was 105 miles away from the given coordinates. I felt that someone was looking at me from behind. She turned around with displeasure and asked the stranger where he was looking. An unfamiliar guest with blonde hair approached the protagonist from behind. He offered to swap maids. The green-eyed guest told the boy he could choose one of his 2 maids. 2 girls in bright suits stood next to him. Lidi hugged the surprised policewoman. He told the stranger with a smile that he wouldn't trade with him. The guest replied in a conciliatory voice that a bunch of girls were waiting for him at the place of bliss. I looked after the guy as he left and called him a scumbag. The main character promised the policewoman that they would sort everything out at the place of bliss. 3 hours later, the submarine arrived at the designated location. It was in an underground bunker. Key held the phone in her hand. She said in a disgruntled voice that there was no signal at this place. The guy replied that the owner of the place hadn't prepared for their meeting, even though he knew they would arrive. Bao looked ahead in fear. She shouted to her companions to look up. The protagonist and Kay looked up in surprise. They realized they were deep underwater. The boy saw a glass corridor in front of him. Fish were visible from above. He said that the place of bliss was in the depths of the ocean. The stranger appeared from the side again. He happily told the protagonist that this place was completely safe. The guests excitedly suggested that the protagonist go and watch the tournament. Lidi asked again about the tournament with surprise. The guy and his companion walked up to the spectator arena. Several girls entered the ring to fight. The spectators watched the ring in the center of the arena with great attention. Men said in a disgruntled voice that there was nothing surprising about a women's fight. The judge swung her hand forward sharply. She shouted at the contestants to begin. The combatants rushed to attack each other. They had hands with huge claws. I realized with horror that she was seeing succubi in the ring before her. The fairy explained to the girl that they were the succubi's servants. The fairy glanced at the spectator arena. She said in a sad voice that all the female succubi were sitting there. Lidi said in a dissatisfied voice that this was not a place of bliss, but some kind of purgatory. The fighter swung her arm wide and sent her opponent flying out of the ring onto the floor. The referee shouted for the next fighter to come out. A stranger with blonde hair and a blue jacket appeared from the side. He told the protagonist with a smile that he wanted to take away the rest of his time. A frightened Guan stood next to him. The kidnapper sternly told the protagonist that he could exchange Bao for Guan. Lidi angrily asked the kidnapper, did he really make his hostage a servant? The guy hugged the girl. He told the protagonist that if their exchange was successful, he would free her from his control. The policewoman threatened the guy with a gun. She demanded that he immediately release the hostage. The kidnapper reminded the policewoman in an angry voice that the gun would be useless against him. The girl shot the stranger with her gun. The guy calmly caught her bullet with his fingers. The bullet in the stranger's hand suddenly broke into several pieces, its metal core flying out and straight into his face. The policewoman held a gun in her hand. She angrily told the kidnapper that she had used armor-piercing rounds against him. Angry female spectators rushed at the policewoman and threatened to tear her to pieces. I stood next to the woman. They prepared to fight off the attacking demonesses. The fairy activated a force field to protect herself from the attack. A protective dome appeared around her and the girl. The attackers were thrown aside. The guy was very surprised when he realized that his opponent had used a force field. The fairy sternly demanded that the kidnapper let the girl go. She threatened to destroy his place of bliss. The guy clapped his hands and a cage with hostages descended from above. He angrily asked the main character, "Does he really not care about the lives of these girls?" Lide looked at the girls in the cage in amazement. He realized that these were his clients, with whom he was present at the club. The policewoman said in a frightened voice that these women had indeed been kidnapped to a place of bliss. Their safety had to be ensured. The hostages inside the cage tried to free themselves. They shouted at the guy to save them. The kidnapper held a remote control in his hands. He threatened the protagonist that he would now open the bottom of the cage. The girls would fall to their deaths. Lide asked the attacker with displeasure what he wanted. A stranger entered the ring. He told the protagonist that he was offering him a wager. If Lide won, he would take all the girls from the cage, along with Guan. The kidnapper warned his opponent that if he won, he would take all of his girls. The main character sternly asked his partner why he should trust him to fulfill his conditions if he loses. The kidnapper looked sternly at the protagonist and promised that he would keep his word. The stranger activated the sphere. A magical golden scale appeared next to him. He explained to the protagonist that, thanks to the balance of fate, none of the participants would be able to abandon their bets. The main character looked at his partner in surprise and asked, "What kind of bet is he offering?" The opponent looked at the guests. He angrily told them that there were only 5 of them. 5 rounds would be held. Only one person would be able to enter and fight. If one side achieved 3 victories, they would be the winner. The stranger told the protagonist that they would set the theme of each game, and he would create the format of the competition. Kay told her friend excitedly from the side that they would decide what to play. They would have a better chance of winning. Bao was determined to win. She said in a loud voice that she agreed to this bet. I looked carefully ahead. She said in a confident voice that she would never lose. The fairy looked closely at the boy. She said in a joyful voice that now everything depended on him. After a short pause, the protagonist told his opponent that he agreed to make a bet with him. 4 girls stood on one of the bowls of golden scales. They looked ahead. The rival stood surrounded by 2 girls. He asked the protagonist, "What is the theme of the first game?" He told her opponents that they must first find out who is stronger among them in order to participate in the game. The guy demanded that his subordinate Jenny measure her strength with Guan. The girl answered the master that she would do everything. He asked her partner, will they really compete with Jenny in arm wrestling? The guy told the girl in a cheerful voice that she would compete with her opponent in hip wrestling. The stranger explained the rules of the competition to the participants. Kay sat on a chair opposite Jenny. Men looked closely at the girl Kay. She said in a sad voice that she would lose. Faye explained that Kay practices martial arts. She was strong enough to defeat her opponent. Jenny and her opponent sat on chairs and continued to fight with their feet. The policewoman asked the fairies with interest if she could master this military art. The woman explained to her partner with a smile that everything depended on whether the guy was ready to teach her. The policewoman looked at the guy from behind. She hadn't expected him to be a wushu master. The girl decided that after the competition, she would ask him to take her on as a student. Bo excitedly shouted to her friend to hold on. She only had 30 seconds left. Key continued to hold her opponent's legs. She thought with excitement that she could win. The protagonist watched the fight between the girls closely. He thought everything was going very well. His opponent might have chosen hip wrestling on purpose because he had some kind of plan. The guy stood to the side. He watched the fight between the girls with great attention. Jenny sat opposite her opponent on chairs. They continued to fight. Suddenly, dark energy began to flow from Jenny towards the girl's legs. Kay felt with surprise and fear that the place where her rival's thighs touched suddenly went numb. Jenny tensed up and managed to open her opponent's legs. Kay no longer had any strength. Bao shouted with great excitement to her friend to hold on. Time was about to end. Faye looked closely at her friend. Jenny had transferred her intelligent energy to her rival. Because of this, Kay was unable to fully utilize her powers. Kay couldn't continue fighting at full strength. Her opponent spread her legs. The guy shouted that Jenny had won the first match. The stranger's team won the first match. The scales tipped downwards with them. The girl approached her friends. She sadly apologized to them. Lide calmed her down. He told her that there would be a few more rounds before them. Bao told her friends that she wanted to participate in the second competition. If the battle's theme was music, she definitely wouldn't lose. The protagonist looked closely at his girlfriend. He said that she could participate in the second round. The girl came out and told the guy that she was ready to participate in the second round. The theme would be music. The guy told the participant that music competitions are very subjective. There needs to be a mutually persuasive way to compete. Bao glanced at the stranger with concern. She said she was willing to participate in the duel, only if it was related to music. The stranger snapped his fingers. He said in an angry voice that during the competition, the participants must identify the wrong note. The participants in the duel were to be seated in a glass chamber. There, they would listen to a portion of the music. After each mistake in the melody, a stream of water would flow from a valve above. The participant whose water reached the red line first would lose. The policewoman looked at the stage in surprise. She asked how the piano and the glass dome got there. The guy explained to the police officer that the scales were a fair and equal prop for the participants at the matches. The protagonist anxiously asked her friend if she was confident in this round. Bao replied that finding the right note wouldn't be a problem for her. The stranger introduced his competitor, Eilina, with a smile. She used to be a renowned piano teacher. Bao looked ahead confidently. She shouted at her opponents that she would show them the difference between an amateur and a professional. Two girls were sitting inside large glass domes. They were playing the pianos. The sounds of music were heard all around. Kay listened carefully to the music. She said in a thoughtful voice that there were a lot of wrong notes within the melody. I looked at participant Eileen. She said that this girl's water would reach the red line first. The protagonist said excitedly that Bao had perfect pitch. She could find even more wrong notes. He was afraid the succubus might devise some kind of trap. Kay explained to her friend in a thoughtful voice that the two participants had no physical contact, so the opponent wouldn't be able to deceive them. The participant sat in the water. The water level gradually rose higher up her body. Her clothes began to dissolve slightly. Kay asked the succubus, in an angry and dissatisfied voice, what was inside the water? The guy explained to the girl that the water didn't harm the participant's skin. It simply dissolved the textile fibers. Eileen sat in the water and continued to play. The water under her cap rose higher and higher. Bao was very scared. The water in her vessel will soon rise higher too. Soon, you will be able to see something interesting. The girl looked next to her in fear. She saw pieces of her clothes floating in the water stream. The participant continued to sit at the piano and play. She told herself that she had to hold on a little longer, even if someone saw her body. Excited spectators watched her from the side. Bao sat at the piano and continued playing. The audience shouted to the girl that they wanted to see what was inside. Suddenly, a guy ran up from the side and with all his might, smashed the glass cover with a powerful blow. Lady punched a massive hole in the side of the hood with his own hands. He went inside to help his girlfriend. Bao, standing near the piano, turned around in fear and called out to the teacher. The protagonist tied his jacket around the girl's body. The succubus told the protagonist in a cunning voice that he had interfered with the competition. By doing so, he admitted his defeat. Lady looked at his opponent with displeasure and replied that he didn't care. Bao grabbed the guy's arm in fear. She promised him that she could win. The protagonist shouted at the girl in a disgruntled voice that she could win, but then everyone would see her body. Bao excitedly told her friend that she was ready to do anything to win. Lady told his girlfriend in a stern voice that he could not allow her to embarrass herself like that. Bao called out to her teacher in fear. She was disappointed with her defeat. The scales tipped even further in favor of the succubus and his girlfriends. Lady looked closely at the woman. He told her that he was assigning her the third round. Faye looked ahead carefully. She said in a sly voice that in the third round, they would compete for speed. Kay said in a thoughtful voice that the fairies would use the sphere to win. The succubus told the girls in a sly voice that during the competition, they would try to take off their clothes as quickly as possible. Bao stretched out her hand in displeasure. She shouted that no one should see the fairy's body. The woman glanced at her friend. She told her that clothes-taking competitions were very popular with spectators. The woman approached her friend. She whispered to her in a sly voice that she wouldn't lose. The succubus told her rival in a cunning voice that Sing Ailey would be participating in this competition on their side. Two competitors entered the ring to compete. The spectators didn't pay close attention. The host shouted that the competition was starting. Ailey used the triple combo very quickly. She got rid of her clothes. The girls looked at the participant and were very amazed. They couldn't believe that someone could take off their clothes so quickly. The succubus said in a cunning voice that Sing was the fastest yogi in the world. She could do things that an ordinary person would never think of. The woman walked onto the stage. She turned to the side and looked attentively at the audience. The fairy blew a kiss to the audience. She slyly asked them, "Are they ready to take off their clothes for her?" The guys in the audience were very surprised when they heard the woman's words. After that, they all took off their clothes together. The succubus stood next to his competitor. He told his rival that Singh had undressed faster than her. The woman at the board with a pointer explained to her opponent that in 10 seconds she had taken off a total of 40 pairs of clothes. The succubus was displeased. He asked the woman why she was making such calculations. The system showed that the fairies had won. The scales of her team tipped downwards. The woman told the angry guy in a sly voice that the system had shown that she had won. In the ring, Bao ran up to the woman and shouted that she was so cool. Bao told the woman in a frightened voice that she was afraid that the vulgar might take advantage of her. Faye told her partner that only the protagonist could take advantage of her. The woman glanced slyly at the protagonist and winked at him. The guy shyly turned away. The succubus slyly thought that so far everything was going exactly as he expected. He was waiting to see how his opponents would cope in the 4th round. The protagonist hugged his girlfriends. He said they would celebrate when they won the next 2 rounds. I said in an excited voice that she was ready to participate in the 4th round. Key excitedly reminded the police officer that the competition involved unusual people. She stood there, holding a pistol in her hands. She said in a menacing voice that she couldn't give in to anyone in shooting. The protagonist warned his companion to be extremely careful. Their enemy was very cunning and could find loopholes. The policewoman announced in a loud voice that the theme of the 4th round would be shooting. The succubus told the contestant that she would compete against her opponent in the fastest time to draw a pistol. The stranger told her rival that she had killed 49 police officers in America. She angrily replied to her partner that if she had met her in America, she would already be in prison. The guy snapped his fingers and the competition began. He announced that the guns were loaded with paintballs. There was no threat to life. Participants had to hit each other in the head or heart with a pistol once to win. If someone hit another part of the body, they would have to hit that spot 3 times to win. The policewoman was tossing a bullet in her hand. She asked the succubus, "Where will the competition be held?" The guy looked slyly at the girl. He said that the competition would be held on a map called First Place. The policewoman looked around in fear. She realized she had ended up in an unfamiliar place. The succubus told the participants in a sly voice to enjoy the competition. I looked around carefully. She realized that she had to find her rival as soon as possible. The rival in red shouted at the police officer to try and put her in jail. I hid near a tree. She carefully watched her rival from the side. The policewoman suddenly jumped out from behind the tree. She took out her pistol and prepared to shoot. I fired a precise shot from my pistol from behind, right at my target. The stranger turned around and fired at the policewoman. Their bullets collided with each other in flight. He shouted in a shocked voice that the stranger had been hit by a police bullet. The succubus explained in a sly voice that member Kelly was the founder of an assassination organization. Her main technique was shooting into the opponent's field. The policewoman and her rival started shooting at each other with pistols. Kelly, gun in hand, shouted at her rival that she was not interested in playing with her. The mercenary dodged sharply to the side and fired. The bullet began to twist in flight. Bao looked ahead in amazement. She shouted that the bullet had changed trajectory. The guy said in an angry voice that Kelly was the only person in the world who could shoot like that. He threatened his opponents that they would lose. The policewoman hid behind a tree. The mercenary fired at her, sending the bullet along a curved trajectory. I continued to stand behind the tree. She noticed with horror how the bullet flew towards her stomach. The mercenary told the policewoman in an angry voice that all her previous victims had also died from her bullet. She was surprised that the policewoman hadn't run away from her yet. I sternly replied to my opponent that she had firmly decided that she would never lose. The policewoman suddenly jumped out and shot the mercenary with her pistol. Kelly pointed her gun at her opponent. She angrily asked the police officer, did she really think she could win with such skills? The mercenary didn't even notice how a bullet from my pistol flew around and hit her in the head from behind. The policewoman held her gun. She said in a sly voice that in the end she won. The succubus was very surprised. He didn't understand how the bullet could bounce off. Even Kelly, with her skills, couldn't do that. Leedy explained to his opponent that the bullet that hit the mercenary was completely different from the one fired by the police officer. The protagonist explained that Meng shot the trigger on her rival's pistol. Kelly ended up getting shot with her own gun. After the pistol fight ended, the 2 participants automatically returned to the ring. She praised the policewoman. She asked, how did she come up with this method? I explained to the girl that she herself wasn't sure she'd get it. Luck was on her side. Libra and the competition participants ended up in the same position. Bao joyfully shouted that they were level. The protagonist was warming up his hands. He said in an excited voice that the winner needed to be determined now. The mercenary pulled her pistol forward. She asked the master's permission to kill her rivals. Kelly fell unconscious into the ring and dropped her weapon. The succubus said in a disgruntled voice that if anyone tried to disrupt the competition, the scales would take their life. The paramedics arrived and took Kelly's body away on a stretcher. The guy asked the main character what the theme of the final round would be. The protagonist demanded that his opponent release all the servants he had enchanted if he won. If he lost, he said that the succubus could make him her servant. Lidi told his surprised Ons in a confident voice that they could trust him. The guy told the main character in an angry voice that this time he wanted to choose the topic of the competition for himself. Lidi asked his partner with displeasure, what was the theme of the competition? The succubus told her rival in a cunning voice that they should compete in charm. One of them must be the first to win the lady's heart. The protagonist angrily reminded his partner that his servants or girlfriends were in the circle. It was difficult for Lide to guarantee the fairness and honesty of the competition. The succubus promised the protagonist that the scales of fate would dispense justice themselves. Lidi could choose any of her friends and make her the target of the competition. The protagonist confidently said that he was choosing Guan as his target. The girl was very surprised. The succubus officially began the competition. The protagonist was transported to an orphanage. He saw a girl walking with children. Guan told the children with a smile to hide. She would count to 10 and then look for them. Two little girls were excitedly chatting with each other. They didn't know where to hide. One of them asked the teacher to count more slowly. The protagonist was in the subconscious world of Guan. He needed to win her heart and win the competition. The main character was standing on the playground. He called out to Guan from the side. The girl was playing with the children at the time. A guy came up from the side. He told the girl, Min Min, that he had come to pick her up. The girl called her father in fear. The teacher asked the guest with excitement, is he really the girl's father? The succubus grabbed the little girl in his arms. He said with a smile that he wanted to adopt her. The director gave him consent. Min pulled her hand out of the guy's. She hugged the teacher and said she didn't want to leave her. The succubus told the teacher in an evil voice that she had to take the girl to a new home. Wan replied to her partner that she wanted to inform Yuan Li about this first. The protagonist realized with concern that he could not allow the succubus's messenger to take the girl with him. Lidi approached the girl. He told her that she shouldn't go with a stranger. A boy appeared on the side of the platform. The blond boy stretched his arms forward and called Uncle Lu to him in a joyful voice. Guan asked the boy, Tao Tao, does he really know this uncle? Tao said happily that Uncle Lu had played games with him. Guan couldn't remember the last time Mr. Lu had come to the orphanage as a volunteer. The protagonist realized that the girl still remembered that he had come here as a volunteer. He knew what to do next. He asked Guan to stay with Tao to celebrate his birthday. Guan shook her head in all directions. She looked at the two guys and didn't know what to do. The woman told the guest that she could not go with him. She had to stay with the boy. The guest took the girl by the hand. He told her to say goodbye to the teacher. Min ran up to the teacher and hugged her. Guan hugged the girl. The succubus asked her partner in a sly voice which of the men she liked the most. Lidi grabbed the girl by the hand. He told the succubus in an evil voice that he wanted to control Guan with dark energy. Guan said in a thoughtful voice that she liked her beloved man more. The succubus angrily asked her partner, how can she compare the weak energy of the flower fairy with his dark energy? The protagonist realized that it was time to act. He walked up to his girlfriend and grabbed her with his hands. Lidi approached the surprised girl and kissed her. An irritated succubus stood to the side. The succubus on the playground turned sharply to attack the protagonist. The main character jumped back sharply to avoid his opponent's attack. The succubus came up to the girl and hugged her. He told her that he would protect her. Guan came to her senses. With a sharp movement, she extended her hand to the side and threw the guy's hand away. The girl turned to look at the protagonist. She confidently said that he was her beloved man. The succubus was displeased and surprised. He couldn't understand how a girl under the power of his dark energy could love other men. The main character cunningly told his partner that he forced the girl to drink his blood during a kiss. The guy was very surprised when he heard from his partner about the blood he drank. Lidi once told his partner that his blood could make people fall in love with him at first sight. The protagonist slyly told his angry opponent that the fight was doomed to his victory. Lidi turned to the side and winked slyly at his onum. The girl realized that they had won. The scales tipped in favor of the protagonist and his team's victory. All the servants of enchantment were freed. The delighted girl shouted that freedom had finally come. Other joyful people stood behind her. The guy grabbed the girl abruptly and pressed her to the ground. He shouted at her that she would serve him until the end of her days. Jenny came up to the stranger's side and grabbed him by the clothes. She angrily demanded that he stop touching her. Guan looked around with great surprise. She looked happily at the protagonist and the policewoman. Men was delighted and hugged her new acquaintance. She was pleased that Guan had finally come to her senses. The succubus broadcast on the big screen. He told the guests that because of his mistake, they had lost their noble servants. The guest angrily demanded his money back. The succubus explained to Mr. Smith that he didn't need the money. He had to be released to the seabed. After that, he pressed the red button. Suddenly, the glass wall of the underwater bunker began to crack. The frightened guest pointed his finger to the side. He shouted that the water had begun to rise. The rising water began to rapidly flood the underwater structure. The guy grabbed his girlfriend by the hand and shouted that he was nearby. Guan turned around and asked her friend with excitement, "Are they really going to die here?" Lidi grabbed his girlfriend's hand and promised that he would pull her out. Guan hugged her friend and kissed him. They were swimming in the water together at the time. The girl extended her hand to the guy. She told him that she didn't want to be a burden to him. Guan swam away. She shouted to the guy that they wouldn't swim out together. He had to clean up himself. The girl slowly sank into the deep water. She decided that she was going to die. The protagonist dived to his girlfriend's aid. He grabbed her hand and pulled her along with him. The guy pulled his girlfriend to the surface of the water. He shouted in fear that no one could take her away from him. After saving Guan, another magic petal immediately appeared on the protagonist's body. The fairy told the boy in a joyful voice that he had acquired the ability to protect himself from drowning. Lidi looked at his partner with a smile and said that it was an interesting ability. The guy created a protective dome for his girlfriend. They floated on the water inside it. Guan told her friend that they needed to help the others. The protagonist created a protective dome and placed other people who had escaped from the underwater bunker into it. A group of young people floated on top of the water in a protective ball. They looked ahead in surprise. Kay looked at her phone. She shouted that it was wet and she couldn't call for help. Bao looked around in surprise. She didn't know if ships would pass through this place. A huge ship appeared above the water. Kay said with surprise that the same ship they had sailed on was approaching them. She didn't understand how the captain could have known they were here. Lidi explained to his companion that he had left his breasts on the ship. He knew the girl would be able to find them. A magical fairy in red clothes was flying over the water. She was waving her hand to her friends. The captain and his companion were very surprised when they saw the flying girl. They decided that they were seeing a ghost. The succubus was sailing on a submarine. He decided to sink the vessel to prevent the protagonist from escaping. The guy inside the submarine launched a torpedo to drown the people in the protective ball. The protagonist was floating on top of the water. He turned around in horror and saw a torpedo flying towards him. The protagonist held his hands out in front of him to protect himself from the torpedo heading his way. Next to him was a huge ship. Lidi looked ahead in fear. He realized that the succubus didn't want to let him go. The protagonist held his hands in front of him. A huge frozen projectile appeared in front of him. Lidi turned his hand to the side. He commanded the frozen torpedo to go back. The ice projectile was heading underwater at full speed towards the submarine. The main character was floating on top of the water. A large ship sailed up to him from the side. Lidi turned around and saw the girls from the ship extending their hands to him. They wanted to help him climb in. The incident with the ship immediately exploded in the world press. A lot became known then. It turned out that the succubus was the head of a cult that enslaves women. The whole world began to despise those rich people who went to Polar Park to spend money on women. The main character dedicated all his efforts to the policewoman, who immediately became a star. After returning to the city, Guan returned to work at the shelter. She communicated with the main character every evening. Bao began performing again under the guidance of Master Wang. She resumed her Star Trek. Kay returned to school to devote herself to her studies and her duties as student council president. Faye said goodbye to the protagonist. She left to investigate the Demon King's actions. The protagonist was relaxing in a chair by the pool. He cheerfully told himself that after his girlfriends left, the house had become quiet. But this gave him the opportunity to relax. Sister Lin ran up from the side. She angrily asked the guy why he was still sunbathing. Lidi turned to his sister with displeasure. He asked what had happened. After a short pause, the protagonist told his partner that the girls might return. Lin asked the guy discontentedly why he wasn't nervous when all his girlfriends had left the house. The sister angrily told the guy that he couldn't just leave his beautiful women on the street. Someone could take advantage of the situation. Men in novels always keep an eye on their women. The protagonist reached out and grabbed the girl's face. He advised her not to read novels anymore. The main character told his sister in a confident voice that no one could take the girls away from him. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The young woman approached and prepared to open it. She assumed the girls had arrived. Lin opened the door. She saw two unfamiliar girls standing on the threshold of the apartment. The young hostess asked the guests in surprise who they were. Li Day approached the door. He greeted Miss Xiao and Miss Sakura. The young hostess placed glasses of drinks on the table for the guests. Two girls sat on the sofas with the main character. Xiao told Ling that she and Sakura had prepared a small gift for her for their first meeting. The girl clapped her hands. After that, a group of servants ran into the room. They brought in a pile of boxes. Li Day told the girl with surprise that she and her friend had emptied the store for her sister. The schoolgirl didn't need all of this. Xiao placed the necklace around the girl's neck. She said the jewelry looked good on her. Sakura said with a smile that Ling looked very beautiful. The young hostess smiled slyly and laughed joyfully to herself. She was pleased with the gift. The main character told his sister in a sly voice not to wear jewelry at school. Lin ran around the room happily. She told the guards to take the gifts to her room. Shay gave the guy a stern look. She said they could get down to business now. Sakura explained to her partner that they had come to the city to ask for his help. The main character asked his partners if the father's illness had really returned. Sakura told the boy that her father had recovered well from his illness. It was her fault that the company had stolen 10 unsold bottles of jade medicine. The guy asked the girl if the police had found any evidence of the theft. Sakura told her partner that she had found the 10 bottles in a bank vault. Xiaoyi explained that Sakura went to check because a customer had placed an order. Now, the theft of the product will affect the restaurant's reputation if the order isn't shipped. The girl excitedly asked the main character to make 10 more bottles of medicine for her. Lidi promised his partner that he would make the medicine. They could pick it up tomorrow. Sakura happily rushed to the guy and hugged him. She thanked him cheerfully. At this time, at the night base, a man headed towards the metal doors. The guest stood and looked intently ahead. He saw the bodies of several people in large capsules. A scientist in a white coat approached Jack. He told the director that they had analyzed the bottles of bloody jade water. It contained special segments. A scientist in large glasses told the director that the discovery could be used to eliminate congenital genetic defects in their super soldiers.